Welcome to another night in Colorland. As chief host of the voice of a Colonation radio show. Welcome. Thanks for joining us, folks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. And I am your humble host, the chief host of the voice of the Colonation radio show, broadcasting throughout the world and throughout different hemispheres and multiverses. But we're in a color multiverse right now. You're in the color world. So get prepared. We're gonna have a good topic tonight. When you have a topic like in the days, I think it's high time we talk about this because you have the Democratic Party, right, is completely, in my opinion, finished. Politically finished. Now, Democratic Party, if you like a nice sideshow comedy, if you want to get your rage on and your outrage on, and you just want to vent at the world, hey, that's a party for you. But the idea that if you think these people are ever going to hold any significant political power in this country again, you're sadly mistaken. It is not going to happen because and like I said, I was warning this for years. I was like, there was something not quite right when I listened to the Democrats. And first of all, to me, it started with, I think it spiraled like the second term of Obama. That's when the Democrats start going down. They start becoming arrogant and drunk with their power and their influence. And after that Benghazi situation, which basically the Democrats, they're trying to instigate a war with Russia, and then the takedown of Gaddafi and everything. And then geopolitically, they're going around the world. They got America signed into this climate change nonsense and everything. And then out of nowhere, right? It seems that the more radical you are, that's what qualifies to become a Democrat. So every extremist idea. So in other words, basically, somebody like AOC, should still be a bartender somewhere in Queens, But this lady sits on a high committee in Congress. I'm saying this is insanity. Ilhan Omar came from a Somali refugee camp. She's a jihadist, but yet she's a high-ranking Democratic official in Congress. This is insane. You got people like Talib Chick. These people swear allegiance to Hamas and all this stuff like this. And you got now you got Democrats trying to block the deportation of gang members trending in Iraq, trying to protect gang members and everything. I said to myself, any sort of extreme idea. And then the perfect thing is you got the Reverend Al Sharpton, right? Who basically used to be a street agitator, hustler, pimp, leader, and everything like that. See, a lot of us left the hood and the inner city and the ghetto to get away from people like Al Sharpton. But no, we got Al Sharpton is on MSNBT broadcasting in prime time. And I'm saying to myself, this is insane. This guy has no credibility, but he's sitting up there as a top spokesman, even giving a platform on Democratic issues and stuff like that, Democratic Party issues. That's who you guys have, the Al Sharptons of the world. And all these friggin' useless people that failed miserably. I'm saying to myself, is this party really serious? And then it dawned on me, no, this party's not serious. Nancy Pelosi is worth $300-something million, and they can't tell you where her wealth comes from. All these people, Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker, all these people are rich, super uber rich. How do you get uber rich on a congressman or senator's salary? And so I'm saying to myself, and then also you look at the districts they look for. Now, give me a second to explain this, folks. I'm no fan of Republicans, as you know, right? But when I see their congressional districts and the districts that Black Democrats have, right? They've been there for 60 years. John Conyers represented Detroit for 60 years. He oversaw the destruction of his region. No development, no nothing. John Lewis, right? Decade, it's like you get elected to Congress, it's like an entitlement. So in other words, basically, the Democratic National Committee and these funding committee tell you what to say. It's an agenda. So in other words, let me tell you something, folks. 45 million black people are locked out of the political process. Did you really think we're gonna have democracy where your vote mattered, whatever like that? No, no. You think they're gonna let something like your voting rights get in their way of having power? No, it's all about power. You think Chuck Schumer thinks you're his equal, that he works for? No, it's about power. They use the same old tired straw man tactics about Republicans bad, Republicans racist, and to keep you voting. That's how they get the black vote. There's nothing on the black so-called agenda. You have no agenda. So all these black people thinking the creme de la creme is you got black people who can't get nothing, not even a freaking street paved in their district, right? Can't get one factory built, can't get anything, can't get a crumb, can't get decent education facilities, can't get nothing in their district, right? And you got black people actually thinking they're going to make a pitch for reparations. And they're gonna double down and go to the Democratic Party, and they're gonna push reparations through Congress. So I'm saying to myself, man. So the Democratic Party is finished as far as black people are concerned. That's what you see right now. Black people have given up on the political process in America. We really have. You know, it's like I said, I've been saying this for years. Now everything I predicted has finally come to pass. You can't just keep having people be disappointed, and then what poor people like become apolitical. That's the most dangerous thing, when people become apolitical, because if they become apolitical, they lose faith in the system. Then what else are they going to turn to? And that's where these people turn to people like me. You know, that's why this movement is going to grow. The Black nationalist, the Pan-African movement is going to grow. You know, as people start leaving, the only thing standing in our way, really, was this deceptive thing of Democrats. And so now that they're gone, with expect our movement, the Black nationalist movement, to grow and grow exponentially. The right wing, Trump, and the MAGA people were never the threat. To me, the threat was these people basically, but not black people like this. Look what's on the table as far as what the Democrats want. Yesterday they had Trans Recognition Day. Is that what we vote? What you Black Democrats vote for? The trans will not be silenced. Trans will not be like. Yes, they are. I'm against transgender stuff. You know, I want to basically yeah, I say I say I am not for transgender. I am not for trans people friggin' indoctrinating children, black, white, whatever like that. I don't believe that shit has any business being in schools, anything like that. So why would I vote for a party that's trying to push that? Why would I vote for a party that is pushing gays and LGBTQ as the same thing as Rosa Parks and the civil rights movement? That's an abomination. That's absurd. And the bottom of the reason why they get away with that for years, for years, is because we have really had no voice. We always thought, oh, the Democrat, and then black people realize, wait a minute, no matter who gets in office, right? You know, say what you call it, who gets in office, right? No matter who gets in office, it just seems that black people figured out that, yeah, wait a minute, I still got my job. Our neighborhood is still the same, whatever like that. So in other words, Donald Trump gets in office, Barack Obama, my life has not changed one friggin' bit. So what do I need the political process for? Just to see. So now if you like Barack Obama or you like Joe Biden, see, the thing is with the Democratic ticket is the Biden and Kamala were just so unlikable, right? Barack Obama was like the last real Democrat. You know why? Because black people, for the most part, liked him. He had charisma. So that's what got him over, charisma. So what he stood for, Barack Obama could have ran as a Republican, and he could have won. He could have ran as independent, he could have won. It was just him. It wasn't Democrats. But the Democrats basically think that it's them, their party, their message. No, that's what rides along with the people like Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, and people like the people that black people like. So Biden got lucky. He cheated on that last election. I don't care what nobody say. That 2020 election was rigged. That was obviously it was rigged. How they say? Well, 20 million less people voted on the election night. Said we got record turnout, Bob. We're gonna succeed 2020 expectation. That's what they said. Then when the numbers start coming in, they said, "Oh, we got fewer people." What that changed all when it looked like Trump was winning. They said people aren't showing up to vote. You weren't saying that in the first hour when the polls were closed. You said, well, record numbers of people are turning out. We got lines wrapped around the buildings where this is going to blow out. She's going to win by like 10 million extra votes by the popular vote, And so I said to myself, okay, what happened to those 20 million people? I'll tell you what happened. Like as I said, they were stuffing ballots. Dead people were voting. Illegals are voting, right? And people are voting multiple times because the Democrats got a hold to the electoral process, right? And they were stuffing ballots and everything. That's why this past election, they couldn't do that. And that's why 20 million people were less voted. It's 20 million. They used COVID, the drop boxes and all stuff like this. And I know for a personal fact that I was told that I knew those people that voted twice in places like Philadelphia. They did the mail-in ballots. They were going around just basically ballot harvesting and stuffing ballots, mail-in ballots using COVID, right? And then those same people showed up to vote, So you have people voting twice. That's what just happened in this election. And then now you got Rosie Fat O'Donnell. I love Donald Trump. I mean, Megyn Kelly asked him, hey, Mr. Trump, you have known to call women fat pigs and stuff like that. He goes, no, I didn't call women fat pigs. I only called Rosie O'Donnell. That was funny. Only Rosie O'Donnell. And the thing is about that incident, right? When people say, "Oh, you took a," Rosie O'Donnell started that issue with Trump. She went out publicly and attacked him for no reason. He responded back, "What about Donald Trump? He will retaliate, and then they can't handle it." She started it on him with that thing, about Miss Universe. She made a comment, about him, whatnot, and then he just said, "Look." Then she couldn't handle it one night. She was like, "Oh, I'm a victim." That's what they always do. I'm a victim. When you get the heat, you start shit, you throw stones and hide your hands, But that's what happened. That's what happened. So we look at this situation now. Now, Rosie O'Donnell, she's running around saying, "I don't believe that. How did he win all 7 swing states?" These people are in complete denial. Do you understand what was on the Democratic ticket? Weirdos, freaks, gang members and everything like that. It couldn't have been Trendy or Agua, MS-13 running the streets and whatnot. Millions of people pouring across the border in real time, watching the news every day. The border wide open, crime out of control, inflation, price of everything going up, skyrocketing. The country's basically spiraling out of control, and that had nothing to do with it, We just got to get to the bottom of why people voted for Donald Trump and why he won all 7 swing states. They just can't get it, So the bottom line, expect the Democrats to keep friggin' losing, keep losing elections and keep going on because they simply just don't get it, They don't get it. Nobody wants that. Black people don't want this nonsense. And the only way the Democrats could win, they would have to get Black America really, really enthusiastic, And I'll let you in on a secret, right? Secretly, Black people won't say this publicly, but I would say a majority of Black people seem like they like what's going on with the Trump, the mass migration and stuff like that. Black people have it out for these immigrants, more than any other group in America. When Black people resent immigrants, all of them, more than any other group in America, probably even more than white people. So therefore, when we see people that we Black people traditionally hate, Latinos and Haitians and everything, get deported and whatnot, we're not losing any sleep. Black people like, this is 2 months in and they're enjoying this. So you got 4 more years of Black people who they say they're enemies being persecuted. So that's not going to stop. We'll say, oh yeah, but the bottom line is Black people, for the most part, are enjoying this. So this which we call black people are enjoying the spectacle we're seeing right now. This Law and Order stuff like this, and this ICE agents and stuff like that, because we feel like we're immune to all this. So let these people that basically broke into this country and taking opportunities and stuff like that. Another thing, there's a viral video going around. See if I can find it, if I can play it. I'm lazy. I don't like looking for something. Well, this one sister replied, really good comment, right? Listen to this carefully. There's a video is about this sister replying to the comment about some immigrant saying, my grandfather came here with nothing and blah, blah, blah. She said, ho, ho, ho. What that? That's what I never understood. When people said, my ancestors came here with nothing apart, we made it. What do you think what the fuck we're doing? My grandfather came from the deep South with a third grade education, moved to New York City, busted his ass, he was blessed to get a job with the city in Con Edison and whatnot. He worked Con Edison for 35 years, retired a wealthy man, and went back down south. How come no one talks about that story? You make it seem like a lot of times black people are sick and tired of immigrants and people coming over here with that story. The immigrant movement, people have no idea, is a racist movement, to discredit and disqualify black struggle in America. You need immigrants to come over here saying how great America is, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, America is great, but we want to benefit from this shit, And black people have really had enough. This is a message to the immigrants and all these other people, black, white, Hispanic, whatever like that. Black America's had enough, And so therefore, there's an uneasy thing where most black people are secretly strongly supporting Donald Trump as far as his immigration policy. Strongly. And they know that. You think Donald Trump, he thought that black people were backing the Haitians and all these other people like that? You think he would? No, of course not. But they know, they do their research and everything. They know there's a schism between black America and these immigrants, even if they are black and everything, because the Pan-African movement fell apart, And it's not the black Americans did that. It's the Africans and the Caribbeans, all these people on social media running their fucking mouth, So black America just standing back saying, okay, y'all on your own, And that's why they're saying they're basically going after these people now before we change our mind and start saying, something, I guess the Haitians are our brothers. I guess the Jamaicans are our brothers. That's not happening. Even with the fact that the Congressional Black Caucus, is not for black America, don't represent 45 million black Americans anymore. They're representing immigrants. They said priority is immigrants, black immigrants. What the hell? They're not a huge voting bloc. So why are they a priority? What about our issues of fixing our cities and inner cities and stuff like that? I'm sick of the white suburbs being like a refugee camp because we got cities overrun with crime, blight, unemployment, and stuff like that. That people got to fucking come out to the suburbs and everything like that because there's so much divestment and stuff like that. The Democrats failed us, So therefore, people are open to looking for other options besides Democrats, So the Democrats, like back what I was saying 10 minutes ago, the Democrats, in order for them to win, they would have to get not only like full black support, right, to like 99%, but they would have to get a strong, active black community out there vote that turns up. And right now, black voter turnout is low as 40%. They would need like a 90% black turnout and 99% support, but those numbers are not there anymore. That's why Donald Trump won. As simple as that. And the fact that back they're looking at the whole thing, why they lose, it was just right there, the black vote. Look at Atlanta. The black people in North Carolina and what we call in Georgia stayed home. They stayed home. Because the bottom line is this. We said, well, what are we voting against? If they said, look, black people are looking at now saying, look, the number one people that's antagonizing us are these fucking immigrants, right? And there's got to be something significant about being, there's got to be a birthright, Being African American have to have some sort of birthright. And that's why you have these movements like the ADOS and the FBA and stuff like that. I don't agree with them, but I get where they're coming from. There's got to be something there. If you've spent 400 years in a country and you fought in every war and stuff like that, you can't be just dismissed as just another person of color. Pretty soon you're going to want to stand out and everything like that. You want to distinguish yourself. Well, there's a difference here. My ancestors helped build this country. These are the hands that built America. People would think the Chinese built the railway. No, it's actually black people that built the railways in this country. The Chinese came later to finish the job. But it was black people that laid the initial infrastructure, modern infrastructure in America. The canals you see, the roads, everything like that you see on the eastern United States was built by black hands. The clearing of the fields, the swamp, the cutting down of trees, everything you see that developed North America, this part of North America, was built by black hands. So the bottom line is this. So therefore, in reality, you cannot be dismissive of that. You can't just say, and that's what this one comedian chick, a racist comedian chick, Lenore Jolie, said about Vivek Ramaswamy. We can't just let Indians come over here and redefine what is America. And they said, no, America, okay, we get the fact that America is not a country of immigrants. That's another thing. America is not a land of immigrants. America is a land of people settling. But by the time the immigrants came here, America was already built. They came into an established country that was already built, and they took jobs and everything like that. This idea that immigrants just got off the boat and started building America is a lie. America has three groups of people as its foundation. It's the European Anglo-Saxons, right? It's the Africans who were brought over as slaves, and the indigenous Native Americans. Those are the three groups of people that form America. Black people are brought here under duress, right? There's got to be something to behold. You can't just be dismissive of that. Black people are owed something in this country. There's a special place in America for Black America because of what our ancestors endured. You can't be dismissive of that. You got people out here now, Africans online, talking about, oh, ain't nothing special. You guys don't know you can't. Well, black people say, well, I've been here for 400 years. I think this is where I belong. And I ain't planning on going no place also like this. Okay, let's see. Peru. So if the Trump MAGA policy turn out to really hurt your people, you and other black I'm not a pro-Trumper, Baruti. I'm not a pro-Trumper. But if I gotta have if I'm gonna have two types of white people in power, I'd rather have Donald Trump in power. Me and Bomani all say the same thing. I'd rather than the deceptive thing, because what happens is this: liberals tend to disarm black. If you was a black nationalist, Baruti, you understand that. Liberals tend to disarm black people. Every place where you see conflict between blacks and whites, always black militants versus white liberals. It happened back in the 70s in all the inner cities in America. It was black people trying to seek black power. And it wasn't white conservatives that went after them. It was white liberals. People opposing liberal. You ever read Malcolm X, Baruti? Of course you never read Malcolm X. The most dangerous thing is a white liberal. Not the conservative. That's what they feed you. Not that conservative, it's a liberal. Richard Nixon supported black power programs, inner city programs, But the bottom line is this: the liberals, no, you can't have it, because you cannot have a free, self-sufficient black community, because they bleed too much off of us. They bleed us socially, culturally, politically, economically. So if black people were self-sufficient, then we could vote who we want to vote for. We could have our own black political party, Baruti. I know that's off your mind and whatnot. I'd rather have a black political party. And you can't do that basically depending on white liberal policies. They're going to keep black people poor. They're going to keep black people underserved and everything like that. That's just the way it is. This is not a country of immigrants, Taliban. It's not a country of immigrants. That's a lie. In this country, by the time the friggin' the European immigrants are coming here in the late 19th century, America was already developed. Coast to coast, sea to shining sea. America had tall buildings. It had the railways. It had everything, all the infrastructure, the systems are already in place. 50 states, 48 states actually, then later Alaska and Hawaii. America was already a developed country. Immigrants didn't build this country. They came here and supplied labor to an already existing infrastructure. They didn't build this country. That's another lie people keep telling us. Oh, immigrants build a country. When now you got black immigrants going ahead. Immigrants, but no, immigrants didn't build a country. Immigrants come over here and live off the fucking success of the people who actually built the country. The two people that built the country, it was like black African Americans ethnically and white Anglo Saxons. Those are the two groups of people that built America. You know, those are the two people responsible for what you see as America. You know, so anyway. So this is what it is. But the Democrats don't understand that. They thought they could build a party of immigrants coming over here off the boat and whatnot, and it failed. It failed. Now these people are getting deported left and right and everything like that. You see, look at all the cities they run in this country to the ground. They said Baltimore is now the highest murder rate in the country. Baltimore is overtaking Memphis. Can you believe that? Overtaking Memphis and St. Louis as the most dangerous cities in America. That's a shame. Well, big up Baltimore. You're the number one murder capital of America. You know, yay, Baltimore. But that's what it is, folks. You know, so we got to figure understand this stuff like that, because if we don't understand this, we're never going to get any place in life. You know, it's time for black people to have their own political party. You know, and the bottom line is this: if you basically have a black political party, how do you fund it? It's not going to be easy. You know, I wish to God we had a black version of Donald Trump. I wish to God we did. If you want to know, Baruti, I wish we had a black nationalist, black pro-black person that was worth $10 billion. You know, we get someplace, but we don't. We don't. We don't have. That's why I do admire white people, because they put their money where their mouth is. You know, bottom line, we're so dependent on another race of people, Baruti. You know. Well, another race of provides everything for us and everything. And that's, I think black people are just tired. They're tired. That's why I said this march on April 5th, black people like, man, leave us the fuck alone. We don't want to march. Like black people said, the Palestinians get mad. Why aren't black people joining our protest? What the hell? We don't care about no damn Palestinians. That's your fucking, if they eat bloodthirsty savages, that's your problem. Whatever you got with Israel, that's you guys. That's not us. I wish you a lot of luck. I hope you get what whatever, how it turns out, I wish you a lot of luck. That's all I can do. But us getting involved with all these people and getting involved with people's struggle, Black America is tired of it. And it seems like the Democratic Party basically is all about the Palestinians. They're all about the Mexican, the legal aliens. They're all about the LGBTQ and everything like that. So, and black people basically like this, you know. Well, the bottom line is, Truco, it doesn't matter. Black people still make up the dominant in places like Virginia right here. If black people had a place, let me tell you something, Truco, if you don't know anything right here. Do you know in Virginia, candidates run Virginia, and we don't even know, they don't even have a party affiliation. They don't. So on the local and the regional levels, the black political party can actually work. But we're not talking about a national fucking party, Truco. It's just like local areas where people vote as a block. Could it be the determining factor about who flips a state to what side? You know? That's all it is. It's a voting block. Political parties are a voting block. And these areas like where I live at, in the state of Virginia, there's no Democrats or Republicans for the most part, right? You got some people you could tell is sort of Democrat. You got some people that could tell this sort of Republican. You can sort of tell, but it's not really, because the politics in these local areas are all about the same. Like the mayor of Virginia Beach, I can't tell. I don't know if he's a Democrat or Republican. I don't know. He's the one that helped put Pharrell's concert together, Something in the Water. I met him. Bobby D, he's the coolest fucking mayor, man. I met him, man. He was hanging out with him one night. He was like, man, you got to come by my office, man. I said, well, I just moved across the city line to Chesapeake. You know, I live in the same area, but my house is on the line where I'm over the city line, you know? You say, you flatter yourself, Colin. You probably look, the bottom line, I do want to win, but the bottom line is, let me tell you something, Truco. I really don't give a flying flip about electing black political people to office, right? If I never see another fucking black mayor, city councilman, and everything, I would not lose no fucking sleep. Only thing I want to know is like, look, Mayor Bobby D of Virginia Beach showed me how politics works. Pharrell went to him and said, look, they did the first something in the water back in 2019 or 2020. I can't remember what year, right? And it was a astounding success. Now, the second one 2 years ago, let me tell you something about this concert, right? Bobby D said, yeah, it's going to be bigger than the first one, right? And he was right. They had the sound stage down there. You saw it. Pharrell said, I want more black people involved because the first one was like a lot of white guys. I get that. The first, we tried something out, white guys with engineers and stuff like that, security. But the second one, right? All you saw mostly was sound engineers, everything on the stage, putting the lighting and everything were black. You see the food vendors were all black. The shuttle buses and vans that were bringing people from the outskirts to the pick people, to transport people to the concert area were black owned. You had all the paramedics and everything like that. The first aid responders were black owned ambulatory. It was just so big, from the security, the record traffic. It was like black people were complete in control of that part of the city for a whole fucking day. It was amazing watching that. All those young black people out there just made me so proud. Seeing all those young black people out there with their businesses and everything like that. Vendors selling t-shirts, hot dogs, pretzels, cotton candy, ice cream, some of everything. When I was like, this is what black power looks like to me. When that's something in the water. And there was so many people coming in. There was like so many people. It was like we must have had a few million people on the beach, It was just so packed. Remember, mostly white people there, but the fact that there was so many white people spending that money in black businesses and everything like that, I was like, wow, this was utterly fucking amazing, So the bottom line is this: that's only because Pharrell and several of the black people went to a mayor that listened to them and said, "This is what we're going." And for that, Bobby D is always going to get the black vote in Virginia Beach. He's always going to get the vote. I wish I lived across the city line. I'd vote for him, but I moved to Chesapeake. Just that same year I met him. I moved to Chesapeake. I just moved to Chesapeake like 3 months before that. But the bottom line is this: local politics work. Chukwo. I'm not talking about the national politics. No, look, first of all, Chukwo, there was like hundreds of young black people that made hundreds of thousands of dollars and got real money, and now they doing big business. Now they got their own, some of them people got their own shops, their own mechanic shops, some of everything, because they got a break in that concert. There was literally millions of dollars, hundreds of million dollars pumped into that concert that went into a lot of it went into the black hands. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking about. That's what we could pull together. And that's what happened. There was so many people, promoters and everything down there, young black people, doing business and whatnot, It was just amazing. So I don't know what your advice is for us, Chuko. I think black people are going to listen to me, They'll listen to me. They'll listen to somebody like Pharrell. They're not going to listen to Chuko Igwe, We're about black success and progress. I'm a black success story. And I like seeing black success, I like seeing black people winning. When I see all those young black kids out there with their own businesses and everything like that, hundreds of them, just all over the place, just doing their own thing, had their own vending shops and everything like that. And just people it was just amazing. Selling everything from fried chicken to pizza. It was just amazing. Amazing. All black enterprise, So everything, jewelry, everything. It was so much money it was just unreal. And then the transport system and everything like that. The people they had little tiny mini micro shuttle buses that, because it was like a 3 mile radius. The parking started like 3 mile radius from the concert area on the beach, So people had to get ferried in, And a lot of the bus companies and the vans, stuff like that, were black, owned. So there was people making so fucking much money. That was just so much money. Not only that, we have a buy black movement going on in nobody listens to nobody named Chukwo, please. This is the era of college genesis. This is the era of black power, This is a black power. I know what's good for my people, I know what's good for my people. I know what sells among black people, I know what our people want. I know what we need. I know how to get there, So we keep doing what we're doing right now. We're gonna make it, you know. But the bottom line is, at least black people know now that the same old politics is dead. You know, we don't need any of these players. We don't need Republicans. We don't need Democrats. We don't need none of these people. We just need black power and black unity. That's what we need. And black cooperative economics, you know, working together. That's the future right there. And all politics is local. We, like I said, these local municipalities, stuff like that. And like I said, Virginia's vastly becoming a black state. You know. Yeah. So I know you're being smart ass, Chuko. I'm not saying that. That's just a sample. It could be many other things. It could be a science. It could be industry, everything. But the bottom line is, you got to do something. That's just a start. What Pharrell did was a start. You know, because nobody thought that he could pull that off. Nobody thought that in a city that was look, let me tell you something. Let me give you the backdrop for this. A lot of people had pegged Virginia Beach as a racist city. You know, I know it's not like that, you know, but Virginia Beach, ever since that incident in 1989 where they had the riot, whatever like that, you know, the Greek Fest riot, Virginia Beach has always been, and then a year before that happened, right? There was another riot, College Week down here, and the police were overwhelmed and everything like that. So the city and the black community were at odds, right? So this something in the water was just like a way of showing the city that black people can basically build something and contribute to the city. And Pharrell came in. This is a city he loves. He was born here. He came in and said, I'm going to organize. Everybody kept saying, oh, look, and I got to apologize to Pharrell, because I thought that him bringing I said, oh, man, he's bringing a bunch of niggas in. We're going to have these problems out here. Racial tensions going to grow. That's what I was thinking, you know? But when that concert came in 2019, and basically everything went off without a hitch or whatnot, it was young millennials and Gen Zs. Young millennials, and they were just out there, these young kids, college kids out there having a good time. You know, it's black kids and white kids out there, Filipinos, Hispanics, and everything, have a good time. That was good, right? Then the second one, the city made a lot of money because the place was big. It was a big thing. So 3 years later, they had another one, 2023. This time, Pharrell said, and I said, what the hell is he talking about? He said, I want to see most of the vendors are black, you know, because a lot of people said, yeah, it was a nice concert, but most of the vendors are white, the first one, right? Pharrell said, I want a certain amount of black vendors and some representation. And that's what they got. So this second one, it was like amazing. All you saw was just black people around. So it shows you that basically, and that was because the city council approved it, and the permits and everything were given out and stuff like that. Maybe Bobby Dyer was saying yes. He told me, he said, look, man, I want to see more of you people in business. You know, I want to see more about black people in business. He goes, come down to my office. Let's talk about this. You know, let's talk about it. You know, he gave me his card, said, come down here. And I got to find my picture of me and him together, you know. So as soon as I find my picture, I'm going to put it online. But he basically was like, man, I want to see, think about Bobby D. He's from Newark, New Jersey, because you could tell he was a school teacher in Newark, New Jersey. So he has that accent like he's a brother, you know, and he just talks, you know, like, yo, my man, you know, we got to do this, man. You know, man, we got all these white people out here, man. You know, man, come on, man. We got to turn this place up, man. We got to turn this place up, man. You know, Virginia Beach is getting boring, man. It's like, we got to turn this place up. That's why he goes, my boy Pharrell, when it's cool as shit, man. Bobby D is cool as shit. I met him. He's fucking drunk as hell, man. But the mayor's cool as hell. So we got people like that you can work with and whatnot. You know, we get shit done. So we do this city by city and stuff like that. It's not just everything. Pretty soon, I see the day where we could basically building factories and building industries, building stuff like this. You know, it all takes like this. Local areas, local governments, and local everything saying, hey, look, you know, this is a good idea. Pharrell came with his proposal. This is what we can do. City made money. It was a win-win situation. City made money, right? And black people made money, you know? So the win-win situation, you know? So why can't we do other things besides a concert? That's what I'm trying to get to, Chuko, you moron, you know? Why can't we get to other things too? That was just an example of what we could do, and that all came from us believing in ourselves. Pharrell said, like, because I was, be honest with you, right? I was like at that point, like, oh man, niggas can't do nothing. Blah blah blah. We're gonna fuck it up. We're gonna write. I was thinking like that of my own people, man. I was so negative against my own people that when the first concert happened and everything went smoothly and everything like that, they said there was no incidents, no nothing or whatever like that. It was like a beautiful time. The police was like, yeah, man, it was great. We had no incidents, whatever like that. City made money. Said they were already planning the second one. A couple years later, when I was like, wow, man, you mean tell me black people can organize something on that level? That was probably the biggest concert on the East Coast ever. Something in the Water. Look it up. Something in the Water concert, Pharrell. That was like the biggest concert on the East Coast. I don't think anything has ever been that big on a beach. The sound stage was amazing. It was on the fucking water, and people partying for like blocks it was just amazing how many people were out there. It was just like they had the mosh pit. It was freaking incredible. It was all kinds of music, rock, it was hip hop, it was everything. Everybody was partying, everybody was getting drunk. There was so many people with the beer stands and whatnot, buying beer and whatnot. It was just unbelievable. This thing. It was basically when you see black people putting something like that together, show them what else can we do, what else can we do? Can we get into international trade? Can we build our own industrial zones? Can we manufacture products that we could ship overseas? What else can we do? And we could do something like that. Because I didn't think in a million years he could pull that off. I said it like this. I said it was white people ain't going to come down to no concert organized by no black people. I was wrong. Majority of the people, 75% of the concert go to white. I was like, wow. They were spending money in a black venue. I was like, wow, it's amazing, But yeah, but that's when you basically take politics out of the when you got a plan. How many times have black people, can anybody tell me a plan that black people had that was on the floor of the Democratic Party that Democrats implemented? No, I can't think of any. I can't think of anything that basically black people said this is what we need, and the Democrats took it up. Besides police reform, which never happened, George Floyd bill, which never happened. What Black Lives Matter? Well, okay, that's a joke. Reparations. Yeah, happy. Yeah, okay. So tell me what the Democrat Party ever delivered for the black community? Nothing. Not anything. To the chat, there are two things amongst many that tickle me. How about Ivory Makala? His of black advocacy and white masculinity admiration. I admire success, Brody, if you want to know. I admire success. I don't admire what I don't like is failure. I don't like mediocrity. I can't stand mediocrity. I can't stand friggin' people masking mediocrity as they're trying to cover mediocrity. It's like trying to cover fucking a heap of bullshit with whipped cream. And that's what Baruti does. He puts whipped cream on a fucking pile of bullshit and say, here, get a piece. It's good for you. Sorry, I can't eat it. I like what's real, Baruti, if you want to know. I'll say, I don't know what Truco is talking about. Black America do not fucking care about fucking DEI. We already know that we don't get DEI. We don't get all that stupid stuff and everything. I don't know if Truco's listening too much of fucking that idiot Thomas Sowell, that moron Thomas Sowell, who's never had a real challenging debate before, Thomas Sowell couldn't stand up in a debate, anybody's scrutiny. He never debates anybody. He's never had a debate, Because you take apart, if anybody really dig into Thomas Sowell, he'd fall a fucking apart in a minute, And black people are not a monolith, Truco, That's what people do. They basically put black people in a monolith. You get a whole group of black people in a room, 20 black people, you're going to get 20 different opinions. Not everybody's sitting there talking about, oh, yeah, this is what we need to do. That's how white people think, Oh, black people all think about this. See, when you're not around black people, real black people all the time, right? And you only get your information about black people from secondhand sources or what you scroll online every once in a while, you'll become what we call a chuquo, who don't know shit, is asked from his elbow. All black people have different opinions. Not everybody thinks the same. Not everybody freaking acts the same. Not everybody believes the same. Not everybody votes the same, It's DEI, brother. DEI bears of white women, yeah. Yeah, white gays, all these other people that basically like this. But the bottom line is that just like civil rights, we hear the word civil rights, we hear affirmative action, we hear equality, and those are buzzwords that trigger us, you know. But basically, I am to the point where as maybe I need to get my oppression on. Maybe I need to start oppressing people, and maybe the black neck side of me needs to come out, Man, I don't want to see no more equal rights. Fuck it. I think people got enough rights, I think gays got too many rights. Take them away. Women belong in the kitchen, they need to shut up, all this kind of nonsense and everything. Immigrants should go back to where they came from. Yeah, like I said, I'm getting my black neck on, I'm becoming a black neck again, Immigrants should be quiet, say very little. What's up, G? Say very little, just like what you call right now, they're rounding people up in Colombia. All these people, now they use a facial recognition that can detect people with a mask. All these people out there, well, we're getting like that. You come over here for an education, right? You're getting a chance to come to America with education. You ain't over here for your radical ideas and whatnot. Nobody wants to hear that shit, We don't care about the Palestinians. Go protest in freaking Palestine, You can't be tearing up the universities and whatnot, burning shit down, knocking over statues and everything. What happened now? They're rounding these people up and shipping them the hell out of here, And that's what I said. If you're a freaking immigrant here, keep quiet, stay very little, because nobody wants to hear what you have to say, Them days are over. Oh, well, I got an opinion. Who the fuck cares about your damn opinion? You don't belong here, You contribute nothing. Oh, my cheap labor. They had a freaking day without immigrants. Remember that? A couple of weeks ago, they had a day without immigrants. One night they said, oh, we're going to shut this country down. I didn't lose nothing, I still went to McDonald's. Not McDonald's. I still went to Burger King and ordered me a chicken sandwich. I was still out there. I was still getting my trash picked up and everything like that, So day without immigrants, I didn't miss them, People in America can't be oppressed, people like that. Well, the bottom line is this. Well, in my area, we're the majority, Chuquo. We're the majority here. Black people here in Virginia, this part of Virginia, black people are calling the shots. Black America. We're calling the shots here, In our corner of the woods right here, Virginia Beach was originally an African-American city, And it's a middle-class city and whatnot, So the bottom line is this, black people, basically it is what it is. The police department, city council, everything, for the most part, in these cities, Chesapeake, Norfolk and everything run by African-Americans, 90% of what you do in the thing is happening locally, Perhaps you must stimulate Afrocentric ideas and amongst your Brody, be quiet with that nonsense. Afrocentric idea. Okay. Hey, Brody, I got an idea for you, right? Right now, they got this thing going on where, what they call the blick, they're just cutting motherfuckers. They're shooting motherfuckers. In New York City, man, there's these young motherfuckers just robbing and shooting. It's just recently, I saw a bunch of young Negroes just in D.C. with Pentagon Mall, just had a big fight. Can you go up there, Baruti, with a microphone and say and start preaching Ubuntu and stuff like that to the people, and maybe they could like that. Maybe you could show me the power of what you're talking about. All these people that preach all this stuff. Well, Baruti, when are you gonna show me to demonstrate the power of your Ubuntu? When is black people gonna adopt your Afrocentricity? When all this shit that doesn't mean nothing, doesn't put food on the table, don't know like that. But hey, good like this, Until you have a situation where black people only adjusting to what they live in America, right? If you're not creating jobs and business opportunity for them, they don't want to hear anything you got to say. If your Ubuntu came with money and jobs and opportunity, people listen to it. But since you don't have money, jobs, and opportunity, I cannot promote it, Peruti. What part of that don't you understand? Ain't nothing going on but the rent. Ain't nothing move but the money, bro. You ain't bringing no nothing, no. You ain't putting no meat on the table. People ain't listening to you. People don't hear nothing you gotta say unless you moving the needle. So all that wishful, the cold. Stop it, man. Stop it. Now, if you want to believe that, that's fine, but don't keep trying to convince me with this nonsense. The only thing that works is this: what you need, Black America needs, is they need, and Pharrell could do that with concerts and everything. What else could do? Look, I admire 50 Cent. 50 Cent was just at a city council meeting, and he spoke at Shreveport, Louisiana. He's building a studio down there. So I give 50 Cent his flowers. He's building something, and he's creating jobs and everything like that for the black, white, wherever like that down in Shreveport, Louisiana. So I give him credit, 50 Cent credit, right? Look, I admire anybody that's building something, that's doing something, that's moving a needle. I am done hearing talk. I'm done hearing people's philosophy. If you're building, I support you. You're creating opportunity, I support you. I believe in you. What you call the Glenn Youngkin is a great governor. He's a Republican governor. He got a huge black support, a black vote, and that's how he won. And also in the state of Virginia, Truco, if you don't know, right, a Republican is not a Republican like you would see in Texas, something like that. A Republican in Virginia is more like a Democrat, like a New York Democrat, or no, like a Texas Democrat. That's what I would say. Let's say a Republican in Virginia is like an Alabama Democrat, a Louisiana Democrat, white Democrat. So the bottom line is this, just because somebody, is Republican, Glenn Youngkin has supported a lot of initiatives in the black community here, He's doing a lot for the black community, And the bottom line is this, and when he ran for office, man, everybody said, man, all the black people say, yo, I'm just voting red this time, man. We're just going down the line. Because people are just so tired of the Democrats winning out of the state. Virginia's going to flip red soon, because black people are going red, in this state. When black people are here, very, very conservative, It's a very conservative state. So. So when you don't understand the black community, like Chuco does, he don't understand shit, But I had an interesting discussion on Dine's show yesterday with that Liberian guy. Oh man, just so annoying, man, with these tribalists, you don't know what you're talking about. Fredericksburg is like way up north and whatnot, The real Virginia is in the northern Virginia area. That's one area, and then you got the 7 cities where I live at. Hold up. The 7 cities where I live at. But the bottom line is this is a great state. I would urge anybody, no, don't come here. I don't want a bunch of riffraff come from other states or not. This is probably one of the best. This right here, this region right here, from Delaware, Maryland, the eastern part of Delaware, the eastern seaboard of Maryland, eastern shore, Virginia, North Carolina. That's probably the best region, and maybe New York or whatever like that. But so this is the best region in the world for black people, but the most advanced region in the world, the most richest black region in the world, right here on the eastern seaboard of the United States. Why? Because it's the oldest region, This right here in Virginia, Fort Monroe, when you drive across the Hamptons, you see Fort Monroe. That's where the first Africans were brought to, right there in Virginia. Virginia, black people have advanced 400 years. 400 years, you got communities that are so well developed here. They're so advanced here and whatnot. Black culture and everything is like so advanced here in Virginia. It's unreal. Yeah. Yeah, you heard that exchange I had, DK. I want you to come up here and talk about that, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He just got through arguing with black stupidity is amazing, guy. He basically uh, 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 talking about well, American Liberians. He was talking about American Liberians need to learn a tribe. I mean, man, nobody wants to learn that shit, man. We know. I said, look, I respect the individual tribes of Liberia. I love them, everything like that, but I don't want to be them. Is that too much to ask for? What's up, Dave?
What's good, Carla? Good evening, Carla. You hear me?
Yeah, did you hear that video, that discussion I had with that Liberian guy on Diane's show?
No, 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 no.
This
I didn't.
guy was trying to tell me he's like a mono guy. He's trying to tell me, oh, you guys, American Liberian, are they trying to learn their roots? And when I said, what the fuck for? Did they do their DNA? Why is that so fucking important to these
It's
fucking
not.
idiots?
It's not relevant today, man. It's the African tradition right now is not relevant with the
Because
current
it's not
time.
moving Africa forward; they're backwards, man. You're gonna be
It's
able to
not
like
right.
shoot
You
for it,
know, they still holding on to it.
And the reason why they hold on because they think it's gonna benefit them. I'm not stupid.
It's not. It's not.
And I'm
It's not.
saying, like I told him about that Cape Mount situation last year. Remember the gold mine? Remember that riot they had?
What right they have?
The
What?
unrest they had. The police, one of the military shot the people.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I
Now the
remember.
people are rioting because they said the company didn't do all that. But the company, if you look on the paper, the company's doing exactly what they said they're gonna do. You know,
Yeah, it
I
was
said
just a bad.
I need to honor Native Liberians. Man, get out of here! I'm
It,
not honoring shit.
it was just a bad negotiation.
And what gets me is all their chiefs, all their leaders, even Sirleaf signed up on it. And
Yeah, they
because
signed
the
up on it. It says
native people don't question the chiefs and the people, and that
yeah,
they like because they're so tribal, they don't fucking question
yeah.
anybody as above them. They get this is exactly what they get. Now they're mad because it didn't turn out the way. Every last single one of these bad deals or concessions, their chiefs or
Nah,
whoever
it's not.
leading.
I don't get into the. I don't. When they start bringing up the America and the Congo, I don't. I shut it down. I said. I always say you've been running the country about 40 years now.
That's what he said. Well, the
That's
American
it,
Liberians,
man.
the problem in Liberia is America,
Yeah,
dude, man, it's been
it's not.
45 fucking years, man.
They're not in power. They don't even hold any legislative seats. So like they're not in power.
You got the whole country
And
and you can't
you
figure it
can't
out.
blame them. You still living off their infrastructure.
You're still living off the
Yeah,
infrastructure. The infrastructure has not
still those
changed since
new
the 1960s.
infrastructure. Yeah, you still living off their infrastructure. You ain't
You're
building
living
no
on
new
what they was able to
infrastructure.
build 50, 70, 60 years ago.
Still
You
living.
haven't improved
Yeah.
one bit.
Yeah, so I shut that down. I don't like hearing that,
Fuko
man.
goes,
I don't.
you must honor the
I,
native Liberians, you know.
I don't get into Liberian tribalism. I look at everybody as black. Because
That's what I do.
that's how that's how we was raised in America.
That's how
We
we
look
I
at
see you as black.
everybody.
I don't want to hear about
Yeah, we look at we that's how it is. In New York, especially just being in America. That's how it is. We just look at everybody like we black.
you say everybody's
Uh,
black. And if
yeah,
somebody got a problem with that, and then they just something wrong with you.
yeah,
Like if you got a Jamaican that comes over here and he just don't like black, you're a fool. Because you stay in America long enough, right, and you get enough racialism. Remember that dude Amil Diallo that got
Oh
45
yeah, I
years?
remember Amadou Diallo. I remember that. Oh man.
I'm not trying to make light of that, man. I'm gonna tread carefully what I'm about to say. I wonder when he was holding up his ID, did he try to say, "I'm not one of the blacks"? I'm not. I'm not trying to be funny and like that's not a funny situation, man. But why was the motherfucker holding up his ID? He said he got a gun.
Yeah, but that was a bad time in New York City. It was the Ala Louima case.
Yeah,
It was just like a domino effect. It was just like
yeah.
a
So the
domino.
bottom line is this: so anybody would think like you got Africans who think they're immune to the fucking this bullshit. Are you
No,
fucking kidding me? Yeah.
Most of my brothers and sisters in Africa don't even know racism when it's right in front of their face. They don't even know when they getting
They don't
insulted.
know. They don't know when
They
white
don't
people
even know
giving
when
them
they
that
get
look.
insulted. Yeah.
They
They
don't know.
don't
You could tell about white people's body language. And this,
yeah,
Africans don't pick up on shit like that.
yeah, they don't pick up.
They don't understand. They don't understand white racism. They don't.
Your collar, you saw that video, right? On Facebook,
Oh
man.
man, that's sad, man.
So
The Chinese are running
yo,
their
yo,
own
yo,
way
yo,
to the
yo,
slave
Carla,
trade.
Carla, when I saw that video, I was just thinking about the Afristan. I was just thinking about the Afristan. I'm like,
Yeah,
man, if we had the Afristan right now, we just send people in there, smoke them out, get them out of there, you know?
yeah. We
Do
can't do
some
nothing.
type
We're
of deal,
powerless.
get them out of there,
There's
you
nothing.
know?
There's nothing
Yeah,
good
there's
that comes
nothing
out
we
of
can
being
do.
a
Yeah.
powerless race of people in America. That's why I say Chuko could talk all he want, man, but you ain't got no power, Chuko. You ain't no power in America.
That
None
was
of the,
so that was so sad, Carla. I saw that. Oh
you know, like
man.
man, they was like, man, we gotta go home. But that's the whole thing. When people would say, like Chuko said, I'm a student of the world, or what he said, I'm
Oh,
a yeah, okay, you're gonna end up in a Chinese fucking slave camp, sooner or later. Well, it's the videos on Facebook. I can't. Some reason I can't play Facebook on my computer right. When I get my new
uh,
computer, I could. But
yeah.
it's just really sad video, man. These guys,
Yeah.
they were in there with women. You saw that, right?
Everybody's in there.
There were
Every
women in the holding cell with them.
oh man.
They don't even care. They don't even make a distinction between male and female when it comes to black people.
Yeah,
You
they just
know,
put everybody together. Yeah,
that's the
who-
best thing. I thought I was going there, or they put me in this camp, whatnot. Like I'm basically a slave. Now, I don't the people in my family don't know where I'm at, whatnot. Chinese just said, "Fuck it, we got our labor, whatnot." That's what happens when you're weak and you're stateless, basically, and they know your home country is not gonna do shit for you.
they're not gonna do that because they're gonna say, "Oh, but we built your airport, we built your road." You
Yeah,
know,
I'm saying where.
you can
Well, they'll
spare
say,
a
well, they
couple.
owe us money
You can
for
spare,
transporting them over here.
you can spare a couple lives. You can spare a couple. Come on,
Yeah, I'm saying, they'll say, yeah, yeah, it's
that's
a
how they go.
trade off. They got to work off that debt y'all got.
You can
That's
spare
what
a
the
couple.
Chinese gonna end up doing, man. Chinese gonna end up
That's what they're gonna
their
do.
bodies when they want that money back, man. They're gonna come to Africa and
And
say,
and
yo,
another thing too, I know they like to do a lot of organ harvesting too.
oh yeah, that's big too.
That's another thing they're going.
Experimentation.
Oh
I
man,
don't, I don't want to be fucking with the Chinese like that, man.
no, oh no,
But
oh
you go to
no.
Liberia, these motherfuckers are all over the place now. A little China, man.
I don't. I tell Liberians they got to be careful, man,
Yeah,
with the
they
Chinese.
You be seeing China, but the thing about the Chinese, unlike the white people, Chinese be walking into the blackest parts of Monrovia.
Yeah,
The area where you don't see foreigners at. They be
yeah.
there walking down the street, driving on the pen pen motorcycle, driving in the KK. I'm like, what the fuck? Chinese don't give a fuck, man.
They don't give a fuck. No,
Chinese are everywhere.
they got to be careful with that. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'll tell you all the time. I say, like, look, the Africans don't want to listen. Hey, look, what can you say, man? A hard thing. Some says same in Lebanon. They treat Africa, yeah, like I said, yeah, they do. They freaking, Lebanon. You see them, Saudi Arabia too, man. They treat
yeah, they
Africa.
doing it. I thought it was only the Arabs doing. I didn't know the Chinese were
Oh
getting.
man, everybody, man, just says,
Yeah,
look,
now
Africa
everybody's
right now,
everybody's
Africa
getting
is
involved.
so fucking weak,
What?
and so therefore, what happens is governments basically they know the governments don't care about their people, and they look at go to Africa like they don't care about their people. So what the hell what should I care? That's what they think.
Yeah,
I said Eddie Thorne said Chuko, no locals had got to move that nation forward. Don't be stuck on stupid, just like the fact what Dave said. There are no black Americans. Yeah, but yeah, I'm aware the government controlled by the native people,
yes.
you know.
Can't blame. You cannot. You cannot blame. You can. Let me tell you. Look how I look at Liberia. Liberia is like an animal. It's like Animal Farm. The story Animal Farm.
Oh
That's
yeah,
all.
if they would have read stories like Animal
Animal.
Farm, it wouldn't have happened, right?
Yeah,
Because the
it's
bottom line,
a big animal.
the pigs got everybody to go. Oh yeah, the farmer, and the next thing you know, the pigs get in power. And pigs are like some pigs are more equal than others. Remember, and the
Yeah,
horses or they
it's a big
same
animal.
thing. I mean,
You
look at
know.
George Orwell. Why he did that? So
And then
see,
and then and then and then what people what native Liberian forget. You can't get that country going without the foundation, and the foundation of it is African Americans, Black Americans. That's the
Yeah, that's the
foundation of the
foundation.
country.
They want to erase
You
that part
can't,
of history.
you can't skip over the foundation and think you're gonna have success. That's what it is.
They're like, oh, well, let's forget. Like with
Oh,
my
hey,
guy,
you get what you get. You get
yeah,
what you
my
get.
guy Val Thomas, right? He's African American. Him and Cynthia Blanford, right? Cynthia Blanford, one of the ones that got the Delta and Kindred there. She's that light skinned lady out of Atlanta. She
Yeah.
runs an International Focus magazine, and she does
Well, give me
consulting.
a copy, man. I need a copy, man. I need to get a
Hey,
copy of that.
inbox, email me your address.
I'm
I'll
gonna
send.
email you. I'm gonna email you.
Email me your address.
Uh,
Anyway, and your phone number too, because I want to put
uh,
you on the list.
uh,
You still trying to send your father to Liberia?
yeah.
Send me
Yeah, I'm still
information.
trying to do it.
Anyway, Val Thomas said they had a Monrovia Day a couple weeks ago. He said there was not one mention about the founding or the people, because he's
Of
as African
course.
American. He thought he was going to hear something about the settlers came over and it was called Christopolis and now it's Monrovia. They said they did everything, talk about all the native people, and they didn't mention the settlers that came from America
That's
one
it.
time.
That's it.
But then
So
again,
so now
I do give George.
that's why I'm an advocate. Yeah, I like George. With George, we at least did
Well,
that.
I
The
did give George Weah that credit when they had the bicentennial. He did his wife because his wife's a Pan African. Her brother is a UNIA member. They did say you got to mention Black America. In the bicentennial in 2022. Remember that?
yeah.
But even though Booker has been to the land, when I guess he don't see the urgency. You don't fucking when you basically. I don't know, man. Just these people.
I that's why I'm an advocate, Kala. I keep saying I know you probably don't like it a lot. It's a controversial thing. I'm an advocate of changing Liberia name.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. If they're gonna bring it, if they're gonna go
If
ahead
they're
and
gonna do it like that, just do it all over. Give the rights to Liberia back to the African American.
yeah, we'll build Liberia someplace
Yeah,
else.
somewhere else. We'll call it New Liberia or something like
Yeah,
that.
New Liberia, we'll do it someplace. Yep,
Yeah,
or
something
Liberia
else.
City or something like that.
Yeah, something else. Yeah,
Yeah. So the
just
bottom
give
line,
the rights
if you
back
guys want
and
to do,
just
if
start
you guys
all
want to,
over. Just start all over.
yeah,
Start all over.
if you guys want to do that,
Just
get
start
your own
all over.
flag, get your everything like that.
Start
Let's,
all over.
like this. But they want to live on our legacy and basically change everything and rename it and dismiss
This
us
we do everything.
and
Just
stuff
we
like
do
that.
everything one time.
So they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that because they're like, oh
and
no,
and then they'll fight another civil war in the process of doing that.
yeah, they be fighting each other and whatnot. Like I said, without our energy, when that country will be nothing. Because the only reason why people are interested in Liberia is because they hear this is a place where Black America went to and stuff like that. It is people are curious.
Yeah,
Why do you think more people go to Liberia than they do Guinea-Bissau? Nobody goes to Guinea-Bissau.
nah, nobody.
Liberia is known because of what? Its connection to what? Black America.
Hmm?
That's why Liberia is on the map. No other reason. Guinea-Bissau, nobody knows about Guinea-Bissau. Nobody knows about that shit. Nobody knows about really Sierra Leone, to tell you the truth. Nobody knows about Sierra Leone. You know, but Liberia, when you say Liberia,
It's gonna be Liberia than Ethiopia next. Really,
yeah,
those two places.
all those places that basically have a connection to Black America and the Pan African world will get like this. G said Guinea-Bissau is very tribalistic. I don't know because I won't go there.
You
Yeah.
said okay. The topic you said Democratic Party finished. Yeah, the Democratic Party is split right now.
Bottom line, these people are going crazy. You see Jasmine Crockett. She made a comment talking about
I think
we should
I think she's a
politicize
pawn.
the judges and all that stuff like that. And then somebody read the thing where her and AOC submitted an article of impeachment for against two Supreme Court justices. She sat there looking stupid. You know, I'm like, this got to be a joke, man. This girl.
I think she's a pawn. She's a mold to
Yeah,
me.
so yeah, I don't think she's serious. I think she is out there just
She
One of
just
the
get her
things,
marching orders.
but I think the Democrats, it's become more of a comedy show.
Yeah, I mean, you had the old guards and the new guards in the Democratic
When
Party. So
Democrats were strong
it's
when they had Clinton and Obama. You know, they had
yeah,
Clinton and Obama. The Clintons and Obama, corrupt as they were basically they stood for something. But you look at these people now.
the Democratic Party, principally, the Democratic Party split right now. It's really
And God, principally says the
hurt.
Democrat Party. Say black immigrants, they love the Democratic Party. That's their lifeblood. You ever notice that?
Man, they really just love it because of immigration. Come on,
Immigration, when I,
that's
they
all.
think they're gonna win.
Yeah, it's just immigration. That's all.
So what you call it? Immigration and open
You
borders.
know, Republicans gonna be more independent.
Yeah, what you
They're gonna
call
make
it? You see, what you call it?
their
These
own
people
thing.
that getting out of the country, murderers, rapists, child molesters, and the Democrats are trying to keep them here, keep them in the country. You got legally deported. I'm like, how do you care about somebody who's not a citizen, broke into the country, committed all kinds of crimes, but you're defending them? That's the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life, man. I'm like, you mean to tell me out of all the problems we have in this country, right? The people you're going to defend are people who don't belong here. I'm like, what the hell? What are you talking about? But that's what it is. What the problem is? I think a lot of people who are illegal are here legally and illegally. There's a blurred line. You ever notice that?
What you mean?
In other words, basically, when people say you're against immigrants, no, we're talking about people who they found 2 million people that have fake Social Security numbers. So in other words, basically, if you say something about that, oh, you're against immigrants. No, you can't have a Social Security number drawing Social Security benefits if you didn't pay into it. It has nothing to do with you
Yeah,
being an immigrant or not.
yeah.
So these people, so they.
But Colin, you got to think about it. You're dealing with third world people. These people, a lot of these people come from lawless countries. They
Oh,
just
I
want
know. I saw that.
to be
Now and now,
lawless, do
these
whatever
lawless,
they want to
these laws.
do.
I noticed that. I was gonna say it
Yeah,
too. These people are
you
coming
know,
from. You got people that are joining the Democratic Party are coming from third world situations. That's what it is. They come from lawless cultures and everything. With all this stuff like that's a norm, and they think that's the norm where you could just do whatever you want to do and not suffer any consequences and everything like that. Talk on inflation. Yeah, the Democrats caused inflation, principally. Inflation was a record high. Joe Biden blew inflation up higher than any other president in history. When yeah, let's talk about that.
yeah.
So I don't know. The principal is always like, oh, the Democrats ain't doing shit. That's why I said this is gonna be a split, and there are more and more Black Americans walking away from the Democrats because we
Yeah,
say,
the Democratic Party is too radical. You see, when you talk about the Clinton era Democrats, you talk about more moderate Democrats. You had some
even
conservative
even you know,
Democrats.
even Obama,
Even Obama, you had some pushback with him. They were more moderates. But these guys nowadays, they're far left, man. They're
these people are
radicals, man.
extremists. It's like
Yeah,
they
they're
believe if they
extremists.
get whatever power, it's like they're drunk with power. Anytime, like I said,
You know, I
anytime you weaponize the justice system, right? You're gonna go after a former president because he's a threat to you politically. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that. You're gonna weaponize the justice system, right? Against your political opponents and whatnot, and put them in jail, put them on trial, trump up charges against somebody because you want to slow down their presidential thing like that. And that's normal. People are normalizing that. And I'm saying to myself, that's third world. That's what they do in like
yeah,
third world countries, right? If you're an up and coming politician, got ideas, next thing you know, they got some charges on you that you did this, did that, and they make it stick.
yeah. And a lot of these Democrats, a lot of Kyle, I'm a lifelong Democrat, bro. I
I'm
was like
independent now.
raised up. No, I'm just saying, like I was raised in the Democrat.
So was I.
So like right now, like when I started fading from it was like about 10 years ago. I saw how they did Bernie. Because I was the last time I was active like 15, I was really active. So like I saw how they did Bernie. Like they already
Oh yeah,
had
he
they
should
already
he should have got that nomination.
Yeah,
You
like
know,
I was a Bernie guy, so that's when the Civil War really sparked off. Where it was between that Bernie and Hillary primary. So
and
you had
Hillary,
the
they were just like, and then the last time, right? Kamala, there wasn't even didn't even have a primary.
yeah. So
You
what
know,
happened? Well, so what happening is like they already. It was no way Hillary was gonna lose that primary. They already promised her that. So,
yeah, it
but
was hers. It was
Yeah,
hers.
yes, but Bernie really won that primary. You know
He
what I mean?
did.
A lot of people don't know that. Like, if you put it numerically, people coming out voting, Bernie won that primary. If
Yeah,
Bernie won a one, you probably wouldn't have had Trump.
yeah. He probably would. He could have probably beaten Trump. I
Yeah, you
believe that.
probably wouldn't. I said probably,
He could. He
but
could have
because
probably.
of
It would have been close, but I think he could have edged him out.
yeah,
You know.
you know what I mean. So, I mean, that's where it started. That's where it's trending from. So and now the beef is ramping up. AOC, I think she want Schumer's seat. She trying to get Schumer out of there.
What gets me
Tired of
is what
Schumer
gets
voting
me
for
is
Trump and siding with Trump.
did you hold? Did you see? Do you see her district, Washington Heights?
I don't know about
Yo,
that.
it's crowded with illegals, prostitution.
Yeah, but that's what she wants. That's what she wants.
Yeah, and
What she
you
wants.
forget. You forget. Remember, she
A-
blocked Amazon. Remember,
AOC is a communist and she's a
remember
socialist.
she blocked Amazon.
Yeah. Yes, she's a communist.
Amazon would have freaking created so many jobs there, jobs paying like six figures. In that area, Queen. I could have done so much for the area, but I forgot what the reason was. But she was, help block it. I was like, man, what the hell is?
And God forbid AOC become president. Oh, this
No,
country.
that'll never happen.
God
That'll never
forbid
happen.
she.
The bottom line, I look at like you got
Man, that's
Rosie O'Donnell running around. How did Donald Trump win an investigation? Investigate all you want. How did he win all 7 swing states when she? I like look, the media y'all bought into the media hype.
hey,
Kamala was
Kamala.
losing the whole time. I said that. Elvis didn't believe me, right? The
Oh, but
rest,
they were supposed to. What Obama wanted was an open primary, the
yeah,
convention.
Obama would have open primary, right?
But
Because But the
you
bottom
know,
line, but the whole thing is, they wanted. It was like the Democrat Party is less democratic, right? And what you call when Joe Biden picked his VP, why did he Tulsi Gabbard was still a Democrat at the time? He should have picked her. She at
yeah,
least
to
won a few
qualify, yeah,
primaries, what you call Kamala lost every last thing, didn't even place in the final thing, as far as like getting delegated. She got nothing, and he picked her as a VP, you know. I'm like, yeah, well, so what the hell are what the hell are they doing? I said to myself, what the hell are they doing? I said, and then when
no, but Kamala's not popular. Nobody likes Kamala.
nobody likes it at all,
Nobody likes her.
nobody,
She's
no,
not
no one ever like.
marketable. She's
And
not
then,
pres.
and then when then when
She's
she
not
lied and
marketable.
said I used to smoke weed and listen to Biggie and Tupac.
She's
Trouble
not
is, right,
marketable.
she graduated college.
Everything about us fake. She's not
Yeah, check this out.
marketable.
I used to smoke weed and listen to Biggie and Tupac. Trouble is, she was in college when Biggie and Tupac were in grade school.
Oh shit! I never do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
they
she
were,
was
by the
yeah,
time when she was in college, they
yo.
estimated they were like in the 8th and ninth grade.
Yeah, they wasn't even rapping yet. Yeah, it's
They
crazy.
weren't even rapping then.
Yeah, and it like a lot of people don't like her come up. Also dealing with the older black guy and yeah,
Willie Brown. Yeah,
Willie Brown. Yeah,
yeah, she was
so it's like
sloppy.
valid
Just knob.
reasons.
It's like she slept her way to the top, man.
Yeah, and
Yo,
then she kind of crucified herself.
Montel, you gotta remember she was with Montel Williams
Oh
before.
yeah,
Come on,
that
that's
too.
my
Yeah,
top.
so
That's Montel Williams' old chick. You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah,
yeah, then
so
yeah,
She's been passed around.
but yeah, she buried herself with that. The performance at the the what is it, the Congress hearing or whatever it was with Beyonce and shit.
yeah, what you want? First of all, she did a major event in front of black people, and she brought out Megan Thee Stallion, and
Yeah,
everybody's like, "Yo, look, man, this is a political debate. Why you got Megan Thee Stallion shaking a stinking ass up on stage, and we're supposed to be talking politics?" And then she gonna say, "Look, I need to reach out to black men." So let me go to somebody black man respect. Steve Harvey. Dude, who told you that freaking that's black people care what the hell Steve Harvey has to say, you know? She went to all these people, right? I got Oprah, you know, LeBron James. We love these people, Beyonce. But black people are more politically mature nowadays, you know? And what that was doing was angering a lot of black people, right? What we considered pandering, you know? People come to us and use celebrities and stuff like that. And basically, she put nothing on the table. What's the plan? What's the agenda? You know, what's the agenda for the black community, right? Like I said, I look at like say what you want about the white districts, right? You guys ever remember those things like in places like Utah when they're saying when they whole towns are trying to get a contract for to build what's it helicopters whatever like that Navy and a multi-billion-dollar contract and the whole town shows up holding hands and the next are going to be in such and such city and the whole place erupts. Yay, yay. Why? Because they know billions of dollars are going to come into their town, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen a black town with that experience?
Oh no! I never seen that.
You've never seen that, right? Have you ever seen anybody build a freaking separate factory and black people like, oh, we want a contract, you know, and you never see it. Anywhere there's jobs, you know, this is another thing. When you have whole black areas, right? You don't see this, right? Have you ever guys ever drove on Amtrak up the East Coast?
Yeah.
Now, did you go from DC to Baltimore and all that?
I actually went from New Jersey to Baltimore.
Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? You pass through, like you see the absolute worst of Black America in that trip, don't you?
I mean, yeah. When you wait going through Baltimore, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yo,
Yeah.
look, let me tell you. No, I started in motherfucking DC, right? And I said, my god damn, the Amtrak station. I said, yo, when we got to Baltimore, I said, you remember the old Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids? Remember those?
Yeah, Fat Albert.
Remember the houses they would show? That's what something like that. Those houses were built back in the early 1800s and whatnot, and black people were living in them. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
and I'm saying to myself, this is a part. See, I live mostly on the East Coast, and black people, you know, the East Coast or the seaboard is all right, you know, black America's right. But when you
Yeah.
drive that area right there, that whole swag, the original black area, you know, from the Civil War area, from DC to Baltimore, then Philly, then Newark, and everything, you get depressed.
Yo,
Yeah.
bro, you know it's so fucking funny you say that. Yeah, it's very true. Like, cause I'm from where you're saying, like, Newark and shit. It is very depressing. You know what I mean?
No,
It
yo,
Like,
is,
I'm from
especially
North.
during the
it
You from
winter
North?
time,
is.
bro.
I'm right in EO. I'm right in
Oh, you in
EO.
East, so you know what it looked like. Yeah,
I know. Oh man,
you could just look
Irvington,
around. Yeah,
Irvington. Oh man, I know how it is,
yeah,
bro. I
it
know
does
how
look pretty bad. Yeah,
it's
but
bad, man.
but
You
but the
see, you
one thing
go to
but I do respect though is like it does look bad, but like they aren't like they're not gonna like yo come here nigga let me rob you or something. Like they not like that though.
Yeah, we gotta appreciate that. But bottom line, but you see a rough side. But my point I'm trying to make is this:
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
if you want a job, right? Do you think anybody builds factories or industries or enterprise in that stripper area? What you see in Black America, Carter Black? No.
Nah, they just build Amazon warehouses. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's it. That's
That's
it.
like the only thing.
Right.
Or
Right.
FedEx.
Other than that, nobody brings infrastructure to those areas, business and everything. You got to move to a white area. That's why when immigrants come over here, they move to white areas, you know, and they say, "Oh, I'm doing good." Yeah, because you're not living in historically black neighborhoods that black people try to have their homes and their life in and stuff like that. You know, my parents moved me out of the inner city, you know, to upstate and stuff like that. You know, I hated it, but I see why they did it. But I see now that we really never really have a chance to plant roots any place because we always get
Yeah.
rooted because we got to move here because of jobs situation. We're never settled, you know. We were never settled in America, you know. I
Yeah.
realize, you know.
But I'm not gonna lie, Kala, it's kind of changing a little bit on the East Coast. Like I see a lot of the black people, like say like the hood guys. Like eventually they turn into like say like they on the block selling drugs. I see a lot of them now are getting like dispensaries or smoke shops, or they'll have
I
like
hope so.
Oh yeah, they are, bro. Like they really are. Like I see it and I see it now. Or they'll have like infused pizza shops and shit like that, or like infused restaurants and stuff like that. So they kind of get into it. They kind of get into it.
Right, right. That's good.
So I do see a change though. I mean, it's not the same, BS over and over though. It's a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
change.
People elevating themselves.
Right, yeah,
Yeah,
because I mean, if you in EO, I know you see it for sure. Like,
Yeah, people
it's black
elevating.
people over there, elevating for sure. Yeah, so it's changing.
yeah. I hope so. Like I said, but the thing is though, but white areas they never have to move. They never have to move or never have to go in because you go like when Newt Gingrich was in Congress, right? And basically he brought so much pork and so much industry to his area, and you got all these rich middle class people and whatnot. Yeah, Newt, he's our congressman, he's Speaker of the House and whatnot. Yeah, his district is fucking fat in opportunity, right? But Charles Rangel and Harlem and whatnot, I'm like, yo,
Oh man,
you know what
oh
I'm talking
man.
about, Dave?
Charles Reagan.
Oh man, that
Oh
motherfucker did
man,
absolutely nothing,
nothing,
man.
nothing, bruh.
You don't have
Devastated the
they don't bring
community.
home no fucking
No bacon, nothing.
they don't bring home
Stop.
nothing in the fucking community or not. So I think black people have had enough, man. I think Black America's had enough.
Oh man.
These for so-called leaders and the Democrats and all stuff like that. I think Black America's had enough. The Democrats cannot win unless they get unless they get a
Yeah, black
surge
support.
in
It's
black
black
support.
support that can
Without
do that.
that, they're not going to ever power or not. Because like I said, that's what, and they don't want to come out and admit it, but that's what it is,
They
because they
need
don't
black
want black
support. They
people to
need that
figure out
black
they got
vote.
power. They don't want black people to figure out that they got the power.
Yeah, you could really tell basically, literally by the whole Megan Thee Stallion thing, like with that black people obviously got the power because like that showed it right there. You know what I mean? Like if that was they superpower or like secret weapon, then yeah, they
Yeah,
need
man,
us
we're
for the
gonna bring
vote
up
for
Megan Thee
sure.
Stallion.
Like especially our women, obviously, right? They need them for sure, for sure.
No, black women are always the Democrat Party was the strongest part of the Democrat going to be black females. All the time. Because they promise some job. Black
Yeah,
women, like because that woman that Biden put on Supreme Court, she's an absolute buffoon. You know, Ketanji Jackson, that lady is a buffoon.
Who the one
Probably
they say ratchet?
no, that's somebody else. She
Oh, okay.
basically wanted to they asked her what is a woman. She can't define what a woman is. That is a complete buffoon. you know. And you put this woman on Supreme Court, she can't tell you what a male or female is. Well, I don't know. I can't define what a woman is or not. I'm like, are you kidding me? So I'm saying to myself, how the hell? And also that Stacey Abrams, right? She almost made off with $2 billion. And so the Democrats got these black women, right, doing their bidding. But the thing is, though, they're trying to bully black men into support. Y'all don't support. Like they're trying to bully us into supporting Kamala. They don't put nothing. They just like shut up and vote. Y'all just get out there and
Right, but no incentive at all, right? We just gotta
just
just do
shut
it for
up.
no reason.
Just shut up.
straight
You
up.
just shut up. Just get out there and vote. Y'all got nothing to say. Y'all get out there and vote when and you had black. I said, why don't they put that mic in my face and ask me? You got black men out there, well, acting scared and whatnot. I'm like, dude, where do you think somebody's gonna come
Scared. They can't
out and
say
whip you?
nothing.
You ever see that? You say
Yeah,
you see these brothers
scared.
like it's like somebody's gonna come out and whip and put them on a tree and whip them and whatnot.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. I'm gonna vote for Democrat. That's how
Like
they just
Barack
sound.
Obama came up there with a whip and whatnot, and Negroes out there. Oh, okay, Master Obama.
Remember when Michelle threatened black men?
Yeah, your
The
mother. Yeah,
mother
I'm like, God damn.
threatened us.
Yeah, and
Don't
your
tell
mother's
him.
gonna get you.
Don't
Your ancestors.
tell
You know.
him. Don't tell him. Just do it behind his back. Go vote.
I'm like, damn, man. I'm saying it's like you know what I felt. After the election when I felt like black people looking at me like I knew you voted for Trump, didn't you? I was afraid that somebody's gonna roll up on me and shoot me and whatnot.
Right? And I don't know what the problem is. Like, bro, he was literally like a president not that long ago. Like niggas acting like we about to go and change or something. Like,
Yeah, we're gonna go.
what the
Yeah,
fuck?
you had black women online Like, well, I was saying this. He's gonna put me back into slavery. You see that one chick that was crying to what she gonna go back into
Yeah.
slavery?
I'm like, he was just president. Like, what do you like? What happened? Like, what did you forget? Like, what are you talking about?
That's the media, and so they pull out the worst card in black people. Donald Trump's gonna bring back slavery, racism. That's what they do. That's the only thing they got. So you never tell
Only
me
thing they
that.
got on our head.
You
Enabling.
mean tell me other groups of people they got policies. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna build. Black people is just fear mongering. They got slavery, racism,
Yeah,
white supremacy,
cops, immunity and shit.
police, and
Like,
all stuff like this.
right,
Drugs, death, and destruction and whatnot, doom and gloom. I'm like, oh man.
right. And then they were saying, and like a lot of niggas over here was telling me, oh, you right with Trump because he's trying to give police immunity. I'm like, so how about niggas just stop doing crime? Like, you know what I mean?
Hey,
Like,
that's
what?
the easiest. Or you know what I hate when
Or
people say, they say we got a problem with mass incarceration. Why don't you stop mass crime? You
Right?
know,
Like,
I
just
get. I
stop,
like
nigga.
that's
Right?
a thought, right? Why don't you
Right?
stop committing crime every time you are walking down the street? Instead of knocking over that old lady with head for a pocketbook and whatnot, leave her alone. And you won't be locked up. It's like, yo, niggas be like this. They're like, yo, man, I don't know how it happened. I'm just walking down the street, minding my business one night, and I got jail and that. Well, what were you doing?
Right?
Well, yeah, I had some
Bro,
crack in my
you
pocket.
have to do something, cause bro, I'm telling you, I'm a young black man, bro. I think I stopped with the police so many times, bro. By the grace of God, just because I just kept it chill, I'm just chilling. I've never been to jail, bro. Like that's why I'm like, you gotta do something, or you gotta be like extra in order to get booked,
Or
bro. It
or
has to
if
be.
you're driving down the road, right? Even though they'll fuck with you anyway, right? Don't have your fucking feet up on the dashboard when that, and you're passing around a lit object with that. He ain't gonna believe that's a cigarette. The police be telling me y'all make it too easy. Y'all out there freaking just passing around, but they y'all doing all right there. Open the window, all this marijuana smoke come out and whatnot. You got a 40-ounce open, whatnot, open container. You got a gun in the back of the thing, whatnot. Make it easy. It's like, dude, the cops are like, man, at least make my job a little hard, man. It's like,
You're
and
right.
it's like, like, yo, we keep getting locked up. Well, stop doing dumb shit, man. Like this, damn. Get a job. Do what you got to do, and stay out of fucking trouble, man. Stay out of their fucking face. Mass incarceration. We got black people locked up for crime. Stop committing crime. Maybe I'm missing something here, right? They're like, well, we criminalize black life. I didn't know black life was robbing 7-Elevens and selling dope and killing and shooting people and not. I guess they want that to be legal, right? Because they said we got to
They
stop
want that to be me.
criminalizing black life. Okay, I mean, everything we do is a crime. No, crime is a crime.
Right? They like, we made weed legal. What more you niggas want? Like, come on.
And that didn't help anything because the cops ain't looking for fucking weed.
Right? Yeah, they're looking for
Like
guns.
this,
Yeah.
what the fuck? They're looking for guns, they're looking for hard drugs and stuff like that. They're not really worried about elite weed and stuff like that. You smoking weed in your house, whatever like that. They ain't worried about that shit. But they are worried about other crimes, gun possession, stuff like that, robberies, all stuff like that. They or people like the thrill. There's a new thing now with thrill killing, where you're basically shooting your ops and what. This is crazy. know, you guys beefing all. They said another thing be like told me is you got dudes back in the days. If they had beef, they would do fisticuffs. You know what I mean, fist fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. I said the cops said when I first started in law enforcement 30 some years ago, you would have dudes they would come in and get beat up and whatnot. You have to go investigate it, whatever like that. You broke, busted nose, whatever like that. Or jump, whatever, or even stabbed. He said the same sort of arguments, right? They thought they somebody's girlfriend or somebody dissed somebody. He said now with social media it's 10 times more toxic because somebody can say something on Instagram and next thing you know somebody's pulling up on them.
Yep.
Guns are coming out. So that's what they're telling me. They're saying, yeah, it's not even over serious shit anymore. It's just dumb shit.
Yeah, it is, bro. It's always like that, bro. Well,
Yeah,
it was. It's not always like that, but it is like that now.
and the
Yeah.
females are behind it too because they be online talking shit, blah blah blah. And next thing you know, somebody said, "Oh man, you let this motherfucker say that about you." It's like, "Oh man, I got dissed. I got retaliate." You know.
Yeah, but it's the guys that's that simps that allow the women to hype them up to
And
do stuff because it's like
women have a lot to do with all this shit. You know, trust me. You
yeah.
know,
Now I know they do, but it's just like, bro, it's like if you a man at the end of the day, you're like, yo, like I'm not caring with.
and they'll go. They start all that beef. And like I said, you saw that riot that happened at the mall at the Pentagon Mall.
Yeah,
What happened? What kind
Oh, it
of
was like
right?
hundreds of kids, teenagers rioting, man. You know, I think it was spring break right now, or something. You know, and they were rioting, and the police couldn't get a handle on it, man. They said, and the people they were arresting for stabbing people,
Where
14
did it happen?
in D.C. at Pentagon Mall.
I know over the I think it was over the weekend. I think some
That was
kids.
over the weekend, yeah.
Yeah, damn. I think some
And
kids
so
got
I'm saying to
wild
myself,
out in
man.
Queens too, man.
But the
These
thing
kids.
is, even though I'll tell you right now, kids are going to be kids, you know,
Yeah,
14, 15-year olds, that's what they do, you know. Well, I like to know, what do you do about that? Because I remember all kids, when you get them together and they got nothing to do, they're going to cause trouble. As simple as that. Had nothing to do with race, whatever like that. Just as some kids are peaceful. Some kids, they just, they feel
yeah,
themselves. They do it, just unfortunately, like the older people, like, man, I can't go out when that's just the way it is until you get a grip on it. And then out of nowhere, it just dies, it
yeah,
stops, it stops. And then, maybe a couple of years later, flare, it just like comes in flares.
yeah,
So I don't know what you could do about that. When you deal with teenagers, that's one thing. But you can't have like people when you reach like 18, 19, 20-year olds acting a fool. Now you could do something. Because you can't do nothing about 14, 15-year-olds. That's the way they act. When
yeah,
they're out of control, they're out of control. You can nothing you can do about them. Just
right. You
hope,
can't even charge them.
yeah. It's hopefully they mature when they get older. But we got older people, in their 20s acting the fool, man. That's a different thing. So
Yeah,
it
and
is
that's
what
what
it
it
is.
is in our community. Like it's like you can act the fool until you 40, and it's okay.
Well, I think what it is I've noticed this something years ago. This is something I noticed about 20 years ago. Some brothers are they stay 15 until they're like 29. You know, I remember I was dealing with this one guy when I was working at the Kempsboro Rec Center in Virginia Beach, right? And this one guy was that there was we had to do a lot of gang issues, right? And they was have these little cliques and whatnot. And then all of a sudden somebody says somebody is a leader of the gang, and the dude was 29, right? And the rest of the gang were like teenagers or whatever like that. And he was like a fucking 15-year-old with a bandana, do rag, and all stuff like that. And he just running around, riding a bike and whatnot. I'm like, motherfucker, you're 29, you should have a job. You should have,
A family, someone
yeah,
getting to it or thinking about it.
streets with a crew of 15, 16-year-olds.
You could
Yeah.
go to jail hanging around them. That's like
But they don't care when at the bottom when something goes down, they get the underage ones to take the rap. That's what they do. You know? So I'm like, the leader of the gang when I some fucking 20-year-old clown. That's what I came up with the term deadly clowns.
yeah, it's usually like that though.
Yeah, it'd be like 28, 29-year-olds leading the gang and whatnot, and a bunch of teenagers and whatnot. And the thing is, they're all basically kids themselves. And when you get the 29-year-old, when you pull him up, he's acting like he's 15. Yo, man, blah blah blah. Like you forget that he's a fucking 29-year-old because he's talking like he's 15. They a lot of dudes and females, they turn 15 and they stay 15 until like they're well in their 30s, sometimes even 40.
Yeah, that's true. And they say allegedly, what is it? Your frontal lobe doesn't develop until you're 25. So yeah,
Yeah.
they
Some of these people stay. Some of these people stay immature until they're well in their 30s, and
yeah.
that's what you're dealing with in a society. So it just takes people. What Black America needs is more strong Black men around. Strong Black men. You take strong Black men. The Black community should be flooded with strong Black men with good jobs, money, families, and everything like that. Because let me tell you something. I saw this firsthand when the movie Endgame came out. Remember Marvel Endgame came out?
Yeah.
Okay, we were all my whole family, everybody, my brother, everybody. We went to movies to see that. Right, the movies was packed. They had like 5 theaters playing that. It was packed. It was like the biggest thing in the movie theater. Right, everybody was out there, black, white, Filipino, whatever, with a lot of fathers with their kids, wives, kids, and sons. Right, but let me tell you something. I said, oh man, I see a lot of teenage shit. It's gonna be fine. When the movie let out, right, all you saw was a lot of strong men standing around, men who looked like they were Marines, and stuff like that. It felt really, really good to be in a company of men, and all those men were like looking at each other like, "Yeah, we got this." And the teenagers there were fucking well behaved. Why? Because there was nothing but a bunch of big, strong, white, black, Asian, Hispanic men around. Daddy was home. There was nothing but fathers there. And men. So the teenagers were out there. Doing their thing. Like that. But they were in line. Usually, when
They're
you
gonna
go
be
out,
alone. They're not gonna trip because they're gonna see everybody. They're not gonna
there
trip.
was so many men there. A lot of them
Yeah,
had
they're not
guns
gonna
on them.
trip. They're not gonna
And
do
some of
nothing.
everything. A lot of them looked like they were cops. A lot of them, there was so many men there. I mean, men that looked like they were tough. Big strapping men all over the place, right? And everybody felt okay. We got to try. Usually, when stuff like the mall happens, there's no men around. There's nothing but
Yeah.
females and kids, whatever like that. And these little punks take over.
Yeah.
But that night, there were just as many men there as there were teenagers. And I said, that's what America's missing, men. You know, America's missing men. You got to build a society where there's strong men. I mean, and when you talk about men, I ain't talk about what America wants to do, where females have all the money, control, men are just weak and everything like that. These are men who like they have homes, families, stuff like that. They're breadwinners.
Yeah.
Old school. Right? And I was like, well, okay, this is cool here. It feels good to see so many men around. Men around. So I said, if something happens here and whatnot, we'll handle the situation. I said, yo, man, we see a fight break out here. There's men here. We're gonna handle that. As simple as that. So I know that for a fact. But when you basically have a situation where, like the Democrats they want to get rid of the men. You heard what Anthony Mackie said? Anthony Mackie said, "I teach my son how to be men." They're coming at them for that shit.
Yeah.
Just for saying that he wants his son to act like men. Hey, what's a man? Oh, Lord have mercy. This is a Democrat Party, man.
This is what we're dealing with. What's that?
What's a man? What's a man? Why are y'all telling him how to be a man? That's so, yeah, man. It's like, damn, like I'm a fucking man. What am I supposed to do? Say no,
Non-binary.
non-binary or whatever like that. And woman, a mother, you're not allowed to say mother anymore. You gotta say birth giver. And they'll say now you gotta say instead of daughter is natural child. Because daughter basically is a gender specific thing. These people are so, and this is what people wonder why the Democrats wonder why they lost. They want to make it so that you can't call. They don't say you can't say husband anymore. You gotta say partner. You can't say wife no more. You gotta say spouse. So all these terminologies and everything like that, they basically like this. The Democratic Party's pushing, and I'm saying to myself, if the Democrats want to win elections, do they understand what country they're in? That most people still believe in a man's a man, a woman's a woman. And so the bottom line is this: so since they don't believe that, and they went to the fringe, the far left fringe, you know, they're gonna keep losing, and they still don't get it. They're gonna double down. The transgender guy, whatever, like Gay said, the reason why we lost, he goes, we gotta be more forceful about message. So that they're gonna double down in this trans shit, like that.
Before you know it, they're gonna have sanctuary cities for the trans and all of that stuff
I
now.
wouldn't even mind that. You look,
They
I wouldn't
already
even
do.
look.
They already, I think they already doing it, right?
Yeah,
I
in
wouldn't
Palm
even
Spring,
look.
they get paid to live
I
there.
wouldn't even mind that, right? If you say like, then again, that's what that happened with San Francisco. And look what they did to San Francisco. The gays in San Francisco, they destroyed that city. The gays all moved out to San Francisco, because there was a guy named Milk that came there and basically invited them there. And they came from all over America as a haven for gays. And they destroyed that city, man. Social fabric of San Francisco was destroyed forever.
Yeah, because there's certain cities in California that they get paid to live there. So it's like,
Yeah. And these people don't they go there and they change. But I would like, if they can all go and congregate in one area, let them have it. You know what I'm saying? So if everybody in Virginia want to be like, I want to be around the LGBTQ, yeah, at least I don't have to see that shit. Go over there. But that's not enough for them. They don't want to retreat to their own sanctuary cities. They want to impose their shit on you. They want you, everybody on this panel, to put a rainbow flag in your front yard. They won't be happy until they paint the whole country rainbow and let everybody comply. And the Democrat Party is their base. They're the ones. The gays are the main power behind the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they're the money. They're the money too. They're the power.
The gays have the money. You know something? When I first got on Blog Talk Radio, right, this white chick, lesbian chick, called in, right. And she goes, Kala, how come you don't like? I said, I don't have nothing against the gays, but you guys basically are overstepping your bounds, whatever like that. This was back in 2009, right? And she said to me, right, something that was prophetic, and I'm shocked that she was right. She goes, well, let me tell you something. I heard that we got some very powerful people behind us, our movement. She said that, and I'll say, you know something? After all these years, I think about what she said.
A long time ago, she said that.
She said that. That was 2009. Right? I had no idea that was true. I was like, whatever. Y'all ain't got no power. Y'all ain't got no money, right? And was I wrong? Yes, I was fucking wrong. Yeah, the gays got the Democratic Party. They got money. They got literally billionaires that support that shit. They got money. Imagine if we had like I said, Baruti gets on me when he says I admire the white people, whatever like that. I would love to have a billionaire that says I like the idea of an Afghanistan. Let's see what we can do. Everybody else got people financing their ideas. No matter how crazy it is. They think about transgender, non-binary, all this crazy shit.
No, right?
But somebody that has a simple idea of a homeland for African Americans in Africa. Oh, no, we can't put no money behind that. No, Kala, whatever like that. All right, Jonathan, what's on your...
Evil.
I was no trip, Kala.
I'm the devil, man. I believe in Africa. I'm the devil,
How was your trip, Kala?
Oh, it was great, man. It would be nice if you would have came over there, man, like you said, but hey.
You left too early, brother.
Early. I told you I was going to be there.
You said 2 months.
But I don't,
you said you was going to try working out there.
I could have got you a freaking VIP visa to come over,
I got a Nigerian passport. I can go there for free.
No, yeah, but why didn't you come over there? All you do is come over there. I was there for a whole fucking month, man,
Oh, my God, that's not a long time, man. You got to stay longer than that.
If I thought you were coming, I would have stayed longer,
Kala, you was going to leave and within your monthly time frame.
I would change my flight. You said I'll be over there in another week or so.
Oh, just fly back. Just fly back next week. I'm going to
go all the way over there, round trip.
Yeah, just fly back next week.
Not to stop your shit, man.
I have never been excited, right? We so excited to a point which we've been looking at. First of all, Carl, I seen the old interview of you, right? And brother, you look real young. Now the shit says it was 3 years ago. I don't think that's true though, because you look way different than 3 years ago now. You was doing this interview with some chick in Liberia.
Oh yeah, I seen that. He was sitting at the table.
Yeah, he was sitting at a table or something like that. I'm like, I look like the color I seen.
What you talking about? The Kinganda channel?
I don't know what channel it was. We were watching it.
Yeah. That was in a thing. Yeah, I was really dark. I was sunburnt. Yeah, I was like, that was basically in the girl Bernice. She did our tour with us. That was back in a restaurant. It was Evelyn's restaurant. Evelyn shut down. Have you ever had Evelyn's, Dave?
Yeah, I ate envelopes. I love
Yeah,
envelopes.
they should open that back up. That was like
I don't know
Liberia's
why they.
soul
I
food,
didn't
man.
even know that. I didn't even know they shut
The
that.
lady died, Evelyn. She died. You know,
Yeah, man.
and the family didn't open it back up, man. I don't know what the hell. That was nice, man. I like when they walk in. It's like a drive. It's like you're in Los Angeles, or something, right?
Yeah,
That was
nice.
nice. Colin, that interview was nice. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. That interview, I was like, damn, this nigga's intelligent. This ain't the Colin that be on the platform, though. Now, where that Colin at, bro?
Yeah, the bottom line,
Now you
Bring that Colin. That
everything
Colin
I
be
say,
angry,
is
pissed
how
off.
people listen to
That
me.
Colin was talking about unification and how, we forgave white people. We can forget what happened in Liberia. We can move forward and build going forward. That's it to say, Colin.
Well, that's when I first got there, man. But my opinions changed a little bit over the years, bro. My opinions.
Your opinion should change. I seen this documentary about Liberia doing it was like from like 1970 to 1980 or some shit like that. And I was just amazed. I was like, they fucked up a good country.
Yeah, they fucked
I
it
mean,
up.
I thought they
Jonathan,
always
I get
talk
so
about
mad. I get so mad, Jonathan. Oh my
they
god.
always talk about rubber. Liberia had way more going on than just rubber. They had cement, painting, they had the airlines, they had oh my god.
Liberia was
These morons.
Liberia had an oil refinery in Freeport. They was refining Nigerian oil. You know, they had an oil refinery, everything. You know, so the bottom line, the country was industrializing. It was much ahead of the Asian countries at the time, whatnot. And these people, because they wanted political violence, remember Elvis had that old clown up here talking about, well, I said,
That's a
y'all,
damn fool.
that dude was an old fool and whatnot, you know? That's why I said I don't give these motherfuckers no respect. You know what I'm saying? You cannot give these people respect.
I don't, Colin. Don't
give them no respect. You know what I'm saying? When they come
Yeah,
up here
don't worry.
and act like they try to act like they're reconciled. No, these people are unrepentant about everything they did. You know? Dave and I know that. They're unrepentant about everything they did. They're defiant, you know, in their bullshit. Liberian rule was only really like 35 years. From 1945 to 1980. That's it. You know? Liberia was under
And that was the best years that Liberia ever had in this lifetime.
golden age, 1945 to 1980. That's what my next book on Liberia is going to be. 1945 to 1980, Liberia's golden age. That's going to piss a lot of people. Let me tell you something about Liberians right? There was this book in my library about Liberia, right? I used to go there and read it all the time. Real nice book, right? But anyway, one section was not really flattering towards the natives, whatever like that. And then I went back to get that book one day. You know that page was torn out?
What do you mean it's torn out?
Somebody tore that fucking page, the part
that
somebody tore that shit the fuck out, man.
So you gotta
That's what you're dealing with, man.
So you gotta find the book again.
Yeah, it was a real book. It was it's like it was, you know, the world culture.
It's one of those older books.
Yeah, older book, world culture.
Oh no! Then that's gonna be hard to find.
Yeah, so I got a lot of Liberian books. That was a really good book, you know. But in a library book, somebody tore the page, man. You know,
a library book, they can't find that. There's some of those books you can't find them no more.
Right. So I'm like, well, whoever didn't like what it was being said, they tore the page out. That's Liberians for you, man. You know, these people go to any length to cover up their crimes, man. You have no idea what you're dealing with, Jonathan. You know, when you deal with these people.
It's fine. I already, based on what I've seen so far, I'm already going there with a negative mindset. All of y'all just fucked up. Y'all the descendants of demons. And that's all that is. Except
go there and have a good time, man.
The Pele people didn't do anything wrong. It's just Elvis' dirty ass tribe.
Yeah.
And a couple of others. I ain't gonna blame all natives. Just the majority of them.
Yeah, but the whole thing is the thing is, like, I was debating this guy last night on.
Wait a minute, Kyle. I got a question. Now, when Tobin was the president, he had a native vice president. Did you know that? I'm pretty sure.
I know that. Yeah.
So why didn't he become the president afterwards?
Jonathan, when I bring that up, niggas get mad at me, bro.
Yo, look,
when I bring that up, I get mad.
President Howard in the 1900s had a native vice president, you know, and they'll always the government and stuff like that, you know. And so the bottom line, this idea that it was miracles versus native. That was not it.
Lies, Elvis. It's all lies, Jonathan. It's all lies.
It's all a bunch of
All
lies.
scams.
Yeah, I'm catching on to that because I'm like, wait a minute, they had a lot more people in power than they act like they had.
Let me tell you something, Jonathan.
They compress
When
people.
it comes to Africans, Liberians, Africans, just say 80% of what they say out of their mouth is fucking shit and lies. You know, the Africans are the biggest bullshitters on the fucking planet. You know, when you realize that everything coming out of an African mouth is a lie, you'll get someplace. You know, they lie about history, they lie about everything, whatnot. They boast about their success, like Nigerians. They go around, oh, we're the giant of Africa, we're the richest, but you know the fuck you're not. You know. So the bottom line, they lie, they over exaggerate, they like this, you know, like, and so the bottom, instead of actually building their country like they're supposed to, you know,
They can't. There's no building their country. I be wanting the Nigerian to come on the platform. I want Dynas to bring this up now because there was a report that came out by the Nigerian government, the NBS, National Bureau of Statistics, over 600,000 homicides last year. Just last year. And over 2 million kidnappings.
Most Nigerians is big. Dynas, man. I know you love like Nigeria, man, but Nigeria's not.
Dynas, you be lying now. Talk about Lagos safer than New York.
I know.
Lagos ain't got. New York ain't got nothing on Lagos.
Or Diane said you can make more money in Lagos than New York City. Okay, New York City's economy is $4 trillion. The whole of Nigeria is less than 366 billion. The whole of Nigeria GDP is only 60 billion. New York City alone, 500 square miles, is $4 trillion. There's so much money. Oh, matter of fact, when I was coming from the airport, I had to go to Hempstead. My car was in Hempstead, my aunt's house, right? So I took from the JFK LaGuardia to Hempstead, right? You know how much that Lyft ride was? $75 fucking dollars. That's New York City. I said, shit. I said, that little trip you saw at $75 at the airport, these guys are fucking, in New York, you drive Uber and Lyft, you're making easily a couple thousand a week. You know, try to make that in fucking Lagos, driving cab, whatever. You ain't.
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
So the bottom line is that, if you like Lagos, that's fine, whatnot. But please stop comparing to New York City. I'm from New York City, and there's money all over the fucking place. New York City is like the richest city in the world, you know? So like the richest city in the world. It's transportation, it's everything, you know? It's like, it is like the hub, you know, the hub. The infrastructure in New York is just a money-making machine. You turn New York into a money-making machine. It makes money when it doesn't have. New York basically generates $400 million a day worth of goods and services. $400 million a day worth of goods. Matter of fact, it's probably up to like $1 billion a day worth of goods and services now. That is amazing, you know?
Yeah, when you think about the transit system.
Yeah, everything. The goods are the airlines, everything like that, you know?
Airlines, everything, yeah.
The banking, the real estate,
Yeah,
the art gallery,
stock market,
the restaurants, everything like that. Yeah, there's about a $4 trillion a year economy, man, you know? So it's like, yeah, New York City is no joke. It's like you got to put things in perspective. I understand you like Lagos, man, but let's not be ridiculous, you know?
Yeah.
Nah, I talked to Dynas long enough. He don't like Lagos. One thing, look, Dynas, he a businessman. I respect him being a businessman. You gotta say whatever you gotta say, you know.
What do you think? What do you think about this Mark Meet Africa, man? I don't think it's working out for him in Tanzania. He's back in the States, I believe. You know.
What happened?
Mark Meets Africa. That guy that was in Tanzania.
What'd you go to Tanzania for?
Well, he was in Tanzania living there. He was helping people get resettled there and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
He was a young guy in his 20s when that, but I think he's back in the States. Something didn't work out, whatever. And they're coming at them and like now because I don't know what the hell happened, you know, but you know, he was there for years, you know, it was a Mark Meet out. He was there for years, you know, they went there when he was like 20 years old.
You just got tired, that's all.
Yeah, so
you got tired like they ran out of money.
Yeah,
so the bottom line, look, too interested in moving back, so that was the hustle.
Let me tell you something. Struggling, I mean, if you're the good time to do that, right?
Is in your 20s.
Is in your 20s, right? You got time to waste. You know, that's an experience he could write about. You know, he could write about that and stuff like that, move on with his life, recover and everything. But when you start getting in your 40s and shit like that, you can't be like Ricky from the Bag. He's fucked. This nigga went over in Africa in his late 50s and whatnot, you know, with a dream. When he's a fucking fool. Now he's in trouble right now, facing gun charges, you know?
Gun charges in Africa.
Yeah, in Gambia, he got caught with a gun, a gun information, you know, gun charge. Facing 10 years.
Nah, how you get caught? Who snitched on him?
Like they what you call it, something about weed on the property or something like that, you know?
Yeah, who snitched on one of the workers?
No, what happened was somebody says they said the police accused his son of selling weed or something like that, and they wouldn't investigate. While they was investigating the property, when they found a pistol that was unregistered.
You ain't going to jail. They just want as much money as they can get from him.
Yeah, but the bottom line, they charged him, they arraigned him and everything.
Yeah, they just want as much money as they can get from him.
Yeah, with the bottom line, no, they're going forward these charges, bro. And
I don't know now.
You know what the caveat is?
It ain't South Africa.
No, Gambia, in these countries like that, the reason why they take gun possession more serious is like in America, okay, if you have a gun, okay, they're thinking, oh, you can kill somebody, you can rob, whatever like that. In Africa, if you have a gun, they're thinking you're a threat to overthrow the government and stuff like that. That's what they see when they have a gun. That's how they treat it as your would-be assassin or something. That's why they take guns possession serious, handgun possession, you know, not rifle, but handguns association. You know, yeah, they do associate guns with terrorists. You're right. Hey, it's not so much as rifles. You know, you can have a rifle in Gambia, but a handgun it has to be registered. You know,
Well, you just went to the wrong country. I got a gun in Nigeria, so
like I said, in Liberia you can have guns now, but you gotta be it's a rifle. You gotta be, but I think they let you have pistols too, but it has to be registered with the local police. You know, so as long as they know about it, whatever is fine. But you can't have a gun that's not registered. That's when you get in trouble. You know, and stuff like that. You know, so yeah, I ain't moving no place if I can't have a gun. You know, I can't have some sort of protection, a rifle at least. You know.
cool. So what are you doing in Liberia this time around?
I got a house. I got a house this time now.
Okay, cool.
I had to furnish it and stuff like that. I spent a lot of money. Like that, you know, I was enjoying myself and everything like that. You know, I got really doing some soul searching about everything in life and everything like that. This movement and everything. You know, just I don't know. Just I'm all for the movement and everything like that, but just I don't know. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, man. But one thing I won't do is I will not pressure nobody into either going to Liberia or investing in Africa anymore. When it happens, it's going to be both sides, come together and that. But I don't see Africans doing that because they don't have the mind to do anything. I said like this.
No, they don't. They cooked.
I'm saying? So
I don't care whether people want to admit it or not. Africa is cooked. It's a dead dog.
I don't want to say what Hustle Smart says when we're.
You ain't gotta say it. I don't know what he said, but you ain't gotta say it. But Africa is a dead dog.
Oh, he said we're doomed. Like we're just doomed. Like
Black America ain't doomed. Africa doomed.
Yeah, Black America will be all right, man.
Black America, right? We're gonna be all right over here.
Black America,
but then, fellow Africans, you are doomed. When I found out 600,000 homicides, over 600,000. Now, if the Nigerian government says 600,000, it's really more than that. Over 2 million kidnappings, like, bruh. Just say that's in any other country, bro. That's a genocide that's taking place. They would talk about it. It don't even make the news like that. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's not.
I don't want to hear another Nigerian talk about anything.
Yeah, they're always online bragging about this shit. Like, dude,
there's nothing to brag about anymore. I'm gonna bring this up every single time. Like y'all wilding.
Nigerians, you gotta give it to them. They got a good propaganda machine going on. They're bullshit. They got a good propaganda machine going on. Somebody put an article. The Nigerian government, Dangote sold 2 million barrels of oil to America. First of all, Nigeria doesn't export oil at all to anybody. Nigeria, British companies and Dutch companies extract oil and give Nigerians a percentage, right? Dangote does not have any oil to export. He buys oil to refine it, you know? So how can Dangote export oil to the United States when that's not what he does? So they put out anything, and Dynas is reposting that, like, see, yeah, big. I'm like, dude, man, stop, you know? Stop it. Misleading people.
Diners be reposting lies, man.
Yeah.
This thing about Nigerian doctors and Nigerian success.
Oh yeah,
The only place to validate that shit is Instagram and social media.
Yeah, Instagram.
Not one government source,
Nigerian
nothing
blogs
else.
and stuff, you know.
Man, I'm done. Listen, Nigeria's a dead dog. Let's just call it what it is. It's time to break it up.
The word says they export to America. They're not exporting to America, bro.
They don't export to America.
Look, I work in it. Look, I live in the area where shipping oil tankers come in.
Well, they won't even take that grade of oil.
There's no Nigerian oil tankers, Mufasa. None. You know, there's no Nigerian owned ships that ship anything to the U.S. ports. None. So this whole thing about with tariffs and whatnot doesn't affect Africa because Africa really doesn't export anything to the United States. That's just the truth, you know. Tariffs and all that stuff like that. You know, I go to the. I live in an area. Port Norfolk is the 5th largest port in North America. I go out to the port sometime. I watch ships come in. You know, the containers. I look at the names on the containers. I see names like Yang, Patel, Shas. You know, all these exotic names written in Arabic and Japanese writing. I have never seen an African container coming in a port. You know, never seen an African container. That would make me so proud, right? If I seen Uganda or Kwanzaa shipping lines, you know, yeah, something like that. You know, I would be so proud. You know, I take pictures of it. See, oh wow, we're on our way. Africa is exporting to the United States. Nothing. Not one time. They put the things on the railways and the rail be like a mile long. And we're not. Okay, here comes Mufasa. Let's see. Mufasa up on the stage. What's going on, brother?
What's up, bro? What's up?
Hanging in there. Mufasa, what's going on, brother? Mufasa, you there?
It's like you're on mute.
Nah, yeah, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
I was trying to set up. Yeah, I was trying to set up my thing because you can't really hear. But yeah, I don't know if you saw the link I dropped. They say they be exporting crude petroleum.
Who?
I just dropped the link in the thing. Maybe it didn't post because it's a link. I put it in the back chat, or I could show it.
I didn't see a link. But who exactly is this? What shipping? What ships do they own?
Why do they have to own the ships to sell petroleum?
Because petroleum has to be shipped in special oil tankers that cost a lot of money.
So you got 2 windows open. You got a delay. Check to see if you got 2 windows open.
Transportation company. Why do you have to? You know what I'm saying? Why can't you just hire someone to do that?
Well, because first of all, it's like this. If you have a shipping line, this is how it works, Mufasa. Most shipping companies, the supply chain on a heavy schedule, right? In other words, to book a shipping line, right, to ship things, you have to have a pre-order that's basically, let's say, a buyer in America that says, okay, we got a 5-year deal to buy a certain amount of oil for you, supply a certain amount of oil for you, right? When the shipping company sees that, right, and he sends a contract to you, he knows that he has at least 3 of those 5 years under contract. Then he's on loan. Give you one of the ships to operate as a manifest. He has his manifest, and he knows what to do, transport the fuel from one thing to another. But the thing is, you have to have a big enough order to basically for them to commit one of their ships to you. You know, That means that it would take, I mean, a tremendous. It could be like, okay, I'm just going to ask some, when I get some more, I'm going to export to you. So in order for the shipping company to give you one of their tankers, which costs a lot of money, you have to basically have, deep pockets and a long-term shipping manifest. That's how it
But
does.
what does that have to do?
That's how
What's,
Japanese did. Japanese started their shipping around their islands first, right? They contracted out foreign vessels to move to use steamships to move goods from Tokyo to Yokohama to Kyoto and all these other places like that, right? Once they got really good at that, then the Japanese government bought 13 steamboats themselves and gave them to Mitsubishi, and he started shipping Japanese goods and everything like that, replacing the foreign shipping lines, But they had to establish the shipping line first. The Mitsubishi just basically gradually took over the business shipping around the islands. And then like 20 years later, Mitsubishi opened up the first line from Nagasaki to Shanghai and Korea. And that saw the Japanese influence in that region. That's why that the Russo-Japanese War, and you had the invasion of Manchuria and Korea.
so if you share my screen, why do you think they're saying on here that Nigeria is selling billions in
I have no idea. Who is this? This is a credible source.
This is oecworld.com.
Who is OEC?
We used to use this for our studies. They basically will show you the trade.
Hold on, check this out. You have my email address?
Yeah.
Send this to my email. I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. It's just a website.
Okay. No, don't put it in the chat. Send it to my email. I can't look at it.
I don't know if I got your email.
It's right there on the screen. Nation.college 5. You sent me an email before.
All right, cool.
Send it to me. I want to look at it.
But yeah, no, we used to do this. I don't know if you've seen caught my lives teaching my daughter, but we used to go over all these. Yeah, and then we'll break down like what it shows you what are the main imports, the main exports, to which country you can isolate it. And if you pay, you can get even more information.
So you understand, the difference between somebody exporting something and somebody going to a country and bringing it back. Exporting
it's the same thing.
No. Exporting is when you basically export something from your port to somebody else's port under a manifest, right? That's what an export is. No,
export it. You produce goods.
No,
how you get it there is not really.
Look, if somebody comes to your country, right, and they basically taking a whole shipload of, let's say, palm oil, right? They're growing it, or you growing it, and they're putting it on their vessels, and they're importing it into their country. You didn't export it. Africans, they call that exporting to Africans, but exporting is when you control the business end of the thing. You ship it, and the banks release the money. When the banks, the people get their money, right? That when the shipping companies give the shipping documents to the bank, right? That the stuff has been delivered to the port. That's called a manifest. When the manifest and the shipping documents go to the bank, funds are released.
You're giving like the details that aren't really relevant, though. At the end of the day,
have you ever shipped anything before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how shipping works. You have.
What is that? What does it have to do with? Okay. There's 5 parts of the supply chain.
I know, but
if I provide the raw material, I don't have to transport it to be an exporter.
Look, that's why I said if you have raw material, that's why African countries are not making any real money.
But you're still exporting, though.
The real money is not only that when you export stuff, that you're on the other end of the thing, exporting thing, right? And you're also processing and adding value to it when it's its destination. But if you're just if a person's coming there and they're bringing their ships in, that means you have the price of the shipping, right, comes off your bottom line. That's why African countries very, very little off their minerals, because the Western companies are paying for the transport, logistics, and the shipping. That's why Nigeria, those countries don't make that much money off their raw materials and their oil and stuff like that, because they don't handle the thing. Royal Dutch Shell and all this BP and all these other people make the real money. You know, African countries don't really make the money off their minerals and raw materials and everything. You know, that's the problem. You know.
I still don't. I hear that, but that's a different argument. I'm saying that doesn't mean you're not exporting just because you don't have shipping company.
That's what people call exporting. But
That's not exporting, bro.
That's not exporting.
How's it not exporting?
It's not exporting.
Okay. Let me give an example. Like, okay, look at Japan, right? They build. Listen. They build like Toyotas. They manufacture Toyota. They build them, and they put them on ships and they export it. Like he's saying, a manifest. Maybe America want 50,000 Toyotas. You know, they're gonna ship it, different models, everything. It's a manifest. Then they're gonna.
What does that have? Manifest is just like a technical term.
No, what does it have to do with it? Manifest is the whole thing.
That just means that's what's in this package. That's all that means.
When something gets on a ship, right? That ship does not move unless it has a manifest.
Yeah, all that manifest just means that's what's in this.
Manifest tells a ship, says everything that's on that ship, where it's going to, everything, you know. And when it gets to the port and land is port of destination, right? They basically hand the shipping documents to the bank, right? The bank, then they unload the stuff right there. And once the stuff is unloaded, right, it's sealed, right? The bank verifies the stuff has been unloaded, and then the funds, whatever, is released. It's always held in escrow, and then it's released. That has been received. That's an export.
Yeah, but you're given the details. That doesn't matter. I mean, when this isn't like a logistics class. At the end of the day, they bring this stuff. Like, I don't need to know all the details. If I send shoes to my daughter's house, I don't need to know all the details of the guy signs it. He does the bill of lading. They put it in the truck. They break the seal. It doesn't matter.
But Foster, that's not how business works, bro.
No, what I'm saying, we're just talking economics.
Yeah, but
they're exporting. I don't need to know about the bill of lading and the shipping manifest. It's irrelevant.
The manifest, your bill of lading, all that stuff like that is part of exporting.
I understand. Okay, but a guy driving a truck and breaking a seal on his truck is a part of exporting. But we don't need to talk about that.
Hold on. When you're talking about going from one country to the other, right? The export is you have a finished product, a packaged product, right? A product that's packaged, finished, crated, and sealed, like usually on a container. Right? Container ship is a revolutionary, right? Because a container, fill a container up, right? That container goes from one port to the other, right? One port to the other, right? And when that port gets to the other port of the destination, right? The funds, the bill of lading, the funds, and the manifest, the bill of lading is released to the shipping company, ships that to the bank. The banks get the documents and everything like that. That everything's been delivered, and the bank releases the funds. You know, funds are paid for, and the person gets their money that the company that exported gets their money because it's been received.
So Nigeria doesn't do this.
No, they don't.
So they just don't export anything.
No.
They just
Nigeria. This is what Nigeria goes. Let me tell you something, man. I've been studying this for years, probably before you were born. Nigeria, basically, up until the 1970s, Nigeria didn't even have offices until they built it at Port Harcourt. They didn't have office for all that. The oil platforms would just drill off the coast and whatnot and just hand the Nigerians a thing saying, this is what we did. And then the Nigerian government made them open offices up. That's what improved the situation. But still, though, those are foreign companies, right, who take the oil and drill the oil, or they do spills, whatever like that. They take it back to the thing when they're oil tankers, and they bring it back to oil refineries in Texas and stuff like this. Nigerians don't do that, you know?
So this says that in 2023, Nigeria did 61 billion in exports, but you're saying they didn't do this.
That's misleading. That's not export.
So this didn't happen, though.
Now, hold on. You could say that Nigeria as a country did export. That don't mean Nigerian businesses exported, you know? That means oil was taken out of Nigeria. You could call it. See, the thing about Mufasa, I've been studying this for years. They have different metrics when they use for Africa, right? They'll say that which we call Ghana is a number of cocoa exported. Ghana don't export cocoa. Western companies buy the cocoa and bring it or put it on their ships and bring it to their chocolate factories overseas.
You just used a lot of words to say that Ghana exports cocoa.
No, they don't export
You just
cocoa.
broke it down, but that's exporting.
No, that's not exporting. That's
What
what
is
they
it
call.
then?
Oh,
I think
that's what they use for Africa. They call Africa. That's an African export, right?
let's look
Any
at
place
this.
other than the world, it's just exploitation. And Africa is called an export.
Let's take a look. Export. All right.
When they say African, when they export, when they say like this, when they say African export, they'll say anything. That's not an export. Are you gonna tell me Ghana really exports gold?
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
See, for example, they said cars, electronics. They're not exporting none of that.
Brazil exports coffee and soybeans.
Yeah,
Nigeria
they got finished
exports.
product.
I didn't even say anything about it, and it said Nigeria exports crude oil. I didn't put anything
Yeah, but
Nigeria in my
bottom line is,
question.
hold up. They say, look,
I
that's
just
the
said for
whole
our
thing. That's
country,
the whole
and
thing
then I
that
said what is
throw
an
you
export.
to throw people off. And I know those not Nigerians that are exporting the oil. It's BP and Shell and all these other companies that's bringing the oil out. Whatnot. There's no Nigerian oil tankers that land in the or contracted tankers that land in the thing. It's foreign companies that's doing that. It's British American companies that are bringing the oil over. Not Nigerians.
They're still going to count that as an export.
Yeah, I know, but they count it export. But look at other countries. Let me give you an example. Let me play you a video, Mufasa. Let me play you a video. Let me show you something, brother. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Me and Bomani was going over this a year ago. We're trying to tell people the difference. Let's see. Liquefied natural gas. God, I can't see shit. Oh. All right, let me show you something, bro.
Yeah, I think I see what your point is, but I think you gotta change your wording.
No, I'm just telling you like it is.
I
Look,
think I see what you're trying
I
to say.
think
You're saying
Africans
that
we need to change things. The reason why Africa is not getting any real wealth because this bottom line, as long as Europeans and foreigners control the logistics of everything Africa does, it's never gonna get no place. I'm just telling you the truth. Let me show you this. This is Bahrain, liquefied natural gas. Hope this will thing. We'll show you some more video about liquefied natural gas. See how they do it. Bahrain Petroleum Company. See how they own everything. Import terminal. They import the stuff. Okay. Ain't the fucking video I wanted, but let's see. Let's see. Let's
So
see,
your
internal.
argument is that you have to own the tankers, you have to own all of the
Yeah, so
equipment
it's
that you
called the
use to export.
logistics. It's a supply chain. It's a whole thing. Look at Mitsubishi.
Okay,
You look
logistics.
at
There's
Mitsubishi.
5 parts of a
Look at,
supply chain. Almost no one does all of them.
yes, they do.
Almost
Well,
no
yeah, I
one
know.
is vertically integrated all the way through.
Or you could basically have one master, right? There's two things you need to understand, Ofasa. You have vertical integration and you have horizontal integration. Of the thing. The thing is, though, the foreign companies are the ones that's doing the logistics, not Nigerians doing logistics as far as the oil. It can, like Dangote basically built a refinery, right, and he outsourced a lot of his work to foreign companies and everything like that. He can get a hold of that, but you cannot have a situation, Mufasa, where 99% of everything you do is outsourced to foreign companies. At least some of the logistics that you have that has to be outsourced uh, within your own country and everything like that. That's almost like insourcing because you have a nationalistic point of view. But in Africa, basically, it's not like Asian countries where even though a company might do work, contract with Mitsubishi, they not be part of Mitsubishi, but because it's still Japanese, it's still considered insourcing. You know, and in Africa, you don't have that. Everything is done, the logistics, the engineering, everything is done by foreign companies. Let me see. I'm gonna try to select this Bahrain import terminal project. I want to like this. The thing is, free investor stock. Well, I wish I could find this one thing I was talking about. But the thing is, though, the liquefied natural gas of Bahrain, right? There was basically Bahrain oil tankers supply the whole of Asia. China, they supply Japan with liquefied natural gas. Nigeria was supposed to do this back in '98, right? When Abacha was there. They was going to do supply Italy with liquefied natural gas. That means they take the gas, put it in tankers and everything. They were going to invest in. Nigeria was going to move into investing in tankers that would they basically have the frozen liquefied natural gas and ship it as Italy. And Italy signed like a 10-year contract to supply it with liquefied natural gas. But after Abacha left, the deal fell through. That would have basically put Nigeria on a different path because exporting liquefied natural gas themselves. Now, a good chance that Africa has is this new pipeline Uganda is laying down. They're going to actually be exporting oil and natural gas from Uganda to the Tanzanian coast and to the world. And they also, Uganda has every intention of having its own shipping line and supplying the world with gas and oil itself. Not it's a foreign company sucking oil like a straw and bringing it out there. It's going to be Ugandan firms that are shipping the oil out and carrying it to this destination. See the difference? That's what Museveni is going to do.
I know, but you don't have. This is what I'm saying. You don't have to be vertically integrated to be an
No,
export.
what I'm saying is, if you don't do that, you're only making peanuts. If you don't ship the oil yourself, produce it and ship it yourself, you're not making any real money. You're just wasting your time.
All right. My only point was that they are exporting oil. That's all I
But
was
yeah,
saying.
you could call it export, but what Uganda's about to do is going to be really exporting. What they're about to do is going to be like this. It's Qatar and Bahrain, bro. It's Qatar and Bahrain got liquefied natural gas and they export themselves. They produce it, they ship it around the world. Qatar and Bahrain ship liquefied natural gas around the world themselves on their own tankers, their own shipping lines, everything like that themselves. Uganda's going to do the same thing. Uganda's going to be rich as far as the oil business. Watch them. It's a different system than Nigeria did. Nigeria's still operating on an antiquated system.
Well, I mean, they're supposed to be trying to get their own refinery, so see
Well,
how
yeah,
that goes.
well, that will help them for domestic use. That'll cut down, hopefully, on imports and everything. But the thing is, though, what Nigeria needs to do is go to a market supply and demand for its oil and whatnot, and get rid of the subsidies. That's what it is. They got to stop subsidizing its oil.
They already got rid of the oil subsidies.
What?
They stopped the oil subsidies when Tinubu came in.
Well, that's what they need to keep doing. Then get rid of oil subsidies and let the market price of natural supply and demand work.
No, but I hear you. I mean, it would be better if you did everything, but for now, you got to do what you can do. You know what I'm saying?
So like
I don't see Nigeria anywhere close to having tankers to do their own exports.
All I know is, check this out. Uganda's going to do it. Angola's about to do it. And all these other countries that are getting serious about their development is doing it. I'm looking for. That's why they're trying to shut down Museveni right now, because they're trying to say, "Oh, it's going to be damaged the environment." Motherfuck the environment. Like one African chick said, Africa's sitting on $12 trillion worth of proven energy reserves, and they want to give Africans $100 million for green energy, when you're sitting on $12 trillion worth of proven gas, oil, coal, and energy reserves. With 70s, like, man, get out of here with that environmental shit. We're gonna drill, baby, drill. That's why I respect that. But the thing is, the pipeline that they're building in Uganda is owned by Uganda Oil Company. It ain't foreigners. It's all
okay.
Uganda.
What about, and they have all the material, all the equipment.
Yeah, they did all that. They got all the material,
and they're going to refine it themselves.
They're building it right now.
And they're going to refine. They're going to refine it themselves and have a finished product.
Yeah, they're going to have the
and supply line.
Yes, exactly. They're going to be drilling the oil, and the bottom line is this: they're looking to compete with Russia for the European market for as far as energy. They're going to be doing natural gas, and they're going to be really doing crude oil, and exporting themselves, and making the real money. They're about to make a lot of money, and what you call, oh no, here comes Lewis, here we go, Mr. Ghana explainer, oh no, no one's even talking about Ghana. Here he comes, man. Here he comes, man.
Hey.
Oh no,
you, brother?
Hey, Lewis,
how are you, bro?
What's going on, bro?
Everybody all right?
Yeah,
oh yeah.
Good.
You listen to the conversation?
Yeah, I actually woke up not long ago. I've got about 3 hours before I get to work, but I was off yesterday, so I've had plenty of rest and all that, just chilling. I love the show as usual. I love the subject. Uganda is interesting because they really have a real opportunity, because a lot of the stuff.
Of course. This is the first time Africa is going to really have an oil industry that they did themselves, and they're going to actually make the real money. You want to see? Yeah, you're going to see what real money looks like.
That's it. Because what it is, I mean, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Museveni, he's been around long enough not to be easily swayed.
He's not a fool.
Yeah, only you can't be a
fool. He's an OG in the game.
Yeah. If you've been around that long, you can't be a fool. And he's been around the difficult times in Africa as well, and he's still around.
Yeah, that's true.
Although I don't appreciate one person being there, but if that one person is going to put the country in the right direction, I got no problem with it. Yeah, on paper, he's done all the stuff that I would have done as a leader, right? And he's waited. He hasn't rushed to bring in capital where he's not. The Ugandans are not controlling what's happening. Yeah. So I mean, we're talking about the oil. You know how much gold he's got on the ground? He ain't even letting them tap until he's in charge.
That's exactly what you got to do. You got to say, look, if we can't control it, we can't export it, we can't refine it.
Thank you very much.
You got to know how. You got to know when to say no.
That's it. This was the same sort of attitude.
He holding in for the long haul.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Because
holding in for the long haul.
Yeah, he's been around long enough.
Museveni should be 80 years old in office.
Who cares? Who cares? I don't care.
The thing is, he's been around, and he's been doing a good job. So.
Yeah, he's been around long enough. I mean, like I said, I'm not his biggest fan, but when I look at it, you see, you got to play with the cards that you got. Yeah, We know what we really need to get it running, because we see other people doing it and it frustrates us, especially those of us who are not in a position of power. We literally pulling our hair out. But when we see some basics being done, we turn around and say, that's how we want it. That's why some people in West Africa are screaming for Traore and all the others and so on and so forth. But in Museveni, I see where the real power is going to come from. Everybody talk about Kenya and all that. I see the way they've done things in terms of what they're saying going to do with the minerals, the way they've set it up. That's how you really supposed to do it. And that's how the likes of Nkrumah wanted it. And he exposed that in his books he wrote. The problem we've got in West Africa, we like the short-term, quick, grab the money, I'm in power now because we don't know tomorrow. It's a terrible way of looking at things. That's why we have not been able to get ourselves right. Right? But in Africa, there's no excuse. There's still plenty of stuff that the white man knew about but couldn't get to. Right? And that's the advantage we got in Africa. What I cannot stand is the short-term look of where we look at things. And in Africa, we're guilty of it. Nigeria, unfortunately, are very guilty of it. But they've got a chance to get it right again under Dangote and this new generation that seems to be there. They've got the chance now. So again, even for them, there's no excuse. If you look at it in terms of natural resources, God has been very good to the black man. But we've now got to step up because there's more hungrier wolves. But with the technology, makes it easier for you not to have no more excuses. But we need not just the political players. We need the industrialists. I'm so sad that recently, I don't know if they buried him yet, Dr. T. Mensah, right? He's passed away. But in Uganda, like I said, most of Africa, we've still got the raw materials to get it right. We must be in charge, or if not, be in a position to have the next generation going in charge. But we don't have strong leadership, we're in trouble. In this way, Uganda got an advantage. The man's been around a long time. You can't bribe him with some little coins. He's had enough bribery money to last him a long time. He's a one-man party, which Nkrumah wanted. So he's got no excuses. Okay, if he's going to be in charge, his son's going to be in charge. I don't think we're going to be loyal to his son, but I think he's done everything on paper right. There's no excuse. The technology is there. We've got to stop being greedy. We need long-term planning, short to long-term planning. What is the next plan for Uganda in the next 10 years? That's what's crucial. Okay, we get that. They get that right. They can get capital from one industry, add it onto the next, and invest it onto the next. Not like the West African model with quick concession, 10%. Ghana is I call Ghana the 10% nation. Liquefied gas comes. We're going to be doing something good with that. But we get lithium, 10%. Gold, 10%. The good thing is that we've got so much stuff still left on the ground. But how long are we going to keep doing this 10%? And then someone comes up, they'll pay someone, you come in, oh, accept the 10%. If we don't do 10%, they're going to go somewhere else. Short-term gain. Next thing you know, they sign a contract. They've gone in parliament, they've duped their people, paid people in the background, they've signed it, 10% gone, 10% gone for that, 10% gone for this. Then what's going to be left for the people? And everybody keeps coming to Ghana to invest because they know you can persuade the parliamentarians to look good and speak for you. They will fight harder for you, for the international investors, than the bloody international investors themselves, because everybody's looking to have bling bling car, look good, look how good I am, well I'm doing, and the country gets screwed. Ghana gets screwed every day because everybody goes to this place that and from set up and they get screwing it. Everybody taking for themselves individually. The only one that benefits is the so-called foreign investors. Yeah. So in Uganda, they've got an advantage. Let them make the best of it. I'm not the biggest fan of Museveni, but we've given the players we got on the field who are so unloyal to Africa now. They're so unloyal to Africa. At least he's got something, you know, a reputation to
he's building that pipeline no matter what anybody says. Yeah,
that's it. He's done the right thing. He ignored the West, the West, because they didn't have a better alternative. But you notice how every time Africa comes with something good, they will sit down and come up with some bullshit about environmental.
That's why that's why they always propped up Nigeria, right?
because they know they can get away.
Model. It's probably a role model. Nigeria basically is a whole. If everybody follows Nigeria's model, Africa is never going to be free.
No, forget it. You cannot afford to do that. The only saving grace for Nigeria is this Dangote thing. So I'm hoping now.
The only
from
thing
now
about Nigeria is Dangote.
Yeah.
Other than that,
but even for that, right? We know it took too long for him to come and do that anyway. But he had to wait till the political
come and
time
do what?
was right, whatever. Yeah. Because even with him, they're giving him a hard time.
Hold on, but to do what? You talking about the refinery?
Yes. Listen, way too late. But it's not.
I'm even concerned about that refinery when you look at the way that it's funded. I mean, it's white hands all up in there.
What I mean is, we've lost a lot of money, right, and a lot of time getting to this stage with a refinery. Great is here, but now he can sit on that refinery and start jumping on. He's got other projects and start jumping on them. But as Carla mentioned, logistics. He's got to set up a logistic company, to me, with other entities, and he's got enough capital to do all those things. Once he starts doing that, you will see that individuals like him get power. You don't need a government. They're politicians, you can buy them. He starts moving in a big way. But what happened? Those gangsters gonna still do their thing. There's nothing, I can't do nothing about the nature of Nigerians. I'm sorry, my brothers, this is from Nigerians. But there will be others that will come. God will send good people down your way. There's bad people, but there's always some good people. And what the people have to do is to get behind the good people. And next, the politicians will be left scratching their asses when the real power in Africa is the ability to produce. That's where the real power is. Yeah. So I mean, good luck to Uganda. I'm glad they still got a man of steel in power. I've done agree with him heartedly, but when you look at what's coming, I think he's going to put the country in good stead. Now, politically, I don't think his family is going to last too long. Okay, because I know Uganda's good fight. He subdued them for a while, but I think in time his fate will be dealt with. But for the country going forward, I think the country will have a lot to look forward to if they stick to their guns and realize that their stuff on the ground is for them. It's for the development of the country. Yeah, build institutions where the government can pump money into in the future and make those institutions strong. The only good thing Obama done when he came to Africa, he gave us a clue. He gave us a thing in Ghana. He said we got weak institutions, not just for Ghana, Africa as a whole. That was a little message he's giving to you. Okay, but the problem is the people looking after the meat. They are eating the meat. The dogs looking after the meat are eating the fucking meat. The African politicians. This is the problem we got. They're not loyal. Look what they've done to Nkrumah. For show individual gain. Sell the whole country's assets so you can get £1 million while the thing is worth £1 trillion. This is where we're going short in Africa. Yeah, this is why some people like the military. That's why Rawlings was popular. He came in and dealt with the fuckers. But unfortunately, during his time, the technology wasn't around for him to turn it around so quick. When he did come to turn around, he was out of office, and a lot of the other crooked, dirty politicians came in, right, and done some dirty deals. He himself had to get out of his own political party because they wanted to stab him in the back. But he was so popular, and anything would have happened to him, the country would have gone back to military rule. So his leadership. We've got everything we need in Africa, right? Listen, the rocks, the stones alone in the ground in Ghana, you know how much that's worth? Get stones, basic stones you use to do buildings and so on. There's no excuse. This generation fucks up from my generation, we fuck up, it's done. Okay? I will never point the finger at a white man again. I still do. But if we fail to do what Uganda is doing or put ourselves in the right position to jump to the next level, now that's down to them. My only thing with Ghana is once we got nuclear coming, once we get it in the next, I think, 4 or 5 years, the American company doing it, no excuse for anybody in Ghana. You have full electricity. We got full electricity now, but with no excuse for anything else after that. We've got the gas, we've got everything, you name it. We're so lucky. Most of the things that people need, we've got about 80% of them on the land, and the land is quite small as well. No excuses. Even in the northern area where it's been quite poor for a while, in between Burkina Faso and Ghana, the amount of stuff coming out the ground, including gold mine and all the other new stuff, is mad. It gets absolutely crazy. No excuses. But if we sit back and allow bad leadership, people who don't have no plan come in power like the one we got now, Mahama and so on, we're going to be in trouble. You need dynamic leaders, because that's how black people are. We listen to our chiefs and our kings. We need a strong dynamic leader that's going to push that forward. That's why the white people get giddy when we get in chroma and so on. We need that. That's how black people are. That's why you're doing so well on YouTube. Sorry, Carla. It's because you stuck to your message. You ain't made no big money out of it, but your message is what resonates. And that's how, when you're with black people, when you're honest like that, people will follow you. Yeah, you don't have to have big capital. You just have your ideas out there. Because people listen to your show, they'll be copying it. Right, but unfortunately,
like I said, I don't like toot my own horn, but I am having a lot of impact on YouTube and stuff like that.
That's your gift. God is giving you that gift. That's what a lot of the gifts that a lot of the preachers had in the black community, whether in America, and back home. That's when they're looking for leadership. They're always looking for people who can say this, and that. When my uncle used to tell me, he looked at me one day because I used to love speaking. And he said, "When you come here, you concentrate on your business. Don't get involved in politics." That's one of the most prominent things I used to hear. I still got a ring in my ear. But he became a powerful man, not by getting involved in politics. So he married into politics. He concentrated on his business and became one of the most successful. If I mention his full name, everybody in Ghana will know the man's company. He's got banks and insurance companies, and his kids are all running and so on and so forth. Yeah. So what we need now in Africa is the skilled men. Those people behind those petroleum companies that liquefy these things. Those are the people, once you step back to Africa with that, that's the gold. If you don't have money, that's the money. Because you can get rich people who put money in your pocket. And it took me years and years to realize that I got a trade. And once you step back in Africa with that trade, you're gone. One of my aunties, when I had my shop, my dad wasn't helping me. And she came to my shop one day and saw the stuff I was making for these white people who were buying it. My auntie said to me, she started crying. She just broke down, started crying. Once you step back to Africa and see what you can do with wood, you don't have to worry about nothing. And she passed away now. But that was the best advice I can get to all the brothers and sisters coming back home to America. Your skills, like I said, the brothers and sisters, what they're doing with real estate, nothing extraordinary in Africa, nothing big in America. But once you bring it to Africa, you must have seen that, Carla. And I have a brother, I think Mufasa, you went to Nigeria. Once you bring the basic stuff you see here in the West to Africa, which is what the Lebanese and Indians are doing, nothing extraordinary, and be patient. It just goes, and we're gonna do that. And they see that. Europeans see that, but we gotta be careful because they've got their eye on Africa. They've never seen. They just wondering, okay, how are we gonna get jump in here? How are we gonna do this? That's why I get petrified when I see people in too much positions of power who've been in Africa, like Elon Musk and all that. Because I know what these people are like. We must automatically, instinctively, as a people, have our guards up and realize that whatever we've got left in Africa, however bad we think it is, that's the place where God has left his raw materials. Can't allow the same bullshit that's happened to the cocoa to happen to this. And no, we cannot be that silly. Okay? So if we got to wait, we wait. If they tell us to move to let them go to the next territory. We don't care if they make a rocket and fly off to Mars. In fact, I'm hoping they're going to do that. But we got to get it right. We got to get it right. We will get it right. We must. There's no other choice. Africa is the only choice.
Yeah.
If we do it right, there's enough for everybody.
Like I said, the whole thing is if Africa really gets serious about industrializing, there'll be no problem with like millions of black people in the West coming.
Easy. Right? That's why I don't worry no more, because I'm so happy. That's why I am, when Diners came on, you come on, visuals, we're visual people. You show us stuff, white man turns up, he shows us a gun, we got a gun, a bullet go, he puts it, it shoots the goat dies, and then whoa. Okay, all we gotta do, once the people see running water in their village, is done. No matter what you gotta say, the voodoo man was finished when the white man turned up and fired the gun. That was the end of him. Okay, so we gotta be realistic and realize the shortcomings of our people. Our people like short games. They will sell you out, just to have a car to drive down the road, show everybody, yeah, I'm the boss. Okay, I've seen it in my own life. I've had my youngest brother. He's their professors. I've a brother, but they don't have the trade I got, because I can go into the village and make thousands of money, stuff worth thousands of money in the village. I've done that with the cane furniture. You know the woven furniture? Yeah. I got a whole catalog I made way back in 1996. But one of my cousins stabbed me in the back. Right? And I got vexed with my dad because my father didn't really help me with it. Ever since I sat back all this time and I said, listen, I'm going to get my capital, get my machinery, go back to Africa, into the village. And now in that village, they got electricity there. So I ain't got to worry about going to capital and paying extra money. And right next to my plot of land, in the other plot of land that my brothers and sisters were going to come and use because they're not coming back to the village, I'm going to use it, make my furniture right next to where I live, Carl. I'm going to show you the pictures one day. But I will do a little link up and we can see it live when I'm in Ghana. And that right next door, so I'm going to make it like a farm, you know, like those white people do their farm factories where they're bringing the produce and they turn it into finished product. I'm going to do that with the wood. So make quality made furniture right there, and I take it into Accra like it's imported. Because I learned that shit here. Right? And that's the secret. That's the advantage I got. It's cheaper back home. When you make the product that they want to pay money for and importing, oh man, that's how I'm going to get them bastards. So it's just a matter of being patient. Once I do that, I got about four Jamaican brothers want to come back already. They want to do like gold business or whatever. Other things going on. We just got to keep thinking. If I don't have a skill, how do I use what capital I got now, okay, to do something? What business can I go into? What processing can I do? Even if you got minimum $10 to $20,000 minimum in your bank account to do your business, minimum. And then just rent a place. Don't have to build a place. Rent a place for 2 to 3 years, 4 years, where you're gonna go in Africa. And then when you go on holiday, you come back like Carlos did, you go home, your mind gets filled up. Your mind gets filled up. Then you start saying, okay, right, you move slowly, but if you don't have the capital, you're not about to retire, you don't got a load of money, don't buy a big place and all that. Just rent a place. Make sure the place is deep.
I urge everybody, man, you go to Africa, just rent, you know.
Oh, that's it.
Well, and not only that, are you're helping the local people too.
Yep.
If somebody takes the time, because a lot of people are now taking fixing up properties, and they got really nice. Yep. They put new bathtubs, new
that's it.
toilets, and everything. If you got a place that's nice appliances and everything,
yep, you can afford it. Yeah,
you save a lot of time if you just rent. You know.
Yep, that's it. That's I
always wonder why you said that, Khaled. What's wrong with buying?
Well, let me say. Let me put it to you like this, right? Now, if you go to a place like Liberia, right, and sometimes they have realtors, mortgage companies, and stuff like that. When you buy a house, right, most houses in America, you get a mortgage, right? You have a down payment, you put a mortgage, right? You pay that off every month. You pay a mortgage every month, blah, blah, blah. You got a homeowner association. You got homeowners insurance. You got all stuff like that. You're protected.
Mm-hmm.
It's protected. You're protected, right? So therefore, you in Africa, let's say you buy a house is $80,000, real nice house, right? Mm-hmm. And you got the money, that's fine. Now, if you don't do that, right?
Yep.
Just rent. Why? Yep. Because what you want to do is just have a place to live and just get accustomed to the place, everything like that, and then you'll get your aha moment. You know.
That's it.
You'll get your aha moment. You'll see. You'll come across like it's all about money, right?
Yeah.
You might come across a new housing development, right?
Yep.
But say, we got new houses in here. Why not? You can get in here. We got a finance program. Why not? But you won't know that. Now, what if you went and bought land and you got all this money tied up in this land and everything like that? You now missed out on an opportunity that could have came by. But if you were written, you're like, oh, wow, that's a good idea. When my lease is up, I might buy that, you know?
That's it.
I agree with you.
Africa, let me tell you something. When you get land in Africa, right, it ain't like America, right, where you get a contractor, they come in and everything like that, and then like 30 days later, the property's built.
They're done yet.
some people be buying land. It takes them like 10 years.
Yeah.
I think that's all the time. Think about time.
That's because of money, though, Kyler. That's because they don't got the money.
Yeah, but the
It
thing
depends
is,
where
though,
the land is.
why would you? If look in that 10 years, wouldn't you rather be living in a place, and comfortably in a place? Like I got a house in Liberia now, When
So
I go
the
there,
guy, you ever watch the guy Zaylok 23?
Yeah. The guy in Ghana, he's badass.
He says he thinks you should buy land when you get there.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But he's selling land though. To be fair,
Yeah,
you know why?
That's what they always tell you: buy land. But then what they don't tell you is there's people that buy land, but you got to have money to build a house. That's
he's building this 3-story building. I still don't think
he's already done it. Carla, you know what? Yeah, he's already done it. I think he's about to plaster it. He's about to plaster it.
Right.
But my house is similar to his. It's just that he's got 3 floors. I've only got 1 floor, so ground floor and second floor. But my one is spread out wider, so I'm making use of the space and the width because.
But the thing is, like I said, when you buy, you got these houses, right?
Yeah.
And it takes you like what? How many years have you been at this house now?
Yeah, it takes.
He's been doing maybe about 4 years, 3 years.
Now 4 years. Now 4 years.
4 years.
Putting money into a house, right?
Yeah.
Think about that.
I mean, that's what you're doing with a mortgage, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, mortgage, the house is yours. You could take an equity loan out on a mortgage.
Yeah.
Take an
That's
equity
it.
loan.
Yeah, that's Zalo. That's it. That's him. That's Zalo. Yeah. But now, Carl, I know exactly what you mean. See, now you've been on the ground in Africa more. You understand. I mean, some people can do mortgage straight away. If you know the lay of the land, you can go and buy land and start building. Don't forget, if I didn't know the lay of the land or my mom didn't buy this land, I wouldn't have gone in and buy land.
Now, what you call now? Here's the thing. In Liberia, it's a little different because you actually got the deed to the property. You got the deed land, everything like that. If a bank gives you a loan to build a house and everything like that, right? And you build a house, right? You still gonna have to pay taxes on the house property, right? You might pay taxes, and you build a house and everything. So you also the question I would always ask everybody is this: while people are building houses and everything like that, how do you sustain yourself and make a living?
Okay, this is it. That's the
problem I have.
Keep that picture there, brother.
If you're renting, you're not putting that.
Which one?
Yeah, the one you get showing the Zerlot one. We can get time. We can play it later on. Yeah, that's it. It's freely there.
No, I'm trying to find the one with the house right here. Yeah.
What you're saying is right.
But I don't know, man. Just people building these houses and everything, and you're not living in them and whatnot because that's a waste of an asset. That's asset. Well,
you got to build it though, Kyler.
Yeah,
because once you have it, you have it.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, hold up. A house is supposed to be an asset. You should be able to take liquidity out of it.
I mean, you don't have to take equity. That's not the only use of a house.
No, that's what a house is
still
for,
an asset.
Your house is supposed to be your largest investment. It's supposed to be an asset.
I tell you what some people have done, right? Is people who are ahead of me. They bought the land, they built the houses. When they finished building the houses in Ghana, the house is worth. You can literally put it on the market straight away to sell if you want to do that. You understand? You can build if I wanted to because the family. Now I don't really want to do that on this one, but in future, once I got the business running, I'll be building houses to sell because we've got housing shortage. But I'll be doing it like an estate thing, like building a whole little area. Then you move on to the next one. You can do that enough, but it's a new thing.
I would like to see more Black people from the West build factories and houses.
Thank you. We need to move to that stage. I know.
I mean, I'm sick and tired of people building houses in the middle of nowhere, and when they end up having to come back to America anyway.
But that's it. That's it. Right, Carla? If you move out of the further you go out of Monrovia, the cheaper the land is.
Of course, there's nothing out there.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing I wonder. Like, what is he going to do? Unless you want to be like
Zaylot's place, right? Listen, Zaylot's place. When you come out of Accra, I know what area that is, right?
He said he's in the north.
Yeah. No, he's not. I don't think he's in the north.
Oh, okay.
Right, but when it's different out of Accra, but the place is so nice and serene that in a very, he's going to make a lot of. I'm not surprised he's buying other land.
Yeah. Okay. The road that leads to the house, is it paved?
That's what I'm
The
looking
main
around the
road
house
is, but
right now. I
obviously
don't
leading
see
up to the
anything.
house is not paved yet. It's like my Marley's place.
Here in America, right? You build a house. Once you build the roads, the drainage, and the piping, then you build a house. Yeah, that's what the house is going to cost more because the land value goes up.
No, I mean, but Kyla, like I feel like your breakdowns are always like,
and all that.
yeah, that'd be cool in a perfect world, but you're trying to build right now.
Video that's going around where it's black girl from America, right? She had a house in Ghana, and whoever built the house together, the rain came.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. All right, I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what is what that one is.
Poor construction, man.
Right. The people, basically the people who built the house, obviously that's not her. She just went and rented it. The builders have got to sort that out. Yeah. There's nothing she can do. I mean, apart from you got a house, rain comes in, the wall gets knocked down, the builder's got to put another wall up. That's all you can do because you're not renting the wall, but it comes with it. Yeah. And I know she was demanding for her money back. The main thing is that the house itself didn't get knocked down. That wall might have been done.
That house is like in half, though, man. You know.
Yeah, I'll personally be moving out of there straight away. You're not renting me a place like that. 2, before you rent a place in Ghana, you got to get the local people living there. You got to do your research, find out it's not in a waterlogged area because Accra has now overbuilt. It's overspilled into areas where people are not supposed to build, and because of quick short money, they take it, do their job, they're gone. And then you
also got to build where the rain where it's above sea level on high ground.
Thank you. Right. If you go on
all that stuff like that, you're gonna get flooded. You know.
Thank you. If you go on YouTube, right, because you know you've been to Africa, you go in the dry season, it's nice and dry, it looks good. When the rain comes, it's like winter time in Africa. When the rain comes, then you're gonna find out what you bought. I wouldn't buy no place in Africa.
I get out of there before rain season comes.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. If I'm investing in the land, if I have to go and buy land, I'll make sure I'll go there during the rainy season. Have a look at it. I kid you not. And you can go to the land commission, and they will tell you where you should build your house and where you shouldn't. If you go ahead and do it by them, it's up to you. That's on you. This is what people don't get about Africa. Nobody's gonna reinforce it. But if the government is ready to knock down a building and you build the house on the land that's waterlogged, that's earmarked not for you for building, your house is gonna get knocked down. It happens every year in Ghana. They're screaming every year. They're told don't build there, but because of quick short money, they go and build there, and what happens? Either the house gets knocked down or the rain gets there.
All black African Americans over there don't know any better. You know,
the good thing she's not building on it, she's renting it. But unfortunately, she's got to learn the hard way.
All her furniture, everything was destroyed, though.
Yeah, the whole I was actually shocked. I thought, whoa, you know. But unfortunately, you know, what she does with her money, and it's just it's an unfortunate situation. She should go and get her money back and go and rent in a place where it's more established, where you can see. Oh, it might cost you a bit more, right? But you can, if you want to do the mortgage thing, you can do it from legitimate companies, or you can do it privately.
They gotta check that house out. You gotta pass a certain amount of inspections and stuff like that. You have an appraiser.
You can do all that if you want to do it, you know. But the thing is, if you're renting, that mind you, good for the renting now. You can just move. You ain't got to be stuck with a house. You can just chip. Me personally, if you go to like in Accra, I don't have a place there. I got family who got a place there. So what I do now is once I get my business running in the village, then I'll rent a place in Accra so I have a 1 room or 2 to go to if I don't want to stay with my relatives, and then move on from there. I'm just gonna do like the mortgages, buy early off plan, watch it grow and so on. But I wouldn't rush. You can't even get land in Accra anyway in a decent area. So the only thing you can do is do a mortgage on a rented place that's been built nice. But I'll make sure the place is built nice. My standard is still European. I'm not going back home with no bullshit standard. No. Everything I do, including my house I've built right now, is Europe standard, international standard, like what Zaylo's done. And that's a nice if you see the color, you like this. It's not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, just like I said, I got a good deal on a piece of property. I might buy the house, you know, to tell you the truth. If I like it, a couple years, you know, I could probably get it for like as little as $30,000. You know,
you know how much my place is costing me to build? It's about the same size as the Zaylo's one, but it's more. I see my one is more spread out. £35,000 I spent so far. I got about £3,000 balance, but I'm gonna make my own furniture and all that. So I might spend a bit more money. I got to do the war. The war alone is about £5,000 worth of English money because the plot size is quite big. That includes the part I want to do the bunkering. So, you know, when the further you go out, that's good. But if that amount of money, Carla, you should go for it because it's going to get more expensive the longer you leave it.
So, but the bottom line is, like I said, you know, I like I said, I like Liberia. Liberia has a lot of nice new developments and stuff like that. You know,
that's what
you get a brand new house, 2 stories for as little as $50,000 and whatnot. You
Look
know,
at that.
so stuff like that.
To me, right? If I was African American, I've come in, I've been abroad, I've got no connection gun, I would do something like that in Liberia. Buy that, right? And chill. It's gonna appreciate, chill, and then while you're there, that's when you're gonna start seeing the connection. That's when people will come to you.
I'm like my whole thing is I am against. I'm not telling what people do to grow like that, but I'm just saying it's misguided when black people from America who never owned a house in America, never knew what it was like to take care of a house, lawn care, like that. You know, they're gonna get land. They're gonna become some property owners in Africa. That's just really
the ones who do it well are the ones who already got a house or something like that in the West.
They got a house.
So they know
this is how you do it. This is how a lot of Liberians do it in Liberia. They basically have a mortgage in America, right? And they basically say, okay, to get a house started in Liberia, like one of the new houses or whatever like that, it'll cost you like around a house costs $15,000. You got to put 20% down. It's $10,000, right? Something like that, right? You take out a second or more equity loan on your house, right?
Yeah, and then you bring it
mortgage, right?
Yeah,
get a mortgage, a new house, combine the 2 mortgages. So you have 1 mortgage payment. Now you got a house in Liberia, right?
Yep.
And which we call like this. But if you don't have no house in America, right? This is difficult. A lot of black people from America are the ones that don't have houses. They never owned a house. And they're the ones that end up going to Africa. The black people who have homes or homeowners over here, you know, if you get them involved in Africa, you would have literally hundreds of billions of dollars worth of real estate going on.
Real estate. We got a few of them. And there's a couple who they actually went to buy a place, right? That was as a building company. They'll buy and sell plots of land, and they'll provide the builders and the architect. And 2 of them got together, they built their own one. After they built their own one, the developer went to them and actually done a business partnership with them because when the woman, I think, was a realtor or so on. So the husband
that's another thing. If you're going to build
the Royal Kingdom,
you got to get yourself a contract with a real developer.
Yeah, this company, and you know the funny thing is, the Ghanaian guy running it, he's a young guy. He's making so much money. He's building literally almost a whole city now. That's how much money he made just from African Americans watching him on YouTube. They call Royal Kingdom, right? And the geezer, man, he's a dynamic speaker. He's never left Ghana, and just from 60% of his customers, African Americans, watching it on YouTube. But because he's so trustworthy, there's people who ain't been to Ghana giving him money to build, and he's building flats. I mean, literally almost whole cities. His name Royal Kingdom. You get him on YouTube. Guy's amazing. But most of his customers, African Americans who got money to come, they've never even been to Ghana, but they want trusted companies they can go to. And that man he's making a mint. He's never had to leave Africa. Never had to leave. And the geezer's got dough. Within the last 2 years, just from YouTube, African Americans trusting him and handing him his money, and he's delivering. Yeah, we've got to be on the ground and make sure we hesitate. We wait until we are sure. When we're sure, then we lay it over. Other than that, just sit on your money, rent. If you're not sure, sit on the money, rent. But minimum 20,000 at least to invest in the property. Have it aside, and then you can say, okay, I'm gonna go Ghana, blah blah. Don't tag the 20,000. Okay, rent for 2 to 3 years, even 4, 5 if you want. The longer, the cheaper. You pay up front. You make sure the place is right. You stay in there, and then you start making your moves. You start your business and so on. Make your move, and then you see opportunities. That's how the brother are doing it. Zaylock started off with this particular property. If you get a chance to show it, but he's got others now. He's not going to put his money to it, but he's going to build for other people. I can just literally go back home and just build plots of land for people. But because I want to practice my woodwork, I'm going to stick to that. I don't want to change my plans. But minimum 20,000 saved up in a bank somewhere. And don't touch it. Get yourself together. Get yourself to Liberia, wherever you're going to go. Rent, have a look. Okay, and go about your business. But you cannot go back to Africa empty-handed, right? Because capital is it's hard for us black people to get in a way. So you don't want to go back to Africa and make that your problem unless you're going to live in a madhouse somewhere. Good luck to you. Right? Nothing wrong with that if you're going to be farming.
Jonathan, what you think about buying versus renting?
Buying, but it depends if you got the money. Don't forget, a lot of our people are coming up to retirement, and they've got you Americans very good at retirement. You got good plans and all that, so you do very well.
I don't want buying, but I'm saying buy a house that's already built, man. Why you go
from a real estate company?
Yeah, real estate go. That's the level you need to move to. You know.
Yeah.
If you want safety, land, I'm gonna get land. I'm gonna buy a house. You know, just shut up.
My only thing is, I wonder what is it that you want to do? So if he's going to live out there, what is he going to do out there?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think Zayla originally wanted to do this herbal plant and so on. He's actually adjust.
Come on.
But he only has like a few acres. He doesn't have like a lot. You're talking about farming?
He knows the chiefs who own the whole land, the people he brought it off. He's lucky.
Oh, okay, so he's just going to keep buying.
Yeah, that's what's happening because that's where the money's at. Don't forget there's such a shortage of housing in Ghana. You can build literally anywhere you want to build. People will come. Don't forget people.
Yeah, but what is your day-to-day life going to look like? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for me, I'm a filmmaker.
You need
what am I going to get up and do every day?
Jobs. You need hospitals. You need recreation.
Yeah, you're going too far, Carlo, with hospitals.
You will find, okay?
Man, where you got hospitals?
No.
You need
hospitals.
You need a hospital. One hospital.
Yeah, but you always like. We talking about an individual building houses and buying the land around.
Well, I know that.
And then you go all the way to hospitals. That's way too far.
No, I'll tell you why.
You're right, Carlo. You need hospitals.
Hello, Jonathan. And Mufasa, you went to Nigeria, right?
Yeah, I did.
Right, so you would have seen hospital not too far in terms of mileage to get there and so on. In places like Liberia, the hospital is right in what he's saying. The hospital, you got to think about it because it might be too remote and too far for you to get to an emergency. If you're a pregnant woman, where whatever situation you're in.
Oh, okay, Colin, you were saying you need to have a hospital nearby. You weren't talking about building a hospital.
I found out West Africa got really deadly snakes. I didn't even know that,
Yeah, well, come on, man.
I was in the bush. No one told me until I found out. My boy, I went to Great African Farm, and the dog was dying. One dude said Great African said the dog recovered, right? When the dog was dying, I said, what's wrong with him? Oh, he got bit by a snake. I was like, oh, shit, y'all got snakes up here? Oh, yeah, we got soft scale. I was like, get me the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
So listen, you can be a snake, man, Mufasa. I don't want to hear nothing, man. I gotta get to a fucking hospital, bro.
Right, I'll give you an example. Mufasa, you know where my brother Zelo's got his house?
No, I don't know where it is. I thought it was
No. I'm saying the area, right? Once you put it back on, for instance, in a greenery area like that, when you walk around, if you watch Zelo and some of his friends that walk with him, they've always got their Wellington boots on if they go in the bushes.
Yeah, they got those boots on. Yeah,
right. You got the Wellington boots on. Yeah, you know what I mean? And then all you need is a stick. That's all. Listen, I walked in those places barefoot as a kid, never thought twice about it. That's because I was used to it. Psychologically, I had my pickle.
About a snake called a popoli. He said it gets up as a whipping snake. He gave himself whipping you. I see to myself, how does this thing give himself whipping you?
If you be, Carla, you be. I mean, I don't know how bad it is in Liberia because I know that Sierra Leone got some really deadly snake. But in Ghana, we got snakes. They're not always that bad. But a snake's a snake, bro. You can't take a chance. But basically that's all you need. Yeah, if the further into the bush you go, you got to be aware. Yeah, that's all it is. After a while, the snakes ain't silly. They know the local human activities. They ain't gonna be around. They might come for your goat if you got a constrictor there around or something. But once you chop up a few of them, they ain't gonna come around again. You know, but show Vail up. Vail, I love what he done to his house, his building, and
Yeah, I
he
was
ain't
trying to
spent
find
no
those
more than
boots.
he ain't spending no more than £27,000 on that house. Man, where in the world you gonna get that?
You're not
£27,000.
gonna get it, but I'm like, what is your day to day? That's all I'm wondering. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna
I
get
see.
up and do
Okay,
what?
it
If
depends.
you want to go out with your wife,
Yeah.
what are y'all gonna do? Drive for 2 hours? I mean, what are we doing?
Listen, it depends what age you are. I mean, if you like the party life, you're
He's
gonna be in the
young.
city.
He's in his 30s.
Yeah, I thought, but he's probably seen it. Listen, Zaylock, I've been watching him for a while. He's had a lot of action, so he probably don't need to see that much more. He's married now, isn't he? He's got his nice wife.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lewis, man, in America,
Yeah.
like I don't ask for much, right? But I
Mhm.
like going to Cinema Cafe. It's a nice place.
Yeah, you can do that.
I gotta
You
go.
can.
You need a way of life. I like going to the casino. I like
Yep.
going to here, and I got to go to
Right.
here. I
But
like going to the
listen,
mall.
right? I'm
You
sure
know,
Jennifer will tell you. Jennifer, are you in the city or are you in a, you in the urban area? Is he there? Right.
I'm
Listen.
in the city.
What's the difference
All
between the
right.
urban
Okay.
and the
Good.
city area?
Right. I like going to the city. Go for it. I do music. I like going to the city sometimes. But man, I can't take. I'm in London now. I've been here 40 years. I can't take the city. It's the noise. I can't deal with it.
I can.
I don't mind being in a bloody village. My mom's village is quiet. I love it. I
I
want
mean,
it
but you
to
don't
breathe.
have the best internet. You
Oh no,
can't
the
really
internet
buy
is quite good
anything.
there. Right. Okay.
I was
I'm
staying
about 4 miles.
in Ogun State in a
Mm-hmm.
place called Ifo in
Okay.
Nigeria, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like there's no stores, there's no
Mm-hmm.
nothing. The only if you need to buy something, you got to go to the guy at the little market and hope that they have it. And if you ever
Okay.
really need something, like something went down on my computer, I needed a part. I had to go
Uh-huh.
all the way to Lagos just to get it. To go to Computer Village
Unfortunately,
just to
yeah.
get it.
For those things,
It's
you pretty
difficult to
much
living in a place like that.
yeah. For those things, you pretty much. I mean, I'm taking a Big Apple computer. That don't forget I record music and all that. Everything I need now in the new system they got, everything is within it. I don't need to. You can't even change the parts in the Apple computer, the X Pro one. I'm getting anyway. The Apple's made
No,
it
no,
so.
no. I'm gonna tell you. So I have the same thing. I brought my iMac, right? So
Yeah.
to connect your iMac,
Mm-hmm.
I had the there's a step up transformer that you need to
Yep.
plug it into the foreign
Uh-huh. Yeah.
computer.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? You have to
Yeah.
have a converter to plug it into the back
Get
of
a
your
spare
iMac.
one.
So I
You need.
needed that step up transformer, and it's hard to
Yep.
find. You can't
Uh-huh.
order it. Nobody has it in Ogun State anywhere.
Right.
You got to go to Lagos or Abuja. That's the only way
Right.
you're gonna get it.
Right. What
Or
I'll do
pay
is
somebody to go for you,
right. What
and
I'll do is
hope they get the right piece because people be fucking up. They might just get the wrong piece.
right. Listen, this is the mentality we had when we in Africa. One time when I was gonna move back to Ghana and I was speaking to one of my cousins, who's quite a well-to-do guy now. I tell him, what shall I bring this? He said to me, bring everything and double it. This is about 12 years ago. Once you got that mentality,
That makes
you'll be
sense.
okay. You don't have to do that in Africa now, in Ghana now, because you can get everything in Ghana now. Before, but if you go into the village, that's the mentality you need to have. Like for the past month for my wood machines, I'm making sure I've got everything and doubling it. And then I've seen other places where they've got wood machines as well, because you can get the parts now. But make sure that if you live in a remote area like that, you've got to be like the white farmers, get everything you need there and put it away. For me, I'm not too bad. 5 mile drive, I'll be in the city. 2 mile drive, and I'll be in a place where Bomani's been a couple of times where it's called Linda Doors, where all the trucks, all the big coaches from Accra, when they go into Kumasi, the first place they stop over to get a rest, to go use the toilet and so on and so forth, it is literally half a mile from my village. I can see them from where my house is. And you go there, they got food you can get, like restaurants, and the bits and pieces. So if I want a little bit, I can walk up there, come back, chill. But apart from that, I like the quietness and the serenity of the place. That's why
I
I
mean, okay,
understand
so
why
are you retired? Are you not
no,
working?
I'm 55, so I got about another 15, 10 years working.
So
I'm not
how are you working in semi-rural?
okay. How am I working, or you
How
mean
would you
working?
work? How would you work in semi-rural?
Okay, I'm gonna be making furniture, solid wooden furniture, right? So basically, I make the product. Say if I'm doing I got some design dining tables and chairs sets I've done. I'll do like say 100 chairs, like 60 tables, 4-way, 6-seater, 8-seater, flat pack them up. Okay. After I make so many of them for about a couple of months, I take it to my store in the city. I'm gonna have someone there, and we're selling it direct to the public. Also in the village itself, on the main road, I'm gonna have one of my cousins have a store when I'm gonna put the rocking chairs and the old sort of style and barn furniture. If they want that, doors, they want that, they can pick it up. So basically, I will monitor everything in the stores in the city, through computer work, everything they sell, no cash. Apart from the village, you sell it in the cash in the village, but in the city, you got to pay over card.
Oh, so yeah, you could do it then. I mean, if you're just manufacturing goods.
So the work I'm doing allows
I'm a filmmaker. I'm like, man, I'm like, because I could go there. I want to, get an editing team together. But I'm like, I still might want to film.
Well, maybe you can come and make a documentary when I get going.
I might.
I'll be in touch like this. When I get there, I'm going to call up the show and we'll be in touch so you guys see what's like on the ground itself, which you can get on YouTube anyway. But I'm looking from a point of view of a native going back, because what you guys forget is a lot of the challenges we're facing when we go back is similar. The only thing is that
when I'm in Nigeria, your peers are the other Nigerians that have come back. You guys are basically the same people now.
Yeah, they call us the bronies.
Yeah, you're basically this, because those are them the only ones you're gonna go to, like the ones who have lived abroad that you can talk to, that have like some type of Western. They make it either dollars or pounds. You could talk to them. They won't be begging you for money. You can talk to them.
Right.
Those are pretty much.
That in itself is a new community being built up within Africa itself. It's a funny thing, right? But they're not exclusive. Eventually, you would get used to the locals again, right? But that's why when I watch the African Americans back home, it's good business for me, because I know what they want when they build a house. I know what furniture they want, what standard of furniture they want. Yeah. And so for me, when I get there, I'll be back on the Diners and Mears show, Akala, and I'll be giving my information out there and then. And I want to get to know the brothers and sisters who lived in the Caribbean and lived in America, in the UK. All right. I'm still going to use the London name. I'm working out the name to do it, maybe London Boy Furniture or something. But I'm going to, because the locals going to see, they're going to know that you know the standard. Then you got foreigners over there, a lot of white foreigners over there who want certain things, a certain standard. They want shaker style furniture. I'm going to provide all that in the village. I'm going to make them come to the village. Like the farmers do in America in the outskirts. Make them come to the village, because there's too many people. Everything gets go to the city. The city gets overcrowded. I don't know how people can take all that. And plus, the infrastructure is not as good as it should be. So until that time, I'm staying in the village. Less money spent, make more money. And then if I go to the city, I'm building the whole flats.
And your internet is good out there.
Oh yeah, it is all right. It's all right. They've got about a couple of providers, including, although I can't stand it, Elon Musk's Starlight, they're still there now. You can get it now. So you ain't gonna worry about nothing. You can get access to all that.
I was working out there. It was like, it was okay.
In Ghana now.
Yeah, it was cool, but it was nothing like what I got in Abuja. Like, and it'll go in and out sometimes when I'm trying to send like large files.
Yeah.
But it probably depends where you at.
Yeah, get the Starlight. Although he's there, I don't like him.
Starlink, Starlink wasn't really going when I was there.
It no remote places, but there's another one coming on board that gets as good a style as a Chinese company. So with time, the technology gets better. Use it to your advantage.
What was you gonna say, Jonathan?
No, I was asking Lewis, is it still moving back this year?
I didn't hear you.
Lewis, you still moving back this year?
Sorry?
You still moving back this year?
Am I what?
You say you're moving back this year, right? To Ghana.
I live in where?
Are you still moving back this year?
Oh yeah. My aim is to do this year. Your volume is a little bit low, Jennifer. Yeah, definitely. And what I'm going to do is I've got about £3,000 left on the house to spend, in terms of the general construction and so on. And after that, they're going to do the security on the windows and so on. I've got to stick in the doors. And the plumbing is already in place. I've just got to do the water. I want 2 big water things because I'm going to do borehole, but I want to filter the water because in my village they do a lot of gold work and all that, and I can't trust the water coming out of the ground. It's all right to bath with, but I want a filter machine. It's maybe about I don't know how much that is, maybe about 2.5, 3 grand, whatever. So the water is filtered, so you can actually drink it, and then I'm gonna go forward for that. But they put the roof on now, so I'm ready to move in. Trust me. This year will be the year. I'm talking about after September. I'll be getting ready to shoot off. I might even go quickly in July because there's a funeral as well. But yeah, once I get there, I'll be calling you guys from there, and I'll be showing everything as it is from here. So this year, I want it to be my last year, God willing, for me in England officially. You can
Dude, I
hold me
wish
to
you the
that,
best.
thank you. You can hold me to that. But we're gonna meet. Listen, we're gonna meet up one day. Right? We're gonna meet up. Right? Once I get things going in Ghana, I'm inviting Dynasty Second. So I'm inviting Carla, anybody nearby who wanna fly by, I'll do something in terms of actually getting people there. All right. So we're gonna have a little family, we're gonna do our bit, put it on YouTube, you know what I mean, get the thing up and running. It was a nice community that seems to be here. But action. This is where we're at. I never thought in Africa we'd get to this day where brothers and sisters from America, Jamaica, it's weird, but it's a nice experience because things are not getting easier in Europe. I don't know what it's like in America fully, but in Europe, you could feel something's about to, because the whites now are beginning to really go at each other. Okay, and when it gets to that stage, you know that, hey, right? Because I think they've got to the brim of something. There's not too much room to maneuver now because the rest of the world catching up. The Asians have caught up more or less. Okay, the only raw place left is our place. Yeah, and if we don't go back and make a difference like Jonathan had done some time ago, right? We can't be staying here. What's there for me to mourn about? I've been here 40 years. The white man let me here for 40 years. I've got citizenship. I can stay here forever. Okay, but I'll be failing if I stay in England. Because my grandfather told me when I was coming here, 1977, I was going for my visa and so on. British embassy to get your thing. You couldn't just walk into England back in those days. My grandmother looked at me. She said to me, "The land that you're going to is not yours." This is a woman never been to school. When she was a kid, they just finishing the Yard Santua wars. Her grandmother fought in the Yard Santua war, taking food to the people fighting. She said, "The land you're going to, that's not your land." And I was a little kid. You're going to go there, you're going to learn, you're going to come back. She's passed away now. Okay? And if I end up staying here, I'll be a failure because all the successful people in my family came here and left and went back. My uncle went back in the 70s. And he became one of the most successful men. Okay, so the secret is not to stay in the Western world. It's failure if you can stay in the Western world, failure. The secret is to come back. Bring something back.
Let me ask Jonathan, what where do you stay when you're there? Like what type of environment do you like? Could you do semi-rural, or could you do like one of the offshoot
Can't do
cities
nothing
like
rural.
Abeokuta or something like that?
But
Not
that's
rural, but
right.
like semi-rural, like right off the main road. Like I could get to Abeokuta in like, I can't remember. I think it was like 40 minutes from Ifo and Lagos in about 40 minutes.
No, I can't do that. I have to be in the main city.
So you
In
need to
some
be
main
close.
city. Yeah.
Have you tried it?
Nah, I wouldn't try it. It's more, the more you move outside the main city, the more dangerous it gets.
Mm.
I ain't about to be one of them people that, be up on the news like, "Hey, my American brothers, seeing you 40 million naira." I'm good.
I didn't hear them doing no stuff like that in Yoruba land, really.
Man, it's lit right now, bro. It's lit. They napping there. They napping people all over the place.
Well, I ain't been back in a minute. I ain't been back in a couple years.
Oh yeah, you good there.
Yeah, I ain't
Right
been back
now it's
in.
a hellhole.
No, I'm saying I don't know what it's like right now, like on ground. I just, I
Bro,
read the
last
main
year,
news.
bro, 600,000 homicides and over 2 million kidnappers, bro. That's crazy
600,000
to me.
homicides where? That don't sound right.
In Nigeria,
That don't sound right. That can't be right.
Carla.
man,
Sorry, Carla.
National Bureau of Statistics of the Nigerian government, bro. Look at it. It's wild. It's kind of sad. It ain't kind of sad. It's really depressing. And then recently, all the kidnappings that they've been having, yanking people off the road, yanking Christians out of church, it's kind of wild, bro.
Lewis want to ask me something. Well, Lewis.
Yeah, Carla. Listen, you can get my man here to edit some of your stuff.
It's gonna cost. Yeah.
Oh no. Right, what's his name? Mustafa.
Yeah.
If he wants to do it, he can go back down and edit his heart away, man.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
You might want to get one of them Liberians. I gotta pay high rent. I'm paying San Diego rent, so
what for to edit Carla's stuff?
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna do it myself one day. What is this? He's got
when I get monetized, I'll be able to spend money on stuff like that. You know, I'll pay people.
Right. Okay. What I'm gonna do is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up some of your thing and do it when I pull down the program. There's a program is not that hard at all. Some of us old geezers, we make it. It's so simple. These kids are not that smart, you know. It's just a basic shit. But I would do it because I know how to do. The program is similar to their music program, so it'll probably be easier for me to just spend a day and get it done. But I might chop up some of your stuff, edit it so it's only about, say, we do a show 6 hours. We can pull it down to about 20, 40, 30 minutes. So when someone's on a train, they're going to work quickly, only on the train for 30 minutes, they're watching it. And what you find is some of the stuff we recorded before, the real gem, the points that we're making, it gets pulled out, and that will speed up your rating for your show. Because if you do good shows, but what happens is there's 6 hours and nobody's got, unless you've got a day off doing nothing. Right? So it's so important that you, even not today, tomorrow, but I'm going to try and do a few of them. If I get hold of it, I'll just do it as part of the thing. So just hold me to that. Give me a couple of months in that. Once I get back recording, I'm gonna, because it's not that hard to edit them at all. That's what the kids are doing on the phone.
So I'm editing a video right now. It's gonna be about 20 minutes, and it's gonna cost like $400.
400 quid, man. Have you ever used Logic for film? Remember when Logic came out for film?
No, I'm not talking about the software. I'm talking about the labor it's gonna cost. So like, I can edit for you, yeah, but it's gonna cost.
That's what I mean. Just for Carla, so he can bite size.
Carla probably could just use some AI or something, so it could just cut it up.
No, you don't even need AI for that. There's a program. AI is good, but there's a program that came in before AI. Because say, for instance, if Jonathan makes a really good point, between that point and that point, edit it, put it one side, edit it, then you chop it all up. And then, you put the Carla, get the Carla Nation, blah, blah, blah. And then you do the smaller ones even for the YouTube shorts. These things are what really get the algorithm going, because I've had to learn it, because when I get my music going, I'll have to know what's on YouTube, and that's how I end up getting more involved with the YouTube stuff.
I love you to press the button and be like, oh, from this time, this right here, make
that's what I mean. That's all it is. You go from that time, like when you put it, you push it one side, that time, and then you push them all together, you watch it, and you like it, and you just upload this episode, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know what I mean? Even
easier, yeah.
It's not that
you a filmmaker?
Yeah.
How long you been doing?
But more faster, you should easily be able to do
since about
something
about 2017.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mostly do like stuff for business people. So I make little commercials, cover events. I'll be shooting a film in a couple days, stuff like that.
But Mufasa, can you do music videos?
No, hell no. That's the only thing I do. I ain't shoot no dusty niggas music video. Not talking about you, but I ain't. Yeah.
Well, all right. So if I gave you £3,000, right? If I gave you a budget of £3,000, shoot a basic music video, I ain't even gonna be in it. Here's my song. You wouldn't do that?
I would do that because I could subcontract that.
That's
so 3,000 is enough, so I could get someone else to do all the work, and then I just oversee it. If you gave me £3,000,
way.
No, but I'm just not, because it's just not really good business. Most people don't have that. Most people don't have there's a lot of people who have £3,000, but it's not worth even climbing to get to that point and dealing with the people you got to deal with. I turned down pretty much all music video projects.
All right, because I see what you mean. There's not enough of it. Is that what you're saying? You're not gonna?
Yeah, I mean, most people, they don't have money, and it's so even with some of the events I do, for instance, right? I could do a wedding. People will put money into that, but say for instance, someone hits me up for a birthday party. Regardless of the money that the project they want, they only have a certain amount of money because it's a birthday party. But if a AI company hits me up and says, come to the San Diego Convention Center and film us, they'll pay $2,500. They'll get a $2,500
yeah.
package because it's an investment. They're looking at what they're going to use it for. So, you know, people, I rather do business with people who are doing business rather than, you know, vanity.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Which is what most of these music videos is, vanity.
Okay. I understand. Okay. But the reason why I say that to you, because I don't know if you listen to some of the other episodes, I've recorded the whole album. I'm about to finish all the mastering, and at least 4 songs I'm prepared to pay at least between £3,000 to £4,000 budget to get a music video done.
Wait, Lewis, song. Are you talking about your rap album?
it's more R&B than rap. It's not just for
Lewis,
me.
Save that money. Yeah. That money can be used for something more important.
Hey, you need to build a house, man. You might as well get that money to Zaylock.
No. But listen, what you
can start a foundation with that money and help kids in Ghana. That music video ain't going nowhere, no matter how much effect you got in that thing.
Listen, Jonathan. First,
Lewis,
I'm serious. Listen,
I heard your music before.
Right? When I get going, I'm gonna be prepared. I'm gonna be making. That's the budget I'm gonna have. Even more for those songs. Some of the songs I want to pull out. I want live videos. So me and my other friends are prepared. We're not kids. We got money for that. Prepared to pay. Get a good video done. We're not waiting for the company to do it. We're gonna do it. Put it out there so we have more control. So in time, if someone gives you a budget and it's a reasonable budget, and you can do it, come on, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I'll just pass on it. I would rather put you in the hands of someone that focuses on that. You know what I mean?
Okay, no problem. That would do. That would do. It's just I don't want all my stuff done from.
You don't want you blaming him for your failed dream.
No. We're making right. Me and my friends, we're making 80 style music, right?
Listen, we want a video the music was bad, but the video, man, the video should have blew up, man. Should have blew up.
Hell, water. We do it in our own time when we're ready. We're not chasing nobody. We're gonna make the sort of music that we used to make back in the day, all right? And we believe we can get a trend going, right? But we're looking for the next stage is the videographers and the video people. We need that. I've been told about AI, and I've used some of them. They look very nice. Some just visualize the videos. They want to visualize the videos. I've made some nice ones.
This is one of them random spoon ideas that you need to set aside.
No. I'm serious with the music. When I finish the album, you're gonna know. And I promise to make. I've already worked on it. Listen, I haven't shown it to him yet. He will hear it. I've made a theme song, right, for Carla. Okay, I'm making a theme song for Carla. So when he starts his show, he's gonna play something that gets made for him, and you can hold me to that. I'm gonna drop him one of my. I wasn't gonna give him one of my instrumentals, but if I release a song, it might clash with him. So I'm gonna do something completely separate. I'm working on it just for him, so his show comes on. But more fast I think about it, I'll connect me with someone, if you can, in due course, and just be a little bit change for you to be made.
I'll connect you with somebody, Lewis.
Hey, funny enough, you know the show we. Oh, you got someone?
Yeah, I got somebody.
What, in Nigeria or America?
In America, I don't know.
That's more like
filmmakers. No, my best friend, a filmmaker. He good.
But Carl, remember
be nice to see my partner work on the film together at some point. Start connecting the worlds.
Do you remember the show we done when Dollar Bill played the video by Isley Brothers? Right, who was messing around.
I got flagged for that show too, man.
I thought so because I was looking for it. Right, one of my mates I work with.
I got to go back and find it, edit it.
Yeah, because I was looking for it.
Man. It flagged that shit, man.
Yeah, one of my mates was on there, right? I told him about that episode. He was looking for it. He told me that he can't get it on the YouTube. So I looked at it. It sort of came up, but you couldn't play it. So I think in England that song was a big hit here. So I don't know if because of that they might have flagged and said, you can't play that whole. It's a shame. Because the music adding to it makes it a good show,
No.
Anyway, so what did you guys start off the show talking about?
We're talking about the Democratic Party tonight, We talk about the Democratic Party. And like
the ability to stay on topic is not there.
years ago, and I said like this: if the Democrats don't find a way of energizing black people, I think Black America.
Black people gonna should reject that party. They should gonna listen. Black people should have their own party
locally,
in America, man.
Black people could form their own political parties
Own
locally.
party, yeah.
Locally, whatnot. And people understand something. The problem is in politics is this, right? Black people, you can have all the policy good, but if you don't have a social economic agenda, it means nothing, right?
Yeah.
Problem is in in America, right? We could probably form politics based on the discussions we have, and what people want and stuff like that, right? The problem is the so-called black leader Al Sharpton, right? When I see him up there and whatnot, what the hell does he stand for? Nothing, He's a Democrat. He's not a black leader. He's a Democrat, Same thing with all these other people. And so the only thing they know how to do is talk about the orange man, oppose Trump, and oppose Republicans. That's all they do for. So I said, okay, Al. I remember Chris Rock said that one time, man, right? Chris Rock and Al Sharpton was on Bill Maher's show one time, right? And Al Sharpton said something, right? And then Chris Rock said, and do what? Well, he goes, and I asked you, and do what? Al Sharpton was like, we got to move forward, doing that whole
Yeah.
Chris Rock, and then what?
I remember
I was like, come on, man, go to a commercial. He was like, I don't know what the hell are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'll tell you how wide that goes. I remember once walking past a place called Tower Bridge, famous tourist place, and then the bus went by, a big bus, and it had Jesse Jackson on it. This is about 12 years ago or so. And it had a rainbow thing. This is before the rainbow blew up. Like because he always had a rainbow. I remember he was giving a speech in the black areas here, and it always fascinated me. I said they're big enough to bring Jesse Jackson rainbow thing here. I remember seeing him myself. On stage talking, and I was thinking, man, for you guys to bring it all the way here in England, you got to have some power to do that. So they got reach. I know during the apartheid system, they had a big reach. But Jesse Jackson, I remember seeing his bus with his big name on it, rainbow on the side, driving through London. When he's making his speeches, I'm thinking, man, you guys, it cannot be, unless the Democrats were paying for that, because the Labour Party is connected with the Democrats here in England. Unless they were paying for that.
Bottom line, and they get paid to say, like Jesse Jackson, there's not a union rally or a union boycott he does not show up at, back in the day,
Yeah,
he's going to make the same slave speech or not. Keep hope alive, or not,
Bro, that sold well, man. I'm in England, I'm telling you about it. It's sold.
Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
But, they still get a lot of respect. The good thing is that in Africa, they're very effective. We like it because it's like we can.
What gets me is this, right? When I talk to Africans, right, and said we want to reach out to Black America, we tried to contact Jesse Jackson. I said, bruh,
but he's the one they know.
Contacted Diane Samir, Jesse Jackson. Yeah, Africans. I said, dude, Jesse Jackson is so fucking. These Africans like, Jesse.
He's still pull a crowd. Because
but the bottom line is he can't get nothing done,
Yeah, he's a bit old now as well, isn't he? So you got to get
out there talking about because his name was beamed all over the world.
He's the last generation, but he's old now, man. He's old.
So to Africa, man, they still think. I said, dude, man, that was the '80s, man. Jesse Jackson's. They're like, oh, really? I said, yeah. I said, Jesse Jackson, all these people. They're freaking a joke, man. Stop, you know who
the next one is now? The Obamas now the next ones. There's nobody else after that.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, how do you become a leader? As soon as you go MSNBC, now you're crowned a black leader. If you can make it up on MSNBC, like if I go up there with a suit and tie MSNBC, college journalists will become the new leader of Black America. It's all about the white man puts out there. The white man decides who is the leader. No, Umar and Tariq haven't made it to Fox or prime time yet. I mean, Tariq was on.
Tariq's been on Fox a few times.
Come on, Tariq's not a leader though.
He's only like a 2-minute segment, something like that.
Yeah. I saw that. We saw that
he was on there with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think Tariq,
yeah.
Tariq, he stabbed his own opportunity in the back. I'm not joking. He's killed that opportunity with that FBA movement.
Yeah, but he's making money
Listen,
though, so he don't
yeah,
care.
he's making money. But listen, you're not. He's not gonna get to that Jesse Jackson level if you're doing that because nobody in the Caribbean gonna buy that. Nobody in Africa gonna buy. When they find out what stuff he's been doing, he's killed himself for that.
Yeah, so
Man, I'm
he
trying to find this report.
What's the Jesse Jackson level?
Sorry,
What's the Jesse Jackson level?
what's a Jesse? Listen, Jesse Jackson. Let me tell you how big this brother was. I remember a lot. I've said this story
Jesse
before.
was big though, man.
Listen, he was big. He went right. Do you remember that song that Melly Mel done about him called Jesse?
No, I never heard that one.
Right, there's a hip hop album he done called "Pump Me Up." We used to love Melly Mel, and he done a song dedicated to Jesse Jackson called Jesse. You know, he started from the bottom, now he's on the top. Our brother Jesse Jackson gonna make it some history. Vote, vote, vote. Everybody get up and vote. That was a song. Yeah,
I remember
we loved
Keep Hope Alive. Keep Hope Alive. Remember,
Nah.
And the clip of him walking around with an afro and a head.
Oh yeah.
Right?
1970 Gary, Indiana.
That's it. So that made him popular. Plus, he was with Martin Luther King and so on. Right?
Martin Luther King, right? He wore that same bloody shirt for 3 days and whatnot on the news.
Well, listen, in England, all that sold to the liberals here. It's sold, and as black people, we knew we had Jesse Jackson. Anything come up with Zimbabwe, Jesse Jackson would be on their talk. Anything,
Jesse
whenever
Jackson
there was a rally,
sat down with Fidel Castro, had lunch. He sat down with
Saddam.
He got people released in Iraq.
Iran. Remember Iran?
Yeah.
Yep. He went with Ali. I think went with Muhammad Ali. Came back and they let the black Americans go free. Right?
Yeah.
Listen, Jesse came on stage and he introduced this about 5 months before Mandela was released. He brought Winnie Mandela on stage and we stood up. I remember me and my Jamaican friend Jeff Bailey, we stood up in Brixton and we watched the lady come on stage. The lady watched every day in the news. Come on stage with Jesse Jackson and they had a 25-minute standing ovation. I remember we checked halfway through, we clapping our hands, right? Jesse was big. He had a name, probably.
You remember Living Color? They do Jesse Jackson. Keep hope alive. Then they brought out Bob Hope. We are Jesse. And they rolled out Bob Hope in a wheelchair.
Bob Hope and everybody. Listen, he was big, bro. Right? And remember the what's his name? That famous musician, Sharp, the guy who done the film to Sharp. What's his name? Isaac Hayes.
James Brown.
Yeah, Isaac Hayes. He brought Isaac Hayes on stage when he done a Black Moses, the concert thing at the the famous Stax concert they done, right? And even the soul singers, the soul loggers here, people buy soul music, a lot of white guys, they still have that coming up playing on BBC Two every now and then, where he lifted up Black Moses and he was like wearing a shirt made of chains, right? Jesse Jackson was the one who lifted him up, and he was wearing his traditional chieftaincy wear. Jesse knew how to play that black power thing better than anyone.
But who made Jesse Jackson famous with us? Was he like self-made or why exactly is he famous? What did he do?
Yeah, he
represented the black struggle in America.
He started out as a civil rights marcher with Martin Luther King and Andrew Young.
Okay.
That's it. But later on, when he started campaigning for because he ran for the election, right?
He ran in 84 and 88.
That's it, right? We had 4 politicians that became the first black politicians in the UK. One of them, I'm related to him through marriage. His name is Paul Boateng, right? He was very close to Jesse and so on because at the time the apartheid, the struggle. Listen, Jesse done a lot in the UK, right? That's the black guy we knew.
Check us out. 88 when he didn't get that vice president thing, he was they did him wrong and whatnot.
But he was popular. They should have given him something.
He was literally crying and whatnot. He was like, "It ain't about." and then he stopped campaigning for the Democrats. Remember
Yeah.
that?
Oh, that was a shame because after as vice president, it would have been good for him.
They thought he really thought because he's placed well in the primary that he was going to get the vice president position, running mate.
Yeah.
And
that was a backstab. I think he should have got there.
Crying, man.
Who was he running? Who was his running mate? Who was the president? Democrat he was running.
Lloyd Benson.
Lloyd Benson. Yeah, but there was another. I'm trying to think of the
president. Who was candidate? Michael Dukakis.
Dukakis. Oh yeah. Dukakis. Mind you, what's his name? Reagan was too strong at that time, man. Reagan. I mean, the way America was going.
Reagan was going out, and then George H.W. Bush took over.
Yeah. That's it. And then you had Mrs.
That was my first presidential election I voted.
You saw? Oh, okay. But yeah, no, Jesse. Listen, Jesse was the man. That was the days of the Right On magazine over here in England. That's what we had, all the Ebony magazine. Listen, black people.
The late '80s was the best.
Trust me, bro. It was.
I go back to the late '80s, the early '90s. That was the best time period, man.
Listen, all we done was copy black American fashion style, the music, bro.
Everybody was black conscious, everything like that. You know.
Yep.
And then the mid '90s, everything took a left turn with the Hot 97.
That's
and
it.
All this,
the Cosby Show,
magazine, Hot 97. The culture changed, you know.
Right. I tell you how big it was. Right. You remember Kiss FM in America in New York?
Yeah.
We had a version. There was a Jamaican brother who had a white rapper friend. They went to America and got the name, and they were able to open up a Kiss radio station here. It's a pirate radio station. You know that became the biggest listened to radio station in Britain. That's why we were playing all the black music.
WBLS, Kiss and WBLS. WBLS stood for Black Liberation Station.
Yeah. All we were doing, they were copying what was happening in America. Now, guess what happened with the guy who started our radio station? He sold the Kiss FM here for over 100 million or some ridiculous amount of money. And you know what they done? The company that was the rival company to BBC, they came and bought Kiss FM. Right? You can get this documentary on YouTube. Bought Kiss FM. They hand it over to them within. You can listen to Kiss FM now. You think it's a white commercial radio station. They killed it, got rid of all the black presenters in time, turned Kiss FM into the most commercial bullshit. They run Universal Music, I think, runs it now. And back then, that's how big black music was, mainly from America, mainly from the Caribbean. But they copied what was happening in America here. And they made a mint. It's called The Story of Kiss FM, or go on YouTube, BBC pirate station or radio stations in pirate radio station in Britain. You will see all the black DJs. They were this. We bought in all that. That's where Cameo and all that were coming over. Alexander O'Neill those days. This were the guys bringing them. And all they done was copy what's in Black America, brought it here. And Mrs. Thatcher's government were going in there raiding the radio stations, right? Because they were telling the story of South Africa, what's happening in America. They were telling us the black struggle, basically. That's what was happening. We were just copying what was happening with what is a radio station in New York, copying it here. And they made a mint out of it, sold it, and then they got rid of it. Because
what I always curious about, when we say the black struggle in the Caribbean, and the black struggle in America and South Africa, what were these African immigrants thinking about?
I tell you what, I was in those days. I came here when I was 10. The Bush Wars in Zimbabwe was happening. Then South Africa was about to kick off bigger. So by the time I was 10, I got to about 15. That's when Jesse 84 and Jesse and all that were running for election and so on. So basically, throughout my teenage years, I was the first of generation of black of Africans here who could pick up the baton. Before that was my father's generation. They came here to study. They came here to mainly to study, right? And then you got migrant workers came in later on. They were not like today where you just got migrant workers just jumping in. You couldn't just come into Britain like that. But later on, my generation, the ones after mine, we then saw the light the way we're seeing it now. But before, they were just students, foreign students who came here to study, or foreign workers who came here. So they didn't really see themselves getting involved in British societies like that. We became British. So we were fully immersed in it. and we realize the whites weren't going to let us in. So we see our brothers from the Caribbean, they show us the ropes, and then we meeting up now on the internet with people from America. So now it's like it's evolving, and now we're actually going back to Africa itself. So it's the most weirdest thing. It's going around full clock circle, and the whites can see this. That's why they had policies making sure that the African Americans don't link up with the ones in Africa, and the Caribbeans don't meet up, because the struggle that you've had when you link it up with what's in Africa, kaboom, and that's what's going to happen. They can't stop it. Carla, it's human nature. They try to stop it, but they can't stop it, because you can't listen to that bullshit radio station and look at things from their world point of view all the time, because you're not them. But we have, we've got
I think that's what's happening with the political party. They try to make us brown Democrats, brown white people.
Yeah, thank you. Brown Englishmen.
That's not our nature to fucking talk about homosexuality, right? LGBTQ and all stuff like that. Us,
this is the biggest problem, is that those of us who are here, who thought they're gonna just stay here. If you're gonna stay here in England or stay in America, you've got to join in with the LGBT nonsense, or build your own community outside. Because if you want to get ahead in what they're building, you got to come with everybody else, which will dilute you. Yeah, that's why people like us. We're fielding Negroes. As one of Dinah's Amir's brothers, I think Armin Ra used to say, we're fielding Negroes. If you want to go back to Africa, you think you'll do your own community in America, you want to still be black, we're fielding Negroes. Anybody else, your house Negroes, whether you like it or not. And your future, if you're in America, is Brazil, because that's what they're going to turn you into. Sorry.
Dominican Republic. We don't know who you are, your race.
That's it. Right? You see, the minute you bit that black thing, like Jonathan has with his missus, like you have now, sorry, Carla, you know now, okay, as a field Negro now, where am I going to find my thing, my feet? Yeah? Because within the black world itself, the whole mind, you got to maneuver. But once you get that peace of mind, you can live anywhere. It's in the mind. If you feel that you've got to be next to the white person physically, then you're going to be in trouble, because they will dominate you. I'm not against them per se, but they will dominate. But in our world, we've got to find our peace within the black world. And listen, there's nothing I like more than being back in the village in a serene place, quiet greenery, listening to Stevie Wonder in the afternoon, listening to Frankie Beverly and Mays. Yeah, that's my African thing here and there, but I'm an R&B cat. I grew up on New Edition. That's what I love. That's what I want. I'm not interested in going to Hollywood or you couldn't sell England to me now. You can't sell me Hollywood. I'll watch it on thing, yeah. But no, my peace is in a village. I got a nice home I've made for myself. Hey, anybody come by? I got spare rooms you can stay in. I'm happy. I just want to see my country people do well. I want to see my continent get a better deal. And I want my brothers and sisters in America to have, in the Caribbean, to have an option to come back to Africa so they can build that. What I've had advantage of.
The thing is, what I see, honestly, what I see in Africa, my observation in Liberia and America and that, is that black people got to stop being intimidated by people who call themselves educated or whatever.
Yeah, like thank that. You. Oh, they well done.
Stop being intimidated by these people. And
they call bullshitters with a tie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and the bottom line, and then the whole thing is when things don't go well, they know how to scapegoat to the white man, you know?
Thank you.
When they screw up and everything like that, they'll say, "Oh, see the white man, racism." Like, no, y'all made bad decisions. You know, y'all lose the money. Y'all irresponsible. Y'all didn't make the right choices and everything like that. But they know we're emotional. And they'll get away with it. And so the bottom line is, and how do they get away with it? They got some advanced degree. You know, they got some degree or
that bullshit.
All stuff like that. So
that's
it. And then you got a guy like Ibrahim Traore, you know, took over a country and turned it around.
No, he hasn't yet turned it around yet. With Traore, he represents the ordinary folk, which is good. He hasn't yet
I
turned
like
around. He put
I
the
like
right
He
things
has
in place.
not turned the damn thing around.
Yeah,
It's
not yet.
all been
Give
a
it
lie.
time. Only time will tell. But I know what you're saying, Carla. I know what you're saying. Well, welcome to the world that I've been in for a long time.
Lewis, I got a
Unfortunately,
question.
go ahead.
Why do Africans lie so much?
The bullshit. That's what I was just about to say. The bullshit is with time because you can get away with. They've got away with it for a long time.
Yeah, but it's like they start to believe their own lie.
Because if you
That's
tell a
the
lie long
problem.
enough,
That's the
if
problem
you
I
tell
have
a
with
lie
it.
long enough, okay, you start to believe it becomes the norm.
And I hate to say this, but they got my brother Dynas going, man. I was like, Dynas.
You're done.
Listen, let me tell you what, Dynas, right? Say whatever. I hear what you mean, but he's put himself in a good position wherever he's been. That's one thing I said with Dynas.
Well, let me ask you a question, Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
If Dynas is a prince, right? Now the Yoruba's sitting on, I guess they're sitting on oil and stuff like that. How come Dynas hasn't been part of that thing?
It depends what Dynas' profession is. Dynas is a salesman.
No, but a lot
Okay.
of times people in Africa, they're not friggin' know anything. They just connect. Let me tell you how it works in Nigeria, at least, right? Such and such, right? Is descendant of a long line of kings, chiefs, everything like that, right?
Yeah.
But he's in the politics now. He goes lunch with the president. He goes like that. He's a well-respected man. He's an elder. Blah blah blah. He's going to form the state knows that we need a certain. This is how it works in Africa in general, right? This is what happened with the Dos Santos. Let's form a state-owned corporate, a state-owned a company that basically manages things like electric utilities, water, internet, and stuff like that. We'll partner with foreign companies, right? But we'll only take like 20%, right? The foreign company go anything, but whatever it is, whether it's a postal business, whatever like that, we'll have a whole bunch of companies that are service oriented, manufacturing that we take a percentage with. Now you ask yourself this question, right? How is he ownership of that? It's simple. He's connected, you know?
Yeah, he's in a very powerful position, and I'm sure you don't need no one to tell him. He's a smart enough man. If I was him, I'll keep the tour going, right, which is a good thing. But I'll be going for more than a tour.
That's what I'm talking about. I think
if you're in a place like
came to him and say, "Look, you want to be part of this? Because let me tell you something. Even when not like that group I just told you about, a corporation, they'll have like 15 people that got a 0.5% here, a trust fund here, and stuff like that. You know, they'll make sure all their people are taken care of. They got somebody just having so much money overseas, everything like that. You know, but when it comes down to Black America, it don't seem you give me the accolades. Say I'm an Ashanti now, and I bow down to the stool and everything like that. But you ain't getting that Ashanti money, you know. You're saying Yoruba and you got like this, but you know, okay, we're not
connection
participate in an oil block, you know.
I mean, what money they're supposed to give you, Kyle?
Okay, let's say what you call there's an oil block off the coast of there's like 50 oil blocks off the coast of Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
In order for oil company to drill there, you know, now, how do you own an oil block? Just simply somebody say, "This is our land." The government says, "Okay, it's your land.
You can exploit here or there."
The oil block is yours. So the oil company comes and whatnot, says, "Okay, I want to drill oil. I discover oil. Oh, this company family right here, the Abiola family, owns that oil block right here, and they're getting just for having an oil block that's paid by God, right? Because they're politically connected, now they're going to become super uber rich, you know."
But Colin, what does that have to do with being Ashanti or being named a Yoruba? Like 99.9% of Ashantis and Yorubas don't get that money.
Yeah,
we know that, but we're saying the connected people.
The connection. Listen, if you've got connections, you gotta make use of it. In Africa, you got connection to the president, Sierra Leone. That's mainly what you need because they're not so big on chieftaincy. But you got connection to the government, to the president. I mean, I don't really have to worry too much about it. I just need a plan. So, but it's like if Dana's got that, I'm not surprised he wasn't even confused about going on that. Like, hey, let me go here. You go there, great. I want to see Dynasty take it to the next level. I want to see him get land. He was talking about getting some estates near the coastal area.
New major clown.
Yeah. But he's got to really make it. I mean, you got to get in there, get that land. I'm sure he's already got it in the background, right? Then bring investors in. You got your show. You bring in big people on the show. Connect them up. Hey, we got this plot line right now. Dinah should have some areas set up near the coastal area because he's been there a few times. Speak to the chief. Speak to the president. I need this. I want to develop that. Okay. Get a plan.
Developers, bankers, financiers, mortgage.
I'm sure he's got that in the background. I'm sure there's no way he's
Yeah,
gonna
Louis, that sounds so good. Maybe not. Maybe in another country. Nigeria ain't that simple.
But in Nigeria,
Nigeria is a complicated place.
It's got, yeah. I mean, I don't know, but Sierra Leone is easy to get that done. I don't think Martin is gonna miss out on that, bro.
It was have a large population though.
That's what I'm saying.
Like $3 billion.
Nigerian government gonna come knocking down that community right afterwards.
What?
What's the population in
like
Sierra
$4
Leone?
billion. That's nothing, man.
Yeah. It's easy to me. The smaller the country, the more opportunity there is. You so much you see
that doesn't make any sense, man. Smaller country, smaller GDP.
Yeah, smaller GDP. But if you start with a basic like farming, just basic farming, the city money. Come on, man.
You need you need a market too. You need logistics.
Look, we're talking about 80,000 pounds worth of dollars worth of machine. Even you could buy them second hand. Couple of tractors, okay. It's not that hard to do farming.
No, please don't talk about this shit, man. Because this only reminds me of the documentary we watched about Liberia. They had all of that shit. They had the machinery, the tractors, they had it all, damn it. They were trying to make the country self-sufficient on food. Oh God.
Listen, if you cannot get going the basics of agriculture, the most basic stuff, then I'm sorry, then you shouldn't be in that position of power in a way. I mean, this is why when I look at certain countries, certain basics don't run, and I'm like, man, I can't do that before you.
Let this be a case study on Liberia, Rhodesia, well, Zimbabwe now, in South Africa.
Zimbabwe is not that bad. It's just not on the scale it should be at, but they got the basics there.
How the fuck up a country 101? What happened?
No, they were doing well, right? But what happened was he relied upon the white farmers, thinking that the white farmers, like they've done in South Africa, are going to be good and loyal. English people are not like that. They don't share. Eventually, what happened was they couldn't make as much money as they were making. They got fed up with Mugabe because they couldn't have the free reign. Basically, they missed the apartheid era of Ian Smith. And what happened was when Blair came in, he thought, oh, no, I'm not going to pay this. Because they made an agreement, Lancaster agreement, to pay a certain amount.
They never went through with the Lancaster agreement, though.
Right. Thank you. So Blair decided, he uses the PR. He's good at the PR, right? And we're just going to make him, because he's been in power too long. And Mugabe said, nah. You ain't gonna fuck me over like that. But where Mugabe went wrong, and I will say this to them, is that the first thing he should have grabbed their hold of was to make sure that, because Zimbabwe got the most literate people in Sub-Saharan Africa. They've been well educated, but they should have been more focused on the farming, because that was the number one asset of the country. There's other stuff like
the black people is why do the farming. The problem is the whites own the land and do the management.
No, not in Zimbabwe. It became a leasehold. That's why he was able to kick him off. In South Africa, they own that. That's why they are struggling now. That's why racist Elon Musk is trying to whisper in Trump's ear, because he knows once they take off. To me, they're not going far enough. They should do what
Lewis, you got to be real.
No one should own any land. No white person should own no land. You got to be naked.
They see what happened in Zimbabwe, and they said, let's not take that route.
What? But that's what should be happening. Listen, that's what should be happening. This is where they're going wrong. Zimbabwe has got an advantage.
No, I disagree. I disagree, Lewis. And I'm not talking shit about local people now. I'm not trying to do that at all.
Yeah.
But when you put these people in positions that they're not ready for, nothing good comes out of it.
Well, listen, you don't just have to give it to the local people. You can bring in commercial farmers, Give them a lease for a certain amount of years to grow certain products. You're in charge.
Yeah, but they don't think that way. Once they get in power, they wanna try to do everything and put their people in.
Yeah, well, fuck them then.
That's not what they. It's Africa now. You know that's not what they do.
Yeah. Well, some of our people, they're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready. But most Zimbabweans I've come across, very competent people. You know, the best mechanics in the garage where I work out, where I drive the bus, they're Zimbabweans. They're very good mechanics. They can do. I'm surprised at basic thing like farming. I know some of them do it, but come on, that should be the first thing. Put students in to go and learn that farming, right?
Farming is hard, dirty work, man. Africans don't want to
listen. It's not. Listen, this is the problem, right? We've got to educate people to make these things attractive. You've got to make it attractive. If people don't make money out of it,
Black America, one thing we do have in the South is a lot of black people who love tractors, love farms, like that. We have
need those people.
You know?
We need them in We need them in Africa.
Somebody got to make a deal, man. We can't. Like I said, Africans, man, they I don't know what they're thinking. They're ready to bring white people to from South Africa to America, and Africans.
But Carla, you can come in on that. You can come in and set up a company that's going to do between you and the Liberia government.
It has to be Africans on a government level policy. It has to be like
you can do that. You can do that. Start doing that.
They need to do that because they got the African countries need to earmark in their national plan how to replace white farmers in South Africa with African American.
Right. They want to come over there. Then you should welcome it. Let's welcome Trump. Let him take him. Because once you leave the land, Trump can come in.
I haven't heard. We like me and Bomani said we haven't heard nothing from Cyril Ramaphosa saying, "Oh, if they leave, we're going to replace them. For every white person that leaves, we're going to bring 2 black African Americans over."
Right.
That conversation's not happening. You know.
I don't have time for South Africa because they got no excuses. They were the last to get, not say independent, but the last to take power. You should have this stuff worked out in the plan. Long time. No excuses.
South Africa's biggest mistake was they thought they could bring this rainbow nation and stuff like that.
Listen, the minute you do the LGBT rainbow crap,
I was right. I was hoping I was wrong, but I knew these white people were not going to just hand that country over just like that.
Thank you. That's it. So now,
Tyler, I wish Liberia had this something similar.
Well,
y'all can run the country, but you don't run nothing else.
We tried to break the natives without really telling them about civilization, what the hell is all about.
You know the
funny thing, let me ask you, Kala. You always challenge people when they say that the Americans came back and colonized the people or whatever. What is your counter argument to that? Say what?
You know what colonize?
They're saying they exploited them. They're saying exploit. Colonize means you're a foreign government
that you're
running the political, social
country, and you're occupying the land on the behest of a superior.
No, but they're saying that they exploited them. That's what they're saying. They came back and exploited because they came back and they were running everything.
Let me hold it possible. Let me speak, bro. Let me speak. When they came back there, they lived in their own homesteads. Natives had 80% of the land. They didn't live it. We had our own land. They had their own land, everything like that. Natives had their own tribal laws, everything. They did, and now that the Constitution of Liberia protected native land. So in other words, basically, there was the French and all these other people were trying to encroach on native territory. Liberian government said, "Hell no! You cannot sell your land to white people. You cannot sell your land to anybody else, whatever like that." It protected natives, right? All around Liberia, all these people are suffering right now. The French Africa is suffering now because of that deal. Liberia is the only country in West Africa you see right now not suffering. Why? Because people that came there, our ancestors came there that built the Constitution of the Republic. Liberia is really the only free soil in that region right there. You know, the French
get out of it.
Okay, but what about? I'm talking about back in the day because that's what they always say.
Okay. Back with what do you want to know?
Did they not come? The Americos came, or the American descendant and Caribbean descendants came back, and they were running the government and everything. And
let me ask you a question. In
the government, they were just subjects.
Let me ask you a question. Right, when they came back to Africa, right, there was no coming back from America. They were basically kicked out of America. You know, They came there and they said, you know something, if we don't form a government, we're going to be taken over by France, Britain, Portugal, and stuff like that. Now, what was they supposed to do? They're supposed to sit back and let the natives, if the natives were in charge, they would have got colonized like the rest of West Africa. Liberia was the only country in West Africa never colonized for a reason.
But listen, Carla, how?
Carla, you got to go further than
Yeah.
that. The natives were fucking with them since the day they got there.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is the thing, though.
They had it coming.
The native of Bassa. In 1834, there was a massacre in Bassa Cove called Port Crescent Massacre. Look it up, Port Crescent Massacre, right?
You're talking about the first one when they were in like the swampy area. The first.
The Bassa chief basically was conspiring with European slave traders, right? They saw the settlers there as a threat to the slave trade, and so the Bassa chief ordered his army, wiped out a whole entire community, killed them, in cold blood, And then what happened was Stephen Allen Benson got an army together, went into the Bassa villages and burned the village to the ground.
What's the name of the massacre?
Port Crescent. The Port Crescent Massacre. That's in my novel. You said look in my novel. Read the novel I wrote.
I read that novel. It was so many years ago. I didn't know.
Read it again, man. The Port Crescent.
Yeah, no, I probably will read it again now that I got some more information.
You should get together with Carla and make a film on Liberia.
Oh, he already got some offers.
Based on his book.
What?
He already has some offers, and I've never shot a narrative film.
Well, I got offers. I got offers, but I need a screenwriter. I need a screenwriter.
I think Mufasa, what you need to do, you should do a film called The Great Return, right? Or The Great Exodus Return, okay? Because you can go to Nigeria, see people coming back, Ghana, get people coming back, Liberia, people coming back, so you got Ghana already. You put this together, even the Senegalese, a lot of the French-speaking ones coming back. Put this together as a film, liquid teaser,
I'm proud.
No, Kyla, put together a film about how great Liberia was.
Well, not just about Liberia. Everybody
just how great. Fuck that. How great Liberia was before they went in there and ruined it. It ain't never gonna be the same again.
That place was literally heaven on earth, man. Like I look at the
I seen the documentary. People from all over the world were going there on vacation. Who does that?
We drive down Southern Boulevard. You think you're in Manhattan.
I've seen some of the films. Listen, Mufasa, if what's his name?
And they dressed just like Black Americans when they were going to school. They just look so beautiful, dog.
Yeah, but weren't they dominating all of the couldn't they
that's another
Carla, I got this for you. You know what, Mufasa?
Yeah.
The natives say shit like this all the time, but then it reminds me of something. Your first settlement, your main area that you're building is usually going to be the best area in the most developed area. That's why when you go to New York, it's New York City. You go to California, San Francisco, where the gold rush was, right? And they always try to make it feel like, well, the rest of the country was just bad. The rest of the country didn't join Liberia until later on down the line.
Yeah, there was Mississippi.
They wasn't actually a part of it yet.
There was all these other places that eventually became part of Liberia over the time. Liberia and also the hinterland right there, Mufasa didn't become part of Liberia until 1947. It was a developing country. They wanted miracles out of these people who were just trying to survive themselves. It was just a developing country.
And they were doing great at it.
And
so the idea that they were politically disenfranchised, when you just become a part of something, you don't get to run it.
So you're saying the natives weren't a part of it. But you said in the Constitution they included the natives.
Mufasa. All these Liberians, tribes, could have had their own independent. They chose by treaty. Every last single Liberians were treaties. The Vai tribe was the first to sign a major treaty. The Golas, the Grebos, all these people. Matter of fact, let me tell you something, Mufasa history, right? The Great Mono tribe, that's what Great Africa is from, right? The Mono tribe, right? Had it not been for that tribe, Liberia would have been overrun by the French. They stood up against the French. When French were encroaching on Liberia, it was a mono tribe that went to war against the French to save the Republic, swore allegiance to the Republic, and saved the Republic. They'll make a mistake. Liberians talk like that online, but they're very, very patriotic. Go to their
the French did encroach, though.
They'll tell you, man, we love this country and we love our ancestors that came from America. They'll tell you. You go to Liberia, they'll tell you. That stuff you hear online is not real life. Man.
It sounds
No,
to me.
I gotta get a good book.
Liberians have representation in government. They had
they always have representation in government from day one.
The only
They said they didn't have anybody in parliament until.
Yes, they did. No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
No, Carla,
yo, look, the Massaquoi clan, like my girl Sine Massaquoi that hosted me, she's like my sister. She was there at my party she was there this time one night. The Massaquoi family, it was one of the most powerful families in Liberia. You know, they're the ones that helped bring the Bongo.
What ethnic group were they from?
The Vi tribe. They're Vi tribe. They're from the Cape
Mountain region. Carla, it sounds to me like it's not too late. It's still rescuable, right?
And there's nothing wrong with Liberia. Look, when you get online, you got some people rumbling, blah blah blah, because maybe you know what it is. It's not even about the American Liberians. They don't like their position in their own tribe. They're losing people at the bottom of their own tribe, so they take it out on the Congo people, wherever like that.
You got to take what you see on YouTube with pinch of salt, because when you look into it, right? There's an idiot I've come across recently who's from Burkina Faso, and all he does is go online talk shit about Ghana like this, and Ghana, and this guy has such hate, right? I think I might have come across him before on the show.
St. James.
Huh?
St. James.
I'm not sure. I think that might be him or whatever, because they change names. I don't have time to look at him. He's all right.
Talk about, look at what we're doing to Burkina Faso. You ain't doing shit.
Yeah, always like, all right, man. Okay.
Y'all had one coup after coup, and y'all on your way to another coup. Y'all ain't doing shit.
What the hell? That's what I'm saying is, then okay, what you guys do? Okay, are you still using the French safer? Okay, when you get rid of the French safer, you're getting together with three of you guys come. Great, but you're not dead. You ain't done nothing yet.
French Africa, the French. I found out how brutal the French was in that region.
They were wicked bastards.
Holy shit! And also another thing, Mufasa, right? Do you know that a lot of people, the Mono tribe was split between Guinea and you go to Ganta right now. Half the people on the Guinea side, right? I go across the Guinea border, and Ganta's right there on the border, right? People come over. You know how many people from Guinea be sneaking across to Liberia because the colonial times, like Gray Evans said, a lot of family over there came to Liberia because the French was so brutal. They would be part of Liberia because the French were just brutal in their colonial.
They are the most wicked bastards ever going to South Africa.
So these people said when they looked at they added everything up. They said, you know something, we want to be part of Liberia. Yeah. So,
right now,
people talk all that stuff. It's not even real logical. A lot of times, people talk white people talking shit.
Thank you. Right now, the French are so unpopular in Africa. The next French Francophone meeting, they couldn't have it in any other French country. Guess where they're having it? In Kenya. Yeah. Listen, you've got the right people. Okay. You need like-minded people. Okay. When Nkrumah was getting independent, he went next door to Ivory Coast, where the Ashantis were again. He spoke to Kwasi Boahen, which they call Fubuahen. He told him, listen, brother, let's come with us. Let's make this Ghana bigger, come with us. You know what he turned around and said to Nkrumah? If you're ready to leave your mother, we're not ready to leave our father. That's what he told Nkrumah. Some of our people are dumb. They deserve to get walked over. And that's why I got in 2025, I got no time for any idiot who don't want to be self-determined. Unfortunately, most of our people, more than 60% are like that. It's only a few of us that have got that, and that can grow it. In the French-speaking nations, often if you look at the history, those people were natural sellouts. Some of them weren't, but a lot of us, majority of our people, they are quite happy to lay back and let this man do whatever he's got to do. And not every one of us are fighters. We're field Negroes, they're house Negroes.
Louis, would you believe that majority of the mining areas and resources in Burkina Faso is owned by Western companies still.
Yeah, I heard demand. Yes, oh, that won't surprise me.
Well, let's stop talking about they kicked out the West. Oh,
Thank you. They
God.
haven't.
I'm
The PR
tired
is
of hearing
ridiculous.
that shit.
The PR is absolute
This
nonsense.
fake ass PR and shit, it's killing me now. It's making
Nigeria
me
has
look
the
at
best
Africans
PR.
like they done
Nigeria has
lost their
by
damn
far
mind.
I
the
can't
best
see what a young
PR in
man
Africa,
can.
man. They got the best PR in
Well,
Africa.
I'm sick
I
of
mean,
this shit.
didn't he kick out France, the embassy or something like that?
Yeah, which is all right. Yeah, but we
Ooh.
need to see you doing something.
The
Yeah,
French is still there, Bavasa. They're still there.
yeah.
They're
You know,
still there. They ain't
I'm
left.
not. I haven't really been reading up on that. No.
They're
Right.
still there.
You know,
I mean, they're
unfortunately,
not there as
he's got
strong as
better
they used to,
PR
but they're still
than
there.
what?
So
No,
this
that's
thing
the
here is
thing,
saying
though.
I did a chat GPT is saying that until 1946, indigenous Liberians couldn't even vote in national
That's a
elections.
lie. That is a lie.
It
Let
says
me
in
tell
the
you something.
early days, it says
Let
the
me tell you something how it works.
1800s to the early
Here's how,
1900s,
Bavasa, let me tell you how it
the
works.
They couldn't
Liberian.
vote in national elections, but they had people in government. That's
Jason,
Hey,
let
crazy.
me tell you
hey,
something. Let
guys,
me
It
I'm
tell
gonna
you,
said,
take a shower. I'm gonna get ready for work. I'll see you in
all
a
right,
bit.
Lewis.
Let me tell you how that works, right? It just like America, right? The only people that basically voted were people. Voting was just something of confirmation of people who have stake in the country. Only people who voted in America and Liberia at the time were people who were property landowners and whatnot, or registered voters. In order for you to register to vote, you had to be the 64 Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act of 1964 and 1965 got rid of that and made it enfranchising federal law, saying that anyone could vote whether you own property or not. You had
No, but
before you had to
that's
have a
they're
poll
saying in the
tax. Hold
1800s
on.
and the
Before the
1900s.
65 Voting Act, you had to pay a poll tax, literacy test, or own property, or something like that. And so the same thing in Japan. The only people that voted in Japanese first election in 1925 were property owning males. That was standard throughout the world. And so
Same thing in Rhodesia. The only people that could vote is you have to be a graduate or you have to make $1,800 a year.
yeah, what was
No,
that?
but doesn't that lend to the argument that they were being dominated just like those
No,
other?
no. So,
That's
so
not
the
been
bottom line is
dominated
this.
against.
Not this.
They're saying
If you
they're
hold on,
saying that they controlled the land, the American Liberians, settlers, and their descendants.
Mufasa, here's the thing. Most of the people lived in tribal areas under tribal law. They weren't even under the jurisdiction of the state. So what are you talking? What are we saying?
No, they're saying indigenous people made up 95% of the population, and
No,
as you just
population of
said,
what?
they were
See, hold
included
up. They
based
didn't
on the
hold up. Hold
Constitution.
up. Hold up. For the laws in Liberia only covered the areas where the settlers lived. So the
You just
land
said
that
that they included them in the Constitution, all those native lands.
yeah, they concluded in the native land, but they were still under tribal law. Didn't make them citizens. They were in other words, they basically recognized. In other words, this is how it worked in the world back then, brother. If you're people are land, right? We're living in a world where we have the corporate state. Every part of the entire world had to be under some sort of either protection, like Nigeria, Ghana were protectorates, right? So in other words, they say, well, what's a protectorate? That means in the world of affairs, right? You're under the protection of Great Britain, right? Liberian Native Territory was under the protection of a recognized state called Liberia and the city of Monrovia. That was under the protection. They were protectorate territories. That don't mean they were actual. They were subjects or whatever like that, but they were just protectorates, not subjects. Protectorates. Same thing that happened all throughout there. Now, some areas like South Africa was actually a colony. Kenya was actually a colony. The Congo was a colony. Tanzania was a colony. Namibia was a colony because people actually settled there and they were part of the direct part of extension of the mother country. Liberia's thing was its territories was Monrovia was recognized as a republic by treaty. That means once Britain recognized Liberia as a republic, the United States recognized it. All the powers that were recognized Liberia recognized it as a republic, right? Now it has a privilege of claiming sovereignty. So in other words, these territories that were in Liberia, the Vi territory, the Gribble territory, were under Liberian sovereignty. That means a recognized authority of the international world, international borders, that's part of Liberian sovereignty. And so therefore the British and the French tried to encroach on that. Matter of fact, Liberia used to be twice the size of it is right now. But the French and the British took like most of that territory. You know that? You know?
Yeah. When they did the that thing in the the Berlin Conference.
Well, it was 1912. It was
but it started with the Berlin Conference, though.
It was after the Berlin Conference.
I'm saying they drew it up and then they came and take it.
Liberia used to extend into the Ivory Coast all the way to 100 miles into where the St. Pedro region was. It used to extend all the way to the Guinea Highlands, almost through Guinea and whatnot, almost to Burkina Faso. That was Liberian sovereignty, and also the Galenas in Sierra Leone. All that was encroached on, taken away by British and French troops that encroached on land. And it was the native people in Liberia that protected its final borders. That's the thing they don't tell you in history. It was the native people, right? Because they basically knew that they will take their chances with a black government in Monrovia. They saw themselves as part of this black republic. They wanted to be part of this black republic. They had the full choice of joining or not joining other Liberia. They were not forced. They signed a treaty saying we're going to become part of the first one was the Maryland state, Maryland in the eastern region, Maryland, you got Mississippi, the Sino region, then you got Macerado, and the Cape Mountain. All these people, territories said, look, we recognize in 1946, they actually became counties, with full voting rights, everything like that. Before that, they had to get to a certain point in the development, but they were recognized as a thing. They could have even the native territories made up like 80% of Liberia. They could have actually succeeded and became their own state. Because American Liberians only lived on the coast. They lived like about 30, 40 towns and cities along the coast.
But Carla, why didn't they? Why didn't they just develop it themselves?
I have no idea. They wanted to be part of Liberia.
Because they couldn't, Carla.
Well,
it's okay to be honest. You're in America now.
A lot of them really wanted to be part of Liberia. Whatever it is, they wanted to be part of Liberia.
Yeah, because it would be easier than actually developing anything.
Yeah, so they wanted to be part of Liberia. It's easier just to join Liberia. So that's the whole thing, So when people give you a sob story now, they're like this, they could have easily had their own nation because they were because they were the majority, and they had the manpower, they had everything. And so the bottom line is they had more power than you think they did, They choose to like this.
They didn't want to be under them chiefs.
Yeah, they didn't want a lot of.
They didn't want to be under a lot of these people. A lot of Africans don't want to be under the native rulers. They don't want to be with them.
Liberian natives were smart, and one of the conflicts was the presence of the American Liberians undermined the power and authority of the chief. They had absolute power, And then the people say, something, I want to be part of Liberia. So they came to Monrovia, Buchanan, and all those cities, right? Learned English. And guess what? They didn't have to listen to tribal law anymore. That's how it was. They had that option of joining the Liberia. And also, by the time the 1900 came around, 20th century came around, the majority of Liberian citizens were native people and people who were recaptured from the Congo High Seas. The so-called Americos were like the tiny minority in the Liberian population. They were a tiny minority. Most of the people came from the Caribbean. They came from other parts of Africa and the hinterland, and they became full-fledged Liberians. A lot of people stayed in the hinterland, kept their tribal ways, everything like that, until 1946 when they all unified together. I think unification came too quick. They should have waited another couple of decades to tell you the truth,
Oh, I noticed a lot of stuff y'all saying, except, some of the stuff I didn't know. But one thing I didn't know that they basically took that first deal for the very first land they landed on. That was pretty much like a failure. Well, most people died. They took that land at gunpoint.
Actually, it's very true. They landed at Shibbo Island. That was in Sierra Leone, right? When they got to Macerado, Providence Island, I've been on Providence Island. It's a nice little island. They settled on Providence Island. Elijah Johnson, the leader, right, said, this is where I stand. That's why I came up with the idea of the African stand. This is where I will stand. In other words, say it like this: we found a home. They had a strip of land that overlooking Monrovia, Providence Island. When they went to the mainland, and they said, "Okay, you can have that land right there, whole strip of land." Then when they cleared the land, starts carving up streets and everything like that, they start putting up buildings. Then the native people say, "You know something? We want it back." And they said, "No, sorry."
Yeah, but Kala, see, you left out the white guy putting a gun to the guy's head.
Well, no, that's or remember
you
the
left
whole
that
thing
out.
is this. The whole thing is this: the day chiefs, right? If they wanted to kill those whites, they could have, right? The bottom line is this: this is how it is, right? The black people from America, right? They had two choices. They were forced out of America, right?
Yeah.
Either they basically come to Africa, right? And we didn't come to America willingly. We came there under duress, right? So conflict. Yeah. So therefore, any real man's going to know you're going to return to Africa. The same conflict that brought you to America probably going to be the same way coming back, you know? And so therefore, the people were split. The native people were split. Some people said, let them leave. Then some people said, no, like this. The people who opposed them were people linked to the slave trade. They said the slave, if you let them sit here, these people that's coming back knowing the white man's ways are going to master us one day, and they're going to control the whole area. And that's exactly what happens. That's why the day chief said, no, you guys got to go. We're going to give you your stuff back. Elijah Johnson said, no, we made a deal. That's it. We have a treaty, whatever like that. So anyway, the natives tried to go to war, and you know, they lost. And what happens, Fossil, when somebody loses? That's what decides the future. Now, if the natives won, it would have never been in Liberia. They would say, okay, you won, but they lost. That's how wars start. It was a simple contract. Both sides.
Okay, so they didn't sign the contract under duress.
Well, they said no, they signed it, but they tried to go back on it. You know.
But they signed it under duress, though.
Well, the other one
signed. No, they didn't sign it under duress.
Well, no.
They were participating in the slave trade. Fuck them.
In the slave trade.
Who cares what they was under duress? They were putting people under duress at the very moment by walking around and grabbing people and capturing people and selling them to white people. Fuck they duress.
Mm. Yeah, that's one thing. I think I heard that on one of Dinah's shows. He said that everyone was participating in the slave trade. Then I looked it up. They said there was a couple. They said there was a couple ethnic groups that weren't. Matter of fact, I think I can find it right here. But they said for the most part they all were. In one way or another. Yeah.
So the bottom
line, with that being the case, they were under duress. They should have been under duress from the very moment that they seen them people.
Yeah. So the bottom line is every time. Look, the whole thing is this: if you go to Liberia and stuff like that, you understand. These people literally had to friggin' create. If you look at the go on the Ducor Hill or the Ducor Hotel with J.J. Robinson, and you look at the stone fort they built, you say to yourself, God damn. And you look how far is it away from the ocean, you're saying, how the hell they do all this, you know? How they do all this, bring all these stones and bricks and everything and carve this up. These people are so determined to fucking live and survive. And also on the bus, you saw them kissing the ground. They were crying, they were weeping. Thank God I'm home or not. Yo, look, the bottom line is this. Let me tell you something, Mufasa. If you know nothing about Liberia, and you understand one thing, when our ancestors got to Liberia, they really had enough. They said they had enough. They went to war against the whites. They went to war against the natives. They were ready to go to war with everybody. They went to war against the British. You know, they fought the Portuguese. They fought everybody. They were determined that they were not going back in chains. You know, they didn't care if they had to kill every last single one of the natives on that coast. They would have done it. You know, that's just the way.
Should have done it.
You know, they would have done it. They were not going back into slavery. You know, because that's how you understand. So slavery was not a picnic. You know. A lot of them basically were free blacks, right, who never known slavery. But the thought, you know what happened to Solomon Northup, 12 years a slave? The very thought of being taken in slavery terrified black people. That's why they went on that thing. The thought that they knew, a lot of them knew people who had been kidnapped and sold deep south to slavery. And they thought There was just a minor time before that. That's why they went to Liberia, to be safe. And the whole thing is this. They understood when they first got there and they saw Africans engaging in slave trade. Matter of fact, there was a story that happened like a few decades before that on that same coast of Bassa Cove with two African-American sailors that were looking for land and to trade and settle on that coast right there. This was like 60 years before Liberia was formed, right? Were kidnapped by Bassa people and sold to the Portuguese slaves. Two businessmen were stripped naked and sold on a slave ship. That's what you were dealing with. You're dealing with people who were basically, if they had won and they didn't have won, they would have captured the people, right? Raped the women, right? So take the women in the concubinage and sold the men off to slavery to the white man. That's what they were doing. So these men, these black men, unlike the cowardly black men we have in America, these men said Elijah Muhammad taught every last single man over the age of 15 how to fight and how to use a gun. They were not determined. They were determined to not fucking be taken as slaves, and they were going to carve out a space for themselves. They said, we got this whole fucking continent. We just want a little space for ourselves and whatnot. So that little bit of space is too much for people. Then I don't know what to tell you, you know? They say, look, it is what it is. You guys stay over there, we stay over here, and we trade, we be in peace. They tried their best to make peace for the native people, you know? And they had native people, like King Boatswain was on the side of the settlers, you know? He was the most powerful king. He told the Daves, you mess with them, you mess with me, you know? So they had allies. It wasn't like they were just pressing the natives. That was another lie they try to push. Do you know, like, the native people were, like, split? Half of them with the war with the American Liberians and half of them didn't. It was not no, miracle by saying no. There were natives that were saying no. You know, we accept them. They're here. They're building for us, everything like that. People don't know
the natives were fighting with each other.
and also, yeah,
they wasn't united.
At the time, you know. You know,
but in order to justify the coup, they say that they were oppressed.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
That's all it is. They were revision history and whatnot. They were not oppressed, you know.
Okay, what now? I'm seeing here that the crew weren't they weren't participating in the slave trade. The crew.
Oh, that's a lie.
They said they had like some individuals who were on crews and stuff,
but as a tribe, they weren't. The crew tribe were the main people who worked on slave trips because they made the crew tribe got special markers. They were by all the European countries, right? Had a special law. You could not enslave the crew tribe, the crew and the Fanties. Why? Because they were helpful in the transatlantic slave trade as spies, lookouts, and informers about where slaves are. The crew tribe was the one who alerted them where to look for people who could grow rice. And so they had all this knowledge of where to look for the best slaves and everything like that. So that's why the crew tribe would never take in as slaves. Even if the crew was taking as slaves, you would basically, when they found out crew markers, I don't care if he was on a field in Alabama, you got to take that crew, put them on a ship, and send them back. That was the law. So they built up a trust with the crew tribe over the years that still lasts to this day. Most crew people are still loyal to the British, you know, and there were major people in the modern Liberia who tried to undermine Liberia. Most of the traders in Liberia, the Kloof pliers, were crew people, crew tribes. Elvis is a crew person, you know.
Yeah, I gotta read. I actually never read a specific book for Liberia.
I got tons of books on Liberia, tons of them.
Yeah, I gotta grab one.
I've studied Liberia, bro.
I mean, I read your novel, but I never read like a history book.
You know how many years it took me to put that novel together? How much I had to study Liberia? And anybody tell you that book?
10 or 12 years.
Huh?
I think you said 10 years, something like that. I don't recall.
Well, it took me.
I know you brought up some interviews.
It took me years to it took me years of research. And you're right. So Africa, fucking you all Africans, self-haters. Guess what? Okay, you really feel like that African power, whatever the fuck you are, the fuck off my channel, nigga. You know, get the fuck out of here. You know, how about that?
Yo, so what? I missed the beginning. Are the Democrats finished politically?
Well, my whole
thing. Why you say that? They got the black woman as the backbone of the party, right?
Yeah, the black women. But the thing is, but look at it right now. That girl, Jasmine Crockett, she's a buffoon. Stacey Abrams, right? This is a joke, you know.
Is Jasmine Crockett married?
I have no idea, you know.
Okay. Hell no.
Oh my goodness.
You know, so the bottom line is this: and she's, you know, I'm like, and that Ionis Priestley, whatever her name is, just angry all the time.
Another weirdo.
You know, all these people, right?
Why they never get? Why they can never find like married black women to run the damn
That
thing?
is something to that, bro. I mean, because honestly,
Angry black women.
what is
You
your
can't
stake? I
find
mean,
nobody married with
they should
kids
be
or none of
married.
that shit.
Yeah, they should be married, bro.
That's just weird. A whole bunch of
You got
single,
Fannie Willis and whatnot.
fat, lesbian-looking weirdos walking around.
Yeah, that's not a good
That's what they're
representation.
recruiting. They're recruiting these black women that are angry. You know, what you call it is angry, bitter, and I don't know,
Loudmouth. And
loud
then they
mouth.
talk about we got stereotypes. Stop voting for these hoes.
Well, you
Then.
know what? They're trying to appeal to the base too, though. You know what I'm saying?
What
What
Identity
base is
turn
that?
politics.
men off? They
Hood
turn
rap base?
The majority of black women aren't married.
That's a damn shame.
Yeah, the majority aren't married. So
well. So
Yeah,
that's
ain't gonna be married. Act like these hood rat ass
and
politicians
also
they got.
Jasmine Crockett said she's going to put the transgender. I mean, what does that have to do with black people? Yeah, and then she said, "Oh, black nobody need no $5,000 rebate." You know, Trump talking about $5,000 rebate for the money they
oh,
saved.
that was her that said that?
Yeah, she said
She
that.
said that.
Yeah, she said
Oh,
that.
okay. Yeah, that was
Yeah, see
wild.
that
Oh,
in black women. We
look,
don't need
Jonathan,
$5,000. Yeah, you do.
Jonathan. So if that's your person fighting for reparations. You that's your point person
that is
for
not. That's
reparations,
not
man.
our person.
You are doomed. In the words of Hustle
Aunt
and
Nam
Flow.
said,
You are
"Whose fault is
doomed.
that black men are the ones supposed to marry them?" We never said it wasn't black men's fault. We just saying they keep finding a way to put these non-married people up there.
Yeah,
That's what the party keeps selling to us.
and these angry black women,
And then
Yeah,
they keep
and
promoting a bunch of
everyone else got a
policies to keep
husband
us
though.
unmarried.
You know what's crazy? They got that shit called the squad, right?
I could stand
Either
them.
if you're married to a white person,
Yeah,
or
Ileana
you're
Omar
not
with a
married
white
at
dude.
all.
AOC with a white dude. When the white man's this, but you're on your knees slobbering on his knob or whatnot. This is crazy shit I've ever seen in my life.
That guy's Muslim.
Rashida Tlaib, I think she was a white man too. That's
Okay,
crazy.
AOC doesn't as a white man, huh?
Yeah, she, of course.
So hold on, they let that go in the Latino community or whoever's voting for
They
him.
don't care, man.
They love that. What you
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
you're right. My bad.
Latinos,
Yeah, you're
right?
right. Yeah,
Latinos were because they get rounded up, humiliated, and everything. They thought they were gonna be their little white proxy, spicy whites and whatnot, and they get their asses getting locked up, thrown out of the country left and right, and these guys feel humiliated. And we told them, man, they'll say so. Anyway, Latinos love white people, right? They literally love them, and they put here to train us how to love white people the way they do, and so therefore they could, no matter what you say about what they say about the borders, blah blah blah, and xenophobia, and racism, and whatnot, they all love white people. They all love white people, and they all champion marrying white. That's just how they are. They don't be fooled by that nonsense about them people talking about white ALC, Ileana Omar. All these people worship white people. They talk all that stuff, but they really worship white people. Every last single one of them. Every time you see it was a Palestinian protester, whatnot. They all got white guys as a boyfriend.
Ileana Omar is married to a white dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah, or a boyfriend, whatever.
A Somalian Muslim.
Married to a Christian, right?
Well, who knows?
Tell you, Haram on his finest.
A redheaded dude, real white, so she good. And same thing with AOC is a white guy, So these people, Ileana Preston is mad because no white man wants her, That's what that's all about, So.
Okay, but she had black guys in the past. Okay.
Ooh.
She divorced them.
Yeah, but she had from 2009 to 2017, she was with a black dude, and then she was with another black dude for a year. Ileana Omar.
And
she was with some other Somali dudes, it looked like.
Somalis, whatever,
Yeah, 2009 to 2017, and then in 2020, she married Tim Manette, whatever.
It's like she immediately gets married
I would
right
like
after
to
she
know. I
gets
would like to
divorced.
know
That's
is
kind of strange.
how is she worth $85 million? That's what I like to know.
She's worth $85 million.
She's worth $85 million.
Yeah, she out there
Jasmine
struggling
Crockett has been
supposedly.
in Congress for less than a year, and she's worth $10 million. How the hell did that happen?
When did she get elected?
She got elected about a year and a half ago. I think 2000.
No. She's been in office for years.
No, she hasn't. She's new.
All right, so she was in the
Jasmine
House of
Crockett got into office, I
Representatives
think,
on 2017.
2022.
2017.
Yeah, but
Preceded
that's what
by
the district she is right now. She used to come from some raggedy district, but now the district
yeah,
she's
she
right
was
now.
a Minnesota House of Reps. Oh, okay. You're right. Okay, so U.S. House of Reps as of 2019.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah. Something like
Okay.
that. She
Yeah, I
just
mean, but
got in
that's still
office.
years, Kyler. That's 6 years.
Yeah, but still though. But the thing is, but I think what the district she's in right now, she's only been there for a couple of years. She was in some raggedy district, some real depraved, poverty-stricken district, but not, that she ran in. Right, because now she's in a bigger district, whatever, Houston. That's what they were saying. And this guy, fucking Al Green, he's a fucking joke. Simple's, we're doomed. Yeah, if that's
I used to watch Simple's. I always wonder what's the purpose of the those videos.
what's Simple's,
Yeah, like when you
so you don't get your simp
he
on.
probably gonna jump on. No, but I'm saying where he'll be like, we're doomed. I'm like, what's the purpose of
We are
saying
doomed,
that?
man. If everything keeps
We're,
going the
we're
way it
not
is,
doomed.
we're fucked.
And now, please stop lying in the chat. Jasmine is not married.
I just looked it up. I looked up her wiki. I couldn't find no husband on there.
She's not married.
Okay.
And now stop doing that crazy shit and just making up bullshit.
Yeah, see. Spouses. 5th district. Ilion Omar net worth. What did she do before she got elected? Let's see.
Nothing. She came here on the USAID as a refugee from Somalia, on a government program, USAID. That's why Trump had to cut that out. That's what brought us here.
She was in politics. She managed some campaign manager.
The
2012.
What the hell is she did, but bottom line is she ran for office in a district, and won. I don't know if she's connected. How the hell is she worth millions of dollars like that? I have no idea, man. It's just fucking insane.
Ever since she got into Congress, she got loaded.
And also, not only that, how is it that she's so anti-American? She's like, I fight for Somalia. We never had that much balls in this country. Black people are the most loyalist people on the fucking planet. We ain't got shit to show for it. These motherfuckers come over here defiant. Talking about I don't give a fuck. You got Palestinian protesters burning an American flag. We never did that shit. Man, white people hate us more than they do them. I really do believe that. I do believe white people hate us more than they
That's because white people are stupid. That's why.
White people are fucking dumb. They hate us because we just exist, because we remind them of slavery. They would rather tolerate people who want to put a bomb in their freaking basement and blow them up than us. That's why I say I can't respect white America no more. They're a fucking joke.
She's saying she don't got $83 million. That's a conspiracy theory.
Where she said that? No.
This is her post right here. She said, dummy, first of all, I haven't been in Congress 8 years. My net worth isn't $83 million.
Oh, it's $85 million. She would say, well, I'll tell you, it's not $83 million. It's actually $87 million. Get it right, motherfucker.
No, she said my salary is $174 before taxes. I don't own stock or a home, and I'm still paying off student debt. So if you're gonna lie on something public, check blah blah blah. She didn't really answer the question though.
Yeah, well, how much is she worth though?
Yeah, she says her salary. She says she's still paying off debt. That don't mean you're not loaded. She said I don't have a home and I don't own stock. That don't mean you don't own other things.
The home could be in a husband's name or a brother's name. People do that a lot too to hide their wealth.
Maybe try checking my public financial statements and you'll see that I barely have thousands, let alone millions. Okay, she answered it.
All right, we have to look more at that. I'll take
She
it.
barely got thousands, but yet alone millions. But your net worth, you make how much a year?
She making 174,000 before taxes.
That don't add up.
As she's worth $1 million.
I mean, if
She
you're in
lied
Congress,
that.
she posted this in February 2025, February 10th
She
this
is,
year, so a few months ago.
she a certified liar. They all lie.
People don't tell politicians never tell the truth, man. You know.
They all lie.
How is
Because
Nancy
she
Pelosi?
don't own no stocks.
Yeah,
Okay.
Taylor, how is Nancy Pelosi worth $250 million? That's what I like. How the
She
hell is
been in
that?
there for a long time.
Yeah, but the bottom line, she's a congresswoman. What the fuck, you know? She got inside trade. She never loses on trade deals and whatnot. This,
She doesn't.
you
No, I
know,
ain't gonna lie, Kyla. If I was in Congress, I wouldn't lose on trades either.
she don't lose on no trade deals. Yeah. And if somebody that lucky all the time, why not just know when stocks are gonna tank and whatever like that? I don't know.
No. Yeah, that's some BS. There goes
Well,
Simp,
why? How she
please.
get that much money then?
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah,
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you. Like rent seeking behavior, like sit
yeah,
watch knowing something's coming up. Yeah, some
of
BS.
course.
Or let's. What do they say? Like, what's the cover story? What do they say?
Oh, with
She
Nancy
doesn't
Pelosi,
manage her own portfolio.
she trying to say her husband does all that, but her husband don't seem like he's that smart. You know, we try to put it on her husband. He's the one that does all the trading and whatnot. He was the one that was busted for drunken driving accident over like a year ago.
He one of got his cap pushed back by a hammer and a crazy dude in San Francisco.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's Chat GPT. See what they say. Let's see. I mean, cause 200 million, that's some serious money.
yeah, it's very serious.
You got to sell like a really big company. It's not a lot of people with that type of money.
Or you could hedge against it. Say, you know, a company is about to sell or something like that, or stock's about to tank, and then you know a company is about to be bought, whatever like that. Buy stock in a new company and stuff like that. If you have insider trading knowledge or something like that, you know, stock's about to dump, whatever like that. You know, stock's about
Even
to.
with insider trading, you got to be really good. You got to really know.
All right. It says number one, her husband's investments. Paul Pelosi, Nancy's husband, is a successful businessman and investor. He founded and operates Financial Leasing Services Incorporated, a San Francisco-based real estate venture capital investment and consulting firm. Okay, that can get you to 200 million. Then it says,
Nah, you got that money. What
yeah.
you got in Congress?
No, but I'm saying if you have a finance company and then it says much of Pelosi's family wealth comes from stock investments, commercial real estate holdings, and early investments in tech companies. He has invested in companies like Apple, Google,
Well, let me ask
Facebook,
you a question. Let me
Microsoft.
head that right there. Now, those tech companies benefit if they get lucrative government contracts. Now, who oversees and makes sure those particular companies get through and get that government contract? Nancy Pelosi. So,
Oh, when did he make the investments and where was she in Congress?
well,
Okay, she's
this
been
is
there since
common sense.
'87.
Look.
Wow.
If you're going to
Yeah,
invest in
she was
having
in
tech
there.
companies, whatnot, tech companies rely on what government contracts or let's say a
Definitely.
government wants to build this over here, whatnot. Who's going to
And
get that?
they need certain laws to be in place for them to
Right,
operate.
and
They want to
that's legislation
operate.
and
Yeah.
regulations to be lifted.
Yeah,
You know?
Yep.
and that's Pelosi pushed to get Apple computers in schools in
So they invest
California.
into
Shout
it.
out to her.
Should that even be legal?
No, it's not. It's
No,
corruption.
it
You
shouldn't
know?
be illegal, but it is. But you know,
That's what. Hold it. Remember Leona Helmsley? Remember her? That's what she was doing. She got a tip. She was a billionaire. She got tipped off about a stock that like that. And she did like they made an example of her. She was a era. I bet you guys won't probably remember Leona early '90s. You know, freaking queen. Everybody's out there cheering. Yeah, the bitch is going to jail. But no,
All
like
I
she
know is Martha Stewart.
no, she was Leona Helms was before Martha Stewart. You know, yeah, same thing with Martha Stewart. You know, but Leona Helms was a Martha Stewart before Martha Stewart. You know, yeah, G remembers her. He's old school. He remembers Leona Helms. That was late '80s, early '90s, like the late '80s. You know, you had to be in the '80s. But she
I
was
think
like
Musk.
she was a mean lady, bro. You know,
He's saying
You know?
Elon Musk got rich off government subsidies and contracts. I mean,
Probably
he was
did.
already
You know?
rich, wasn't he?
He was
He
at
He got
already
rich
rich.
off
1%. He
PayPal.
1%.
Huh?
Yeah, so
Tesla got became what it is because of all of those government contracts and
No, it did, but I mean, he
uh,
was already rich. It wasn't like Pelosi and
no, he
them
was
got
rich. He
rich
wasn't
off.
rich. He
Yeah,
wasn't rich.
no. He wasn't super billionaire rich. He was like tens of
Uh,
million rich. But I'm saying it's different when you see someone at least like add to society, and instead of getting paid just by like kind of moving stuff around and backdoor
yeah,
deals. Yeah,
yeah,
but
but
yeah,
we still use
American
PayPal to
culture,
this day.
American culture. Remember the Keating Five? You probably don't remember that. That's the late '80s, whatnot. Michael Milken and whatnot. These guys made hundreds of millions of dollars, fucking in Ponzi schemes and whatnot. But the thing is, it's just like that guy, the Wolf of Wall Street, right? Somehow America, even though people are crooks and everything like that, somehow when you got a lot of money, people still admire you in this country. Like Ludwig said, legal, however you make your money. America is the type of culture. If you can make it and get rich and get away with it, it doesn't matter. You could be the biggest scumbag criminal in the world, ripping people off. People still fucking worship you.
That's Nigeria too.
That's America. America is like, as long as you look good, you got a nice suit and tie on and whatnot. You look like you're out there playing golf. People somehow forget all the shit you just did.
yeah.
But at least here you'll have a lot of
Kamala
people who will
Harris
be
was
against
broke
you.
when she became California senator. And a year or two later, she was a millionaire.
Who was this?
Kamala Harris.
But how
Yeah, I
does
know.
that
That's
tie
another
in
one.
with her marriage when she married that rich guy?
Is that guy rich?
They wasn't
I thought he
rich.
was.
No,
He
no, no,
wasn't
no.
rich.
Not before she became senator. When she became
Mm.
senator, she was broke. But then after she became senator, like the floodgates of heaven open for her. They just can't lose. It needs to be the same people running around talking about the rich people. Y'all are the rich
Well,
people.
I know. Even Bernie Sanders, right? He's
Rich
worth $1 million.
motherfucker.
He's worth $4 million, I believe. Why all these people, man? They be millionaires when I talk about the rich, super rich. Man, get out of here with that shit.
They really get the dumb poor people out there.
Bernie Sanders is worth what?
$4 million,
Ain't that much.
but still, that's $4
I
million,
mean, to be
man.
that old, that ain't.
Shit, I would like to have $4 million, man.
I mean, I don't even think you his age. How old is he?
He's like in his 80s now,
Yeah, I mean, to be 83 years old, a successful guy, $4 million ain't a lot.
It was still though. I know, but still, $4 million, $4 million. Even though he's one of those people. He's one of those people that wishes that was $4 billion.
Nah, he'd have it. I mean, he been in as
He's
long as
angry about the
Pelosi.
fact that he doesn't have the money, right? Even though but he's glad that he's not at least like the people he represents.
Nah, I mean, then why he didn't do a Nancy Pelosi?
I have no idea. He just maybe he
That's
doesn't.
I don't think he wanted
They
to.
said Bernie Sanders never had a job, never held a job in his life. He never had a physical job where he lift up a broom or anything like that. He never did a day's work in his life.
A Polish Jewish immigrant.
Yeah, so I mean, nice guy, man, but
Okay, so he was an activist.
he
After
was
graduating from college, he worked various jobs. Head
he
Start
was living
teacher,
on people's
psychiatric
couches and
aide, and a
whatnot.
carpenter. He worked.
Where's a carpenter? Where?
A carpenter, a psychiatric aide, and a Head Start teacher
That ain't what I heard,
in
man.
New York.
I ain't what I heard.
Then he moved to Vermont. He moved to Vermont. And
Yeah, but if he was a carpenter, did
and a
he actually do
filmmaker
any
and a
carpentry?
writer?
Or did he do any carpentry, or did he just got a certificate and just held it?
I don't know. This is the '60s too, and dude is he one of them little hat people. So I don't know.
The burn. That's your Democrats. When these people really think they're gonna have a comeback, man. But I don't see it. See, the fact that we got 3 black men on this panel right here. A couple of decades ago, we'd be all fired up, man. I remember back in what year was that? 2004. I was all John carried up there. Democrats, whatnot. I was so.
But you're kind of rare though, Kyla. Like most of the Gen X men I talk to, they hate Trump. That's all they can think about is how much they. I mean, not most. There's a lot, but
I like Donald Trump, man, because you know
yeah, but a
why?
lot of them they hate him. They just hate him, bro.
I have no idea because why? Because they're harking back to the Democrat days and stuff like that. The civil right. But they forget Donald Trump was the only one that supported Jesse Jackson. You know, back in his campaign, he financed Jesse Jackson's campaign twice.
I was
You know,
looking for I was trying to. Me and my daughter was going over some stuff. We was like trying to find the racist stuff he was saying. Everybody keeps saying he said all this racist stuff.
he never said no
Couldn't
racist.
find it.
I grew up with. Look, I'm from New York, man. I grew up with Donald. We know Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump is Donald Trump, man. That guy's not the racist bone in his body. He just, let me
I
explain
ain't
how
gonna go
Donald
that
Trump
far.
is. You know, we know how Donald Trump is, right? He has this idea that people are just people. We're all Americans, whatnot, which I think is bullshit, right? So he tends to gloss over a lot of stuff like, I don't think talking about race is necessary. It is necessary, you know. He don't want to engage in conversation about race. He figures, oh well, all we could do is make money and be. No. There's some serious problem between blacks and whites in this country. You know, he don't recognize that. He just thinks people are people, whatever like that. It's people like that, you know. He never had to really suffer in his life or whatnot. But it's black people
I
like,
mean, that because it's convenient. White people always say that type of stuff. They
yeah.
they basically just wanna cover their eyes and put their head in the sand and ignore race issues.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. They always do. They always like that. But I tell you right now, like there's people out there that I think
He
like we
supported
black
the
people
most
think about
bad situations of black people to be racist.
things. Let me say
Michael
this.
Jackson being accused of child molestation, that's not really somebody you want to pop out and support in that time period, but he did.
Who's this?
Donald Trump,
Supporter who?
Michael Jackson, when he was
Yeah,
going through all the pedophilia shit.
yeah. He believed Michael Jackson just like he supported Mike Tyson. Like these were his friends. Say, look, man, he stuck by Mike Tyson. He stuck by Michael Jackson and shit like that. He stuck by
G
what's that one lady? Angie. What's her name? What's her name? House burned down. What's that one singer? Their house burned down.
I can't think of
Was it
it.
Jill Scott?
Okay, G in the chat said Donald Trump is racist, but he's very selective and bullheaded.
Oh
What is
wow,
the evidence
okay.
he's racist? Like that's all I want to know. I've been asking
There's
that for
no
a while.
evidence he's racist.
Like I said, if
They're gonna say
all you
that
can
he
say is
had some
Donald Trump is a
homes.
white man, we're gonna say this is another thing when we talk about races, right? And let's be fair about this. Right? If you go up to a white man and basically say, you know something, I think America did this, that, thing, and he says America's a great country. I love my country. America's right, whether wrong or right. Sure, we did some bad things, but on the whole, we're a good country. If an average white person says that, most black people say he's insensitive and you're a racist. Like, let me give you an example. There was this one guy that's going on TikTok, right? He's saying, I don't think there should be black history, whatever like that, because why should I be forced to learn history? And I said to myself, I am sick and tired of those type of white people. If they don't want to learn black history, they don't have to. And basically, when I'm around certain white people, right, I don't talk about black issues, because I know the average white person is not going to see the world way I see it. And if I basically say something, right, and they don't agree with it, what black people do is this: oh, I think he's racist because he said he's a white guy. He's not going to see what I say, so I don't bring the topic up. So I know that about them. But
No,
black,
no, no, no. So the average white person is racist. But
well, the depends on what
if
we
we
call
use
racist.
that type of standard, that's not what people mean when they say racist. Get what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying?
what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Because
average white
just them
person is
being white.
prejudice. Being white in America makes you racist.
Yeah, because they don't know. Like you could ask the typical white person, like, hey, how come black people are in this condition? They've been here for years or whatever.
Oh, because they're
They're lazy,
lazy, blah
you
blah
gotta
blah.
work hard, they
America's a
all that
person called you
bullshit.
got to work hard. It's out there, and then you might say that person's racist, right?
Right.
But
They
then
actually are.
once in a while, right? What makes you think right? Maybe you think white people don't think, but
Yeah.
then once in a while, I'm up into a white guy, And like, let me give you the 2 examples I'll give you, right? These white guys I used to work with, right? There's one white guy named Sean, right? He was from Iceland, right? And he put my car. I bought a car stereo from a CD player from him one time. And by the time, days we had the CD players and whatnot, it's back in like 2005, 2006, whatever. I bought a CD player from our Jeep, right? Anyway, one day after he put it together, he was just like, "Yeah, I'm going back to Iceland," right? This was back in when the 88, the 2008 presidential campaign Barack Obama was running. I remember that because the Republican side had Huckabee. He was a Mike Huckabee type of guy, right? So I like that guy Huckabee because I know he's not a racist, whatever like that. I said, and he goes like this: I can't live in this country, right? I go, why? He goes, because let me ask you a question. How do you live here? I go, what are you talking about? He goes, the people here, the way they treat your people, man. I go, it ain't that bad. Nah, man, stop saying that, bro. He goes, he was telling me about this girl he was working with, always picking on this one black guy, making backhanded comments about him, racial comments. Then he said he worked in this one place called Bamboo Hut. I never ate there again. He says it's a Chinese place, right? And basically he was one of the delivery drivers. And he goes, they will always say things like niggers on the phone. And he said they're really bad. And they will say it in front of him like he would agree with him, like, because he was white. He said, nah, he goes, I don't believe in talking to people like that because they'll be like, hang up the phone, stupid niggers and whatnot. These are fucking Asians, And he was just like, man, he was just telling me, man, he was like, it was almost broke down in tears. He was like, man, I got to get out of here. I said, I don't know how you people do it. I feel sorry for the black people in this country, man. One day God's gonna deliver you people and everything like that, man. So, white people see foreign white people see it,
No, there's white people here who see it, but it's just so rare. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of they're miseducated, and they don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? So it's and white people are like, white people are damn near psychopathic by nature. So I mean, they don't even care. You know what I'm saying? So there's so much stuff working against them, even thinking or even caring about this. Yeah, so by default, most of them are racist, but that's not what people are saying, though.
It's not on their priority list,
Right.
It's not on a priority list, black people, because all they do is basically turn to immigrants. Well, you got immigrants coming over here. That's what they do. Look at Nigerians. They're happy. When they always point to somebody that's happy. You see the smiling, that's goofy, dancing Nigerian guy. See, he's happy. Why can't y'all shake your ass like that dude, that muscular dude that was shaking his ass one night, a Nigerian guy? Call it, y'all would be like him, man. See, shaking his ass, dancing.
Yo, did you hear that the Pop the Balloon show is about to be on Netflix?
It is?
Yeah, this dude I follow just said it. I ain't checked on it yet, but yeah, he said it's about to be on Netflix.
Wow.
Yeah. I know you probably be watching it, huh?
I don't watch that stuff. You watch it comes on my timeline when like I said, what I like to do, I would like to go back to MySpace. Remember MySpace?
Yep.
We didn't have the timeline, so people's bullshit didn't come up in your face all the time on your phone. When you had your MySpace, you just went on your page, whatever like that, and you go to certain other people's page and basically see what you want to see. Your space. Now I turn on. Who had the idea that I could turn on my Facebook and I got people putting shit up there I don't agree with, I don't like, I don't want to see, and I'm subjected to that shit. I don't like it. TikTok is all right because you can at least scroll. I just scroll right past all this shit. Like as soon as people start saying stupid shit, let's scroll like this. But Facebook, I'm like this. Why do people? Who is it? You could opt to
Facebook. It's harder to control your timeline. You're right.
Yeah, I hate
like
that
on
shit.
YouTube. When I want to get rid of somebody, I can get rid of them.
Yeah, so I don't know why do they have that timeline shit. Why do they have that?
Oh, Mufasa, you got a channel?
Huh?
Yeah, Mufasa, I got a channel. I have a channel. Yeah, I ain't been on there in years, but I got a channel. Oh, okay. But I was more talking about my timeline, like what I'm viewing as a viewer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't like.
But yeah, if you go to Mufasa Shabazz, I got a channel.
Post something on my. Then again, I do post stuff, right? But I like my page. It's on my page, right? And if you follow my page, it should just go to your followers, right? People who say they want to follow your content. That's how MySpace was. with somebody that you were
Yeah, but
following.
you could only do that so long. Because I even remember on MySpace, people they would start they would just keep posting so they could stay on your wall. So they had to do something to
I will
control
block
that.
people like that. If I keep seeing your stuff on my wall,
Yeah.
I'm like, because you're not you're making my space your space,
Yep.
But I did like MySpace, man. I love that shit, I decorate my page as my page, my little space, whatnot, my little space and put it wherever the fuck I want to put it on. Somebody come up there, blah, 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 blah. This is my space. Get the fuck out of here, Now Facebook belongs to everybody. People just come by, start shit. I had to block somebody. I do Dante that I'd be arguing with from Nigeria. Mufasa. I blocked him.
On memory.
I fucking blocked his ass.
Facebook would be cool. The only thing on Facebook is too many ads.
That's why another thing I don't like. I don't like all the fucking ads. I don't like all these pop-ups and shit like that. Let's say you research something one next thing you know, you got ads popping up on your fucking Facebook.
Then I noticed in the last like 3 months or something. So you know how you go on Instagram, and if you go to like the search feature or whatever, they always putting like these little OnlyFans models or whatever.
Yeah, and they start popping up on your timeline.
Now I'm starting to notice they putting that on Facebook. So they got like a real section.
There's so many people,
and there's nothing you could do about it. I keep trying to say don't suggest this, and they won't do it.
Sending me all this provocative shit, and the reels and everything. I don't want to see this shit. I don't want to see fucking. Look, I'm not. Look, I mean, okay, little girls are cute. They have the little outfits. I don't want to see that shit.
Mm-hmm.
My age, I don't want to see.
They do that shit on Instagram. I just stopped using Instagram entirely.
I don't leave.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
never
they moving into Facebook now. Are you on Facebook?
Not like that.
Yeah, so when I go on Facebook, they'll have a little section in it. Watch, if I go on there right now. See, I use this thing. It's called Newsfeed Eradicator, so I don't have like nothing shows up. Like if you go on mine, you won't see nothing. Hold up. This is what mine looks like. It's a little program you can use so you can block all of it out, so you don't see no timeline.
Newsfeed Eradicator.
Yeah, Newsfeed Eradicator.
I would like to have that.
Yeah. So then I go in here because I have my for my temple, you know what I mean? For my religion, we got some stuff. So I go to the pages over here and I could just go to the pages. But I don't have to look at the news feed. And then unless I specifically go to the news feed.
Yeah, that should be an option, It used to be like that. Remember MySpace? If you had a news feed, you could click on it and you have, what I'm saying? Whatever news reels, whatever like that, Now, right. Man, your news feed is the first thing you look at when you open your fucking page. It used to be when you open MySpace, you open up, you're on your page, right? Facebook, right. You open up and you're on your fucking timeline, somebody's feeding you shit. That's how they control you. So you're seeing political ads. You're seeing bullshit. I don't want to hear what you got to say, Leave me the hell alone, I hate that right. shit, It's like I think they got the mainstream media, but now they got control over the fucking our social media now.
Right.
And that's the whole thing. Now it's nothing sacred. Social media was supposed to be the place for independent ideas. We could be apolitical if we want to. Now they got an agenda. You got to control Twitter. Now the federal government's about to buy TikTok. Man, this is just ridiculous.
Okay,
man.
so at least they put some football on there this time. But I was about to say, yeah, this is what they'll do. They'll put this, but I was wondering because I'm watching football, but they'll put that, then they'll put a chick on here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then if you go up here and you click this, see fewer posts like this, they're just going to do it again anyway. No matter how many times I've clicked this, they're just going to keep putting it up there. But on YouTube, if you if you say not interested, they'll stop showing it eventually.
Yeah, that's what I do, man. Every time somebody say something stupid like the Pretendians, not interested.
Right. Yeah, you could clear it off.
Clear up, block, buy, like that. Do that enough when they stop sending it to me, Let's see, none of this fucking nonsense and everything like that. Because, like I said, I think Simply's going to come on. I'm gonna get ready to get off.
Yeah, bro. Oh yeah, I'm about to say let's Simply's on 1, 2, 3.
That's a Simply's on.
You know the sad thing too is I feel like with the Democratic Party we'll probably be better off. Oh shit, I'll be back.
If the Democrats went back to the Bill Clinton days, Al Gore, they get someplace, But these weirdos have taken over the party. Weirdos have taken over the parties, and that's why that's what it is. That's why I'm like this. Say what you want about Donald Trump, man. When I look at these crazy, yesterday had Transgender Recognition Day. I'm saying, yeah, I made the right choice.
Oh my Lord.
In November, I made the right choice. Trump can do anything he wants to do, as far as I'm concerned, as long as he's dealing with these trannies and shit like that. Get rid of that rainbow shit. When everything else, he could do what the hell he wants. He could burn the government down for all I care. But this other shit like that, I'm just glad that's just a thing of the past. Getting gays out of the military, getting the freaking this bullshit. Trying to redefine gender and whatnot. I mean, this is ridiculous. What's up, Sip Police? What's going on, brother?
Shout out to your platform, man. Shout out to what you're doing. Shout out to the people on the chat. At the end of the day, the Democratic Party and the way that white people act as far as the elitists is the one thing is true is that they have became elitists. You know what I'm saying? So it has been an elitist party to the point that even black people that are not elitists join that same type of rhetoric because people don't understand why black people are Democrats. But black people are Democrats is the same way that they convinced the slaves to become Christians. Because one thing that black people like to do, black people like to judge. Black people are the most judgingest people in the world. You know what I'm saying? They are the only ones that'll flat out tell you where you're gonna go to, fake heaven or fake hell. And if you do something this wrong, like it's always a black person either trying to judge you or trying to castrate you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that that's just the way it is. And so even if black people don't have no power, just like on the slave plantation, had no power at all, but their power to tell you that you was gonna go to hell and you was wrong in front of God's eye or Jesus' eye or something like that gave some type of power. So, black people, we sit up there and act like we hate white people, but we copy them everything they do. Even where I live at in Atlanta, you know what these black dudes do every year around tax season, Carla? They go to buying these police cars. They go to the auction and buy these police cars and be riding around in the hood and declassified police cars. Do you get what I'm saying? We want the power that they have.
Yeah, we want everything they have,
Yeah, we want everything that they have. And it always reminds me of the Africans when they got them see something build up, then they want to come and try to take it over once somebody builds it up. But I tell everybody, and people always say why I say the word doom, is that you can see the way the black race is over history. And I'm going to simplify it to this right here. One thing about white people, they learn, I don't know how they learned it, or did they get it from the Chinese or whatever. One thing about them on history, they always dug in the ground before they built up. Everything that I looked at from black society built on top of the ground. You get what I'm saying now? That might not make sense to anybody in layman terms. But if you don't build, if you don't dig at least so many feet in the ground before you build, whatever you set on top of the ground can be washed away, pushed away, has no stability. It just only for a moment of time. And that's just how I see the black race. We're only just a spark for a moment of time. You get what I'm saying? And if it wasn't for another group of people, you know what I'm saying, showing that we could do more or whatever, then we would still be walking around with banana leaves in our ass, you know what I'm saying, snatching monkeys out the tree. Just like some of them still doing it in northern Nigeria. You get what I'm saying? Like it's like
no,
it's
but
like
I mean,
our
we
brain.
had society.
Hold on for a second.
Go ahead.
It's like the brain only plateaus at a certain level and then it stops. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, if there was black people here, we wouldn't have no sky rises. You know what I'm saying? We would have just like basic flat shit, whatever, because that's all we done over the course of years. We never built up. We never tried to go beyond. We were just happy living off the land. And listen, in the right society, that would be right. If it was all kumbaya, shout out to Dollar Bill, Ubuntu shit, it would be right. But we're not the only ones on this earth. So everybody else is competing. Everybody else is producing. Everybody else is, doing other things with buildings and construction and industry. At the end of the day, we're going to lose if we're not competing. Go ahead, my brother.
Exactly. You're right. 100%. That's another thing. I don't want to get us lulled into this kumbaya stuff and stuff like that. We have to basically build and understand that everything is like what said when they say the white race. You know what they really mean? It's a race.
Yeah.
It's a white race. That means the white race to be on top, the race to pass everybody else. It's a white race. We unfortunately are now part of the black race, right? That means whatever it is, whether it's sciences, whether it's technology, military, everything like that, we have to race to catch up with everybody else. It's a race.
Yeah. And it's no catching up. So you know what I'm saying? That's why I say when I say we're doomed, I say we're doomed on paper. If you put all the race of people down on paper, take your emotions out of it. You take the word black out of it. You take the word Asia out of it, and just put the black race statistics on paper. And you looked at that paper and be like, you can invest in 3 of these groups right here, just 3 groups. There's no way you would pick black people. Nope. Out of all other people on paper as a business, if you had 3 choices and it didn't say black, African American, FBA, Turtle Island, fuck shit, all that stupid, whatever it is, you would not pick black people. You just wouldn't. You get what I'm saying? The only reason why we pick black people is because we black. So we just ain't gonna be like, we ain't shit. But if you put black people on paper, we ain't shit. We got some we got great individual success. Oh, hell, I'm one of them. But it don't change the fact that everybody that I know or lived around with, I'm that 1%. Yeah, I'm the 1% out of everybody I know. And then it's other people that I know are more educated than me, Carla, never been locked up, nothing, but I'm still more successful than them. And they're just caught up in this.
Damn shame.
They caught up in this Christianity. They caught up in this social media. They caught up in this everybody. You want to know what the craziest thing when I really knew that the black race was over? When you remember back in the day, Carla, we old dudes, right? I remember when white people was caught up in that. Who's in your business, what celebrities are doing. Soon as I saw black people turn into the new celebrity watchers, I knew it was over because our brains is already plateaued. And now we in some who's bid and who's wearing what celebrity is dating what. We saw a celebrity, 2 celebrities.
I never thought I would see that in my lifetime.
I never thought that right there, as smart as I think I am, I never thought that. I never thought I'd see the day that black people out there doing the same drugs that white people doing, even worse. You get what I'm saying? Because when we came up, it was just either weed or beer. Some cocaine and some heroin going on, but that popping pills, popping meth, you know what I'm saying? Anything that you had to ingest in your body, black people weren't
smart. Check us out. Another thing is, back in the days, right, we had our own standard for what was cool.
Right.
Now it's like, remember back in the days, it's like if you saw a white person wear something that was corny, remember that?
Yeah.
Now, if the white people don't embrace what you're doing, it's not cool.
Right.
It's like what you call rappers brag about. It used to be a time where a white person thought it was cool to hang out with. I come over with LL Cool J. I was cool. We have a Grandmaster Flash. He was cool. Now these same rappers, if they're not hanging out with, having dinner with Robert De Niro or like that, that's what they brag about. Who's Jay-Z and Beyonce? They're at the exclusive with these
all white parties in the Hamptons.
Yeah, so I'm saying to myself,
running around, white dudes jumping on their back and all type of shit.
Yeah, what the hell happened to our race, man? You know, what the fuck happened?
Like I tell you before, and I know black people hate when I say this. When white people came over there, when Christopher Columbus came to the Bahamas and saw us, he said it out his mouth. They are the perfect slaves. They would be the easiest to serve. He said they'll be the easiest to convert in Christianity, and they'll be the easiest to serve. When he came to the Bahamas. And just like now, we are the perfect slaves. We was the easiest to get with them. We was happy to sell each other. Man, let me tell you something. My handler that stays in Asaba, she told me that, you know, I was like, well, you know what? If slavery came back the day and came back to Africa, you know, with y'all tribes, she was like, yeah, some tribes that we hate. You know what I'm saying? If tribes came back, they said they don't have conversations. Like they make little jokes if slavery came back, they would
better take that seriously, you know?
Yeah, you better take that shit seriously. Like that's the thing, that it ain't the point that I wish I would have said this the other day when I was on, but it's not the point that they don't see black Americans as the same. Africans don't even see each other the same in Africa, based on their ethnic group or tribe. They don't see each other. They get
how smart. Well, you listen to that debate I had with the Liberian guy yesterday?
No,
Dynasty Show.
Oh no, I ain't going down the show.
Okay, well, I only have a debate with this Liberian guy, and he's trying to convince me why tribes are necessary. I said, dude, the reason why Liberia is fucked up is because of tribes. You know.
Right.
He said, "Oh no, Carl, y'all need to learn tribe." I said, "I'm not gonna learn no tribe. I don't believe in it." You know, because the bottom line is this: if I do accept a tribe, like my good brother Diane, he's a Yoruba now, whatever like that, but he's not going to have the benefits of a Yoruba. You know, if I decide I want to be a tribe, whatever like that, I'm never going to rise to the top of that tribe or
Right.
benefit from that tribe. Whatever. So why would I want to be something that I'm not going to be ever benefit from? You know, I might as well just be what the heck I am. Now I appreciate all the tribes. He goes, "What do you mean by you appreciate the tribes?" I appreciate all the tribes in Liberia. 16 tribes in Liberia. I love them. He goes, well, aren't you guys trying to become a tribe? I said, no, it's not necessary. You know, I said that tribal stuff was raced out of us during the transatlantic slave trade. You know, we understood one thing: when you was on that slave ship, locked together with somebody from Benin, the Congo, wherever, they would just pack slave ships, go along the coast, packing slaves, more slaves, and everything. And they all spoke different language, everything like that. But they all knew one thing: men chained together are brothers, you know?
Right.
And so the Middle Passage basically forged us into a new tribe, a new race.
Mm-hmm. It was survival tribe.
Yeah, survival, yeah. So when he come back to Africa, if you ask me to be a tribe, what you're doing is making a mockery of my ancestors.
Right.
Struggle.
Of the plight. I get it.
How serious that is. When you tell me that my whole experience of 400 years, everything that went through, and dismiss that, you know? And I just go, oh yeah, y'all are missing. So it's now to pick a tribe and adopt to it. No, it don't work.
There's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying, but there's nothing wrong with going and integrating into a tribe either.
What's wrong, right? You are your memories. You know, your memories, everything like that is important. Everything you do, see, and everything is a combination of what your father, your DNA, everything passed down to you. Are like this. You can't, like, let me give you an example, Mufasa. Can you tell the difference between a Chinese and a Japanese physically? No, you can't, right? But do you know in Tokyo, in Japan, and Kyoto, they're actually Chinatowns in Japan? Now you ask yourself a question: why does Chinese and Japan just become one? Because the Chinese have a history that goes back thousands of years to the sun god. You know, heaven, humanity, and earth. I studied this in martial arts. Heaven, humanity, and earth. Or not. Each Chinese could tell you their family, the Han, from the Han Dynasty, going back thousands of years. You know, and they basically could tell you the family history, all the stuff like that. So therefore, you can't just come and say, "Oh, I'm a Chinese now," like you do black people, you know. So with black people, it's like this: the experience we had in slavery and stuff like that That's who we are. I can't basically change that, and that's why when you want to know why our people are crazy, when we do the things we do, is because we don't know who we
Because
are.
we don't know who we are.
We don't know who we
Yeah,
are.
I mean, I know who I am, but the thing is this:
Nah, you don't know who you are,
the
bro.
past is the past. At the end of the day, what
No,
matters
you
is
can't
right
just
now,
say the
today.
past
It
is
ain't where
who
you
you
from.
are.
It's where you,
The
huh?
past is who
Nah,
you
bro.
are.
That's like
It's
those
where you.
colloquial,
Okay, that's
those
cool.
colloquial terms, bro. That
But
we
I'm
love to
saying,
do
you
that.
said you can't become a
The sun to
Chinese.
come
There's
out
plenty of
tomorrow.
I
You
can't become
know.
a Chinese.
There's
I
plenty
can't
of
become a
Japanese that have integrated into Chinese culture
no,
and
no,
took on
no,
their
not
customs.
really. Look. Let me
I
tell you
mean, for
something.
the most part, they
I
don't,
would
but
actually
it
side
exists
with
in all
Musab on
cultures.
this part
China, you
Chinese
go to
people
because
call them Japanese dogs. That's what Chinese people call Japanese.
bro,
They call them Japanese dogs.
those
and then
people
eat
are
both of
so
those too.
different, right? The Japanese go same thing. Sun God, all the language, everything like that is passed down. See, other people preserve their culture for centuries and everything like that. Even the Japanese who live on Okinawa Island somehow are different from the Japanese living in Kyoto. Families,
Bakala,
yeah.
are you now saying that we actually are like a new ethnic group?
I always said that.
And
by
we're
force. Yeah,
are we
like by hook or by
indigenous?
crook.
But
Yeah. That,
is our ethnic group indigenous to America then?
Well, no, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying,
that's
let
slick
me
hair, Chad. I like how you
It
did
is.
that.
Shout
It
I
out
is.
to
like
the FBA
I like
family.
how
I
you
think y'all won tonight.
Jonathan, don't be slick, man. You know what I'm talking
no,
about.
yeah, that's some old slick shit right there,
Jonathan,
bro.
that's that
You know
slick
what I'm
shit,
saying?
man. Come on.
Like, let me say this real quick, Carla. The thing about it is, it's a difference between being a diamond in the rough. You know what I'm saying? Where you're and then a plant that comes from the concrete. We're the diamond in the rough. You get what I'm saying? We're like the coal that's been crushed together to make a diamond. You know what I'm saying? The plant that grows through the cracks, that grows organically. You get what I'm saying? That just like evolution. We didn't evolve. We was crushed into it. You get what I mean? We was crushed into the diamond, the black diamond that we are now. You know what I'm saying? Not of grace and time. We was under duress, stress, destitute, you know what I'm saying? Murder, whatever you want to call it. That's what we're built. We're ethnicity built off of chaos, derived off of chaos. You get
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So
Violence and
like
chaos.
this is the thing. So this is the last thing, Jonathan. The thing about it is, it's just like if you know any builders, any foundation that's built on shaky foundation is doomed to fail. You get what I'm saying? It's a fail if the foundation got a crack in it. We got so many cracks in it. You get what I'm saying? So if
Then
your foundation, Black Americans, that's why it doesn't suit with all Black people, because there's so many cracks in it. You get what I'm saying? Like, nobody nurtures a foundation with cracks in it. But if you see a goddamn plant that's coming out the sticks, or coming out of a bush, or coming out of fire, or coming out the concrete, you will nurture that plant. You'll be like, oh shit, that plant, let me see what I can do. Let me see how far to go. But a foundation that's cracked, you just leave it alone and let it be. And that's what they have done to Black people all over the United States. They have just let Black people and Black community just implode upon itself. And once they destroy it for 10 or 20 years, it's some white dude teaching his son, Kyla. This white dude that teaching his son, you know what, in 10, 20 years, this community over here is going to be worth pennies on the dollar. We're going to put money aside for you we're going to teach you how to invest, and then you're going to buy this community over here, and you're going to build it up, and you're going to convince white people to come from the outskirts to come back in, and you're going to be an automatic millionaire. That's how simple it is to keep a people oppressed, and we follow right along with it, with the music, with the culture, with the women, with the dudes, the way we act and the way we right along with it. We ain't trying to build nothing up. We ain't trying to build nothing. We ain't trying to buy nothing. But what we will buy and what we will participate is in their goods and services. And believe me, I would love to go around Black people business too, but Black people is fucked up. I don't been in plenty of Black people business that I be want to fight everybody in there. Cause I'm like, why are we acting like this? Like, we acting like we don't care if we in there or not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yo, did you
you can
see
go
Hustle
somewhere
Smart?
else.
Did
Like,
you
you
see
never.
that?
Colin, you never hear white people, even if white people don't like you, racist, would never tell you, well, you don't like my store, go somewhere else. Well, they be like trying to get your money. They want to get the money out your pocket, then be racist to you. Black people want to be. I just don't.
Yeah, Husband, did you see
No, but hustle. Go ahead.
Those 3 husky hyenas dined and dash in Chicago? That was a black-owned nice restaurant. They fucking left out a $270 tab. You know, dine and dash when 3 older women too. They dined and dashed on, and one owned a restaurant, a black-owned restaurant. And that was the dine and dash. That was a black-owned business they ran out on. That's fucked up. You take the time to build a business, everything like that. You know, build something nice, everything, and your own people run out on you, man. It's ridiculous. That's why I said we got to teach people who we are. If you don't believe who you are and whatnot, you know, that's like I said. There's no way you can hold people accountable. If I can't hold the average black person accountable, if you think you're a Native American, if you think you're Igbo, if you think of this, but if you say, look. We are a people. We came from the slave ships. We were on these plantations, everything like that. We're together. You know, we have a past, present, and now we have a future together. That's what holds us together, our identity. Now, African guy says, so why do you think Africans deny heritage? No one ever said Africans deny their heritage.
She said, why do you want them? Why do you want Africans to deny their heritage?
I would never ask Africans to deny. I'm like this. If wherever you are, rep that stuff, right? What I am talking about is the mentality behind tribalism. You know, that's your heritage and everything like that, right? But and when it comes down to it, like I said, I give the example of what happened in Liberia, the Cape Mount last year, right? The Liberians were rioting up there, and they got shot by a couple got shot by the police because they rioted on a mine because they said the mining company didn't do this and everything. But I remember a couple of years before that, they were out there shaking their ass, dancing with their chiefs and everything like that. The chief said, "Yeah, it's gonna be great for my village." He signed on to it or not, and the people were like, "Okay, so the chief said so. I guess it's okay." And they had government officials, everybody, and you know the chief is getting paid off. You know he's corrupt. You know the officials are paid off and everything like that. But the people, since the people don't have an idea of okay, let's put this whole chieftain thing and all this tribal stuff and all this traditional stuff to the side, and let's educate ourselves at how the real world works. You know, so they're stuck into that, and I'm saying that since they think like that, right? And I say to myself, now this is like I look at Liberia. I say it's a good country, right? But there's a good possibility that they could elect somebody like George Weah again to presidency. I don't think that's conducive, you know. I'll say it like this: if they can't elect somebody like Alexander Cummings, they could attract a lot of Black Americans to the country, you know. But I know for a fact that the matter is, Liberians are into that tribal shit. They want a native indigenous man, right? Not for his ideas, not for his intelligence, not for what he could do, because George Weah never said what he could do. He never even had a debate in the campaign. He never took a debate. He never did a speech and like that. People just know he's a soccer player and they voted for him. And then a year later, people like a couple years later, when I went there in 2023, they're like, we're really suffering. It was better under Mountain Sirleaf. But you voted for a soccer player because he's a crewman. He played on your tribal emotions. This is what I'm talking about, you know? So when African guy says tribal identity is a root of our cultural identity, that's cultural heritage. I get that. But the bottom line, you cannot ask me as an African American coming from the industrialized world, the highly developed industrial world, to submit to that, you know? It just don't work, you know? If that's where it is in Africa, you guys got your tribal identity. That's how you base your politics on. That's
you
how
can have it.
I mean, it's the same, but it's the same thing you're doing. You're clinging on to your tribal identity.
No, that's not tribal heritage. You know,
What's
you can have your identity, right? But let me tell you something, brother. Like I said the other day, like in my city, right? There was a black guy running for mayor, right? He was like basically running for mayor. I like the mayor we got right here, and I like the mayor of Virginia Beach, Bobby Dyer, right? You know, I told Bobby D, right? I don't freaking go and say, you know something, you're black, I gotta vote for you. That's tribalism. Tribalism means, you know, I don't even care what your views are or whatever like that. As long as you look like me or I like me, I gotta support you.
Shit, that's African Americans.
What?
That's African Americans.
No.
We don't do
More
that.
and
Look
more
at
black
Detroit.
people are saying the hell. That's why people walk away from the Democratic Party. That's what
Yeah.
point is.
I
More and
mean
more black
now,
people.
but
More and more black
mostly
people
that's
in
what we
America.
always did.
Oh, more and more black people are tired of this race politics and stuff like identity politics. We're tired of it. You know.
No, I
That's
agree
why,
with you now, but we did that for years.
yeah, we did that for you because we didn't know any better. You know. But now, like I said,
Oh, we felt like we had to,
Nah,
Tyler. No,
nah,
we knew better. We knew better. It's
we
just
knew
that
better. Yeah.
It's
We
just
just
that
didn't
it
know
was the
we didn't
option.
want to
It
do
was that now that's when the good of two evils was what it was like 20, 30 years ago. But not when I hear black people say that today. That's some old cop out shit. When you hear them say the between two evils, like when I hear black people tell me why they would vote for Kamala Harris, like it's nothing intellectual in their argument. Nothing.
Nothing.
Like nobody that I have talked to have told me now why would they would have voted for Kamala Harris.
And so the bottom line, that idea with FASA, right, of black people, they know they can't do that with us anymore. You know, we moved past that. You got to come with look. You
So
know what?
basically,
What I
if
was really
tribal means
proud,
it's a negative thing,
hold
right?
on.
If
FASA,
tribal means you're doing something wrong.
check this out.
Nah, bro, you conflating now.
Check this
No,
out.
I'm
I was
asking him.
really
Go ahead,
I
go
was
ahead.
really proud of my people during their campaign right here. I'll listen to a lot of young people, all different Gen Xers, Gen Zs, millennials, everybody else, you know, Xers, whatnot. And they were basically saying the whole thing I was saying. I said, I knew we were intelligent people. They were saying, look, Kamala, Democrats, what are your ideals? It was right after Megan Thee Stallion was shaking the stinking ass as a husband was saying. Black people were furious. They were like, what are your ideas? What is your policies?
Right.
It's the first time I was like, wow, man, we really came a long ways.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because I remember Barack Obama, all we know is hope and change. He's black. We're going to have a first black president.
Fired up, ready to go. Make
Fired
change.
up, ready to go. Remember that?
Fired up.
I was just remember that one. Fired up, ready to go.
I never seen no shit like that. And everybody was out there like, he was like, fired up, ready to go. I was like, what the fuck? Nobody asking this guy. Nobody asking this guy no question how he went from a junior senator
to be the president overnight
in like 2 or 3 years.
and they only spent a half a term.
Nah. Can y'all be honest? Y'all were crying during his speeches too.
Oh no! Like, listen, man. Let me tell you something, dog. I got into scuffles because I was the only black person around with my way and people that I work with that did not like. I said Obama is a fuck nigga. I said he's a certified fuck nigga. I just looked at his background. He was raised with his white ass mama in Hawaii. I knew where his. Because think about it, just from being a street nigga, you are where you're from, regardless. You get what I'm saying? Now you can go places, you can excel, but the grad, just like me, where I'm from, been on the streets since I'm 14 years old. Like I don't made it to the upper echelon as far as finances, but I still go to the door with the yop, even when the domino. I ordered Domino's, Jonathan. I'm tracking the Domino's order. I know the person that's coming. I know the car that they coming. I made the order, but I still go to the door with the yapper. The yapper is right there, just a mentality that I have. You get what I'm saying? So I saw how Obama was raised. I looked at his whole plight, his flight from the senator to over there. Then all of a sudden, he motherfucker go from from Hawaii, and now he's Chicago. You get what I'm saying? Like that didn't even make sense. And I don't give a fuck. A chick can't change a nerd. That's like how the way Russell Wilson is. No matter how much Sierra try to swag him out, he just a lame. Russell Wilson just a lame. So she can try to dress him up and press him up, but he's still a lame. You talk to him, and he's still a lame. Obama always was a chameleon to me. You get what I'm saying? Like he's a white dude. Like he's a straight up white dude in the black face.
Who always gave him a hard time? Pastor Manning, man. You know that?
Yeah, he used to be on his ass.
Oh man, the enemies to this day, man. The enemies to this day. You thought Obama wasn't hearing that? Obama was hearing that shit, man. Yeah. Obama tried to come after.
You know what, Carla?
Did you vote
I
for him,
remember
Jonathan?
during
Did you
this
vote
time.
for him? Tell the truth,
No,
Jonathan.
I
Did you vote?
didn't. No, I didn't.
I
And
did.
I ain't gonna
I
lie, I
did.
kind of
I
felt
did.
bad not doing that at one
Oh,
point.
I
People were
did.
making me feel bad about it. Let me tell you why. I was 19 years old when this dude was running. And
Mm,
people at my church, because I was in church, and everyone was going for Obama. And I'm
mm-hmm.
like, wait a minute, we supposed to be anti-abortion, anti-gay marriage.
Oh yeah, man.
He's
All that
against
goes out the door,
everything
man.
that he's
You know,
for everything that we
all
supposed
Heidi
to
and
be
Bobby, all
against.
that shit went out
We
the door,
hella
man.
contradicting right now.
Mm. And
And
that's
so I
what,
thought it was crazy. This is 2008.
right.
We got the Proposition 8 ban gay marriage thing on the thing.
Yeah.
And this dude literally came out against what we're trying to ban.
Yeah.
And we're saying we're going to vote. It was a whole contradiction. I went at it with the church with it. They got mad at me. I
Mm.
was like the demon inside of there. No, in the pastor, oh jackass. He used to always be like, get it on me. And he gonna win, just see, he gonna win. Like, yo, motherfucker.
Yeah.
It was
But
crazy, bro.
Jonathan,
They hated you if you
that's the
wasn't
same way
supporting
that,
that shit.
but that was the same way that people was talking about Kamala. She gonna win. Like she got like I was trying to tell everybody, I said it's a media blitz. They got $1 billion. They gonna just make the media say everything. Like if you would have listened to the media, Donald Trump shouldn't even showed up. That's the
Oh, I
way that,
know. I know. I know.
yeah, that's the way the media was saying everything she did was perfect. Everything she was
Oh,
doing
they're
was
still
flawless.
saying that she
Even
ran a
though,
false
hey,
campaign.
Paula, even though she wasn't answering no questions,
No
repeating the
questions,
same
no
thing,
anything.
sounding like a robot, everybody was like, that was the most perfect answer in the world. When she gave the
I
same
know. You hear what she said? She goes, "I was born in the middle class. I was middle class." Oh
single
my
mother.
God!
No, she was like a doll with a string on it. You just pull the string and she just say any random thing.
But think about it like this, Mufasa. Look at all the black people that was following a person. Like it was that obvious. So
I only
Mufasa, you're
seen
gonna
black
tell
women
me
saying that.
you
Everybody
well
else was
no,
just
there
mad
were
at Trump.
plenty of black men. Plenty
You're
man.
right. You're right. But they were just mad at Trump. They wasn't bigging up Kamala.
Nah, they was bigging up Kamala too. They was sitting there talking about reproductive female like you had dudes out here voting for females pussy.
Yeah.
Like do you
I only
Mufasa?
seen the like the shield on TV doing that. But
Nah.
the
It was
people
way
I know in
different.
regular
No,
life
no, no, no,
wasn't talking
no.
like
I
that.
was in Oakland.
Yeah.
There was this dumbass
Dudes was talking
dude
like that.
getting mad at the anti-abortion people protesting at Planned Parenthood, and it got violent. I'm like, bro, you gonna get violent because they standing outside holding signs? They shouldn't be doing that around here. There's kids out here. Like, nigga, these
No,
people are
it was
literally
dudes.
offing kids as we speak.
It's these emotional dudes,
I hate these
Mufasa. They was right
motherfuckers.
out there
Yo,
with it. They
check
were
this out.
trying to
Hey,
They
Hustle
were trying to
Smart.
hold Ty House, the DL Hughley's, the Ricky Smiley. They
Ricky
was
Smiley.
all
That's
out
what I
here
was
trying to
saying.
get black men. Even black men got them raised up $2 million. Like, Tyler, do you understand how stupid that shit is? You remember we
Yo,
was on
Hustle
Dinah
Smart.
Show? These
Hustle
niggas
Smart.
raised up 2 million, raised up two. When have you ever saw black men and black women raised up $2 million for anything within 24 hours for black people? But they raised
Exactly.
up $2 million. And you know what she did? She took that $2 million and flew them white Republicans down there.
Exactly. Hey, what do you think about the fact that I made an assertion that, and no, this is my brothers who grew up with single mothers. Well, I ain't gonna say nothing like that, right? But you could tell Ricky smiling when he crying like that over Kamala. No grown ass man cries like that, you know. Because
I thought there was another dude that was crying. The dude that was what was it, newscaster? You're a weirdo.
Bakari Sellers was crying.
That dude too.
But that
You talking
nigga got
about
on
What's
that.
the
He was
famous?
like,
Van
What's the
Jones?
famous bar? Yeah, that dumbass dude.
But
Van
Van
Jones.
Jones will cry about anything. But goddamn, but
crying
Bakari
You
Sellers
know
was
what?
like,
I don't advocate for people getting beat on, but these people should get beat on
and they
just for
bring him
doing
up
shit
there,
like that.
man. They bring him up there. That Bakari Sellers sat up there was just crying. He was like, when I was down and out and I was having problems with my wife, and you know who called me and told me everything was gonna be okay? It was Kamala. No, he said he called her. He said she answered the phone and told man that. So that's all a hood rat monkey got to tell you. Everything gonna be all right. Like it just shocks me that black people like want to hear the obvious from somebody else. See, I guess I don't know. Maybe because I got this dog in me. I can tell myself I'm gonna be all right, Jonathan. I don't need nobody else to pat me on my head and tell me. It doesn't. Listen, Jonathan, it doesn't make me feel better if you tell me, "Hey, Hustle, it's gonna be okay." Because you know what? Hustle already done told himself that, and I hold myself in high regard.
I ain't even, if I got problems, you ain't never gonna
You
know
ain't gonna
about it.
even
I'll
know
figure it
about
out. I'll figure it out.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna
Fuck
let you
you.
guys continue, man. I gotta go to bed.
Nah, I'm going to, man. I'm up
I
here
gotta
now.
go to
Hey,
bed.
I'm gonna
Man, we've
watch
been up
this.
here for
Hey,
too
caller,
long.
I'm gonna watch the show because I'm picking up this load up here in
Wait, you doing a
Nashville,
dynasty?
Tennessee.
You doing a dynasty show?
I'm gonna listen. I'm finna listen to the show now because I'm up here in
Yeah.
Nashville, Tennessee, and I got like a 4-hour drive to Cartersville, Georgia, and that'll give me time to watch the show.
Yeah,
And I'm
listen.
gonna listen.
All right, be safe, brother.
Oh,
All
I
right, for
got
sure.
you, bro. Hey,
Y'all
this
take
load
care.
right, this one load right here ain't number 300 miles, and it
Wow,
paying
that's
me
a long ride.
$1,500. It paying me $1,500 just to
Make
drop
that
it.
money, brother. Make that money, brother.
Real
Hey,
easy money
Colin, you gonna talk about Kanye West interview?
with the
What
black
he
We're
hood
do?
gonna talk
on.
about the Klan.
Yeah, we had the Klan hoodie on.
Well, I'll talk about that tomorrow, or when next time I do
But
a
why'd
show.
he do it?
Just for shock value. You seen the swastika chain? He got an
No,
iced out
I ain't see.
swastika chain.
I ain't know
Kanye's
about it.
crazy. Now he's saying he didn't never wanted to have children with Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, that was stupid.
That was
Yeah, that
He
was on
needs his
him.
ass. He needs his ass whooped too.
No, but he was cooking when he was talking about how they're tripping that like him having the swastikas, but they can make money off our pain all day.
Right. But
You
you
know
know
what I'm
what
saying?
though, Mufasa, before caller jump off, it's the same way, just like a lot of black people. In one sentence, they can make a lot of sense, and then the next, just like what Jonathan was talking about with the church. Like, listen, I'm not a religious person, but you know, I can use some of the religion and the books of the Bible and you know the scriptures that make sense, and then I can then go to the next sentence and hear some shit that don't make no sense, go against everything you just told me last week. So
Right.
we have a lot of that going on in the black community. But one thing that I tell you about those white people and these think tanks and these heritage groups is that they are tunnel vision in their road. Everybody that they bring in, Mufasa, like if somebody stepped in, they bring somebody in that think the certain type of way that can move the race, move the heritage, their thought process, their think tank forward. Everything that we do is take two, man. It's just like what that song is. We take 2 steps forward, then 3 steps back. Like that's all we do. It's like like I don't know. I kind of see it like how musicians see music and they can see it moving. Like I can see the black race. I can see the numbers moving, and it's just like we're